Hey Dallas, I'm Alvin, and welcome to Tip for Tat, disNdat. Today we are going to be joined by the Short Stack Revolution. We have style by Miss Stevie Daytime, and we also have Harold Cordero with us today. Bubs might pop in later. He's out there mowing that lawn, and then Deshaun will pop in here a little bit later. Today we are going to be discussing the political climate, immigration, uh, these mass deportations, alligator Alcatraz, and a host of other a few other topics here. And we also want to talk a little bit about some of our Black celebrities, and how they're selling us down the river, if you want to put it that way. So uh, come in and join us, and join in the chat if you choose, or um, comment down in our chat. And Miss Stevie, how you doing today? And tell me a little bit about what your weekend. You told me you were out in them streets yesterday. So can you tell us a little bit about your channel, and then what you were doing for this holiday weekend, or so-called Independence Day, if you want to call it that.
Well, happy Juneteenth after the 15th. That's what I
Yeah.
celebrated. The rest of white America, or the 1%, celebrated the Independence Day of the passing of this big ugly bill. What did I do yesterday? I spent time with family. I said I needed a day out. My cousin, she called me Friday and she said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm not really doing anything much of." And she invited me to a family cookout, and I needed it. Um, it was good to see my cousins. I got to see my cousins. She came down from New York and North Carolina. It was great to see them. Uh, Everybody's working schedule. She had a day off over the weekend, so it was good to see them. It was refreshing to get out. And my mother says that too. You need to get out, you need to exercise and stay instead of staying so much aware to what's going on. But I'm like, I have to stay aware. We all have to in these times of uncertainty. But on my show, we talk fashion, we talk beauty, we talk entertainment. We make sure that we are politically inclined and engaged. And I do it in a way where if my guests ask me or tap me, because I will respond if asked about the orange occupants of the White House. I will respond if they ask. But other than that, we have a good time. The same way it is here over here in the short stack movement. Uh, we just keep it real. We keep it a buck.
All right. Did you eat any good food like barbecue? You watch any fireworks? Or...
I heard them. I heard them outside my window. I didn't get a chance to see them actually, but I heard them outside my window as they were going off. And yes, we had good food. I went back today to go to my cousin's house to go pick up some more. Now that I'm aware where she stays at, and I texted her. I got her number. I said, "Girl, come on, let me get some of the food if it's any left over," because she was supposed to bring some to our grandmother, their great aunt, and she didn't get a chance to. They got done late. So we ate good. We had a good time. And I still got food left over on the stove. I just had some a few minutes ago.
All right. Mr. Big Harold, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? How
How
you
was
doing,
your
Stevie?
Wonderful. How are you?
I am well. Can y'all hear me? Clearly.
We
Yes.
can hear you clear. Yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
clear.
Okay. My fourth was cool. I didn't do anything besides hang out with family and eat some good food and watch a little bit of fireworks. We tried to go down to the park and it was a little bit too packed out there with I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna say MAGA folk, but them folks, them red folks. It was a little bit too packed out there, so. We but yeah, we just watched a little bit of fireworks, and that was pretty much it was a day off for everybody.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah. So
that's what I was celebrating. We were celebrating our Juneteenth again, like Stevie said.
uh yeah. So what do y'all think about the 4th of July. I mean, what do you really think about the 4th of July when they call it Independence Day? I mean, because there was, even when there was still some of us still not free, especially here in Texas. Um, but and the way they have it labeled. Oh, there's hey spicy.
Hey, Miss
Bub,
Spicy.
they're doing
Hey,
that long. It goes spicy. Um, but it's really not independence, and right now they're kind of really trying to take us right back to cattle slavery.
If anything, it's incarceration day at this point, given the current regime.
Yeah.
We far from free at this point.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start off with this video, and then I'm gonna let y'all sound off on it, okay? Because
Okay.
Miss Stevie in our short stack revolution chat over there on IG, she she was like, we need a panel discussion. She said, 'cause, this is a little bit too much. She said we definitely need to have a panel discussion this weekend, and
It
let
is. The past few days
loose.
were a lot. The past few days were very mentally
Hey,
taxing.
Deshaun.
Is Deshaun at work? Is he coming in?
He says, I'm here.
Hey, Deshaun. Oh, let me see. I don't see him. He's not. I don't see. He hasn't come up yet. We tell him come on in, because all of y'all and Bug when he get in here too. Y'all gonna let loose.
Oh, I'm holding it back. I'm going to wait to see the video clip first.
That
I
chat
got my
be on.
seatbelt on, but I'm going to take that fucker off because a lot of people getting it today. Lisa Murkowski, I'm on your ass, girl.
Oh yes, the coward.
Oh, here you go. Here goes Deshaun. Let's get him on up in here. Day Breezy. Oh, he says the device is not connected. Hey, Deshaun, it says your device is not connected. Can you try again? Oh, here we go. You there, Deshaun? Hey, Breezy? Deshaun? Yeah. Hey, Deshaun, can you try? Here, let me tell.
Oh, there he is. I see him.
You see him? All right.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hey, Deshaun.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
You see?
Can you hear us?
Hey, how are you?
Now we can see him.
Hey.
Mm,
How was your weekend, buddy?
mm, 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 mm.
How was your 4th of July?
I'm telling you, man.
What you eat? That looked like a corn. That looked like one of the corn on the cob things that you stick in the corn to hold it. What do you eat?
Probably some watermelon. That it sound like.
Steak right now.
Oh,
Hey.
Steak?
Oh, wow.
Mm-mm.
How was your?
It's ribeye. It's a ribeye steak.
whoever cooked that must have really put their foot in it.
Is that from yesterday? Is that like leftover from yesterday's barbecue?
It was me.
It was what?
Oh, you was on the grill?
This is steak. This is what I did. My recipe.
Oh, let me find out you a grill master.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
how was your 4th of July? Your
It don't even need look. It don't
Independence
even need no steak sauce. It don't even. I don't even
Don't
need
let
it. It's
Linda
the flavor
McMahon
that
influence
just.
you. Yeah.
How was my 4th of July? Huh? What happened, Miss Stevie?
I was saying about Linda McMahon. Don't let her influence you because she know all about A1. Honey.
She sure do. She sure do. I don't even need her A1. The A1 is right here.
I wouldn't even want her A1.
Yes, but my 4th of July was okay. But yeah, it wasn't bad. I went to my cousin's cookout yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, when we had a cookout over there, stuff like that. But then we had to go home shortly. So, you know, even though my cousin got me wet, my little cousin, my baby cousin, you know, but she was at the pool and just put all water all over my good looking pants. I'm like, really? Really? Yeah, so we had hamburgers yesterday, we had hot dogs yesterday, and we had grilled chicken yesterday.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good.
So
Y'all
we
watching
had that.
fireworks? You see the
And,
fireworks?
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually
No.
supposed to go. I was actually supposed to go
We didn't-
to New York,
buy
but huh?
any fireworks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually supposed to go to New York, but I ain't want to pay for
I
those
wanted
hotels.
fireworks.
I gotta you know, I found like a good. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I
Go
wanted to
ahead.
buy fireworks for me.
Oh, okay. I think Deshaun got a delay because he's going in and out.
Yeah, you kind of choppy.
I really did.
So,
I wanted to pop some fireworks.
hey, Deshaun.
So
Hey, Deshaun.
bad.
Yeah, something's wrong with his audio. Deshaun. Hey, Deshaun.
Stupid. It's
Let me.
saying something about some issues. What is going
Let me.
on here?
Yeah. I think he got it. You see that, Deshaun? Something's wrong with your audio. You're kind of going in and out, and it seems like it's delayed. You hear us?
It's the whole connection. My whole image. Yeah, my whole image just went.
You want to try to go out and come back in? I think he did. He done froze.
See, I was coming back and going out and coming back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me see.
Okay. Yeah, I was supposed to go to New York to go up there. My friend Dre, he's up there with his his brother and his brother's husband. They live up there, and then they have a little girl. And then so he went up to visit them, and I was supposed to go up there also. And then my friend Joseph, he lives up there too. We were gonna go, we were gonna hang out and stuff for the 4th, and but I found a good flight. But the hotels, the hotels were like somewhere, they were like in the $800s up to $1,200, and I'm like, I ain't paying no damn, $900,000 for no hotel room. That's crazy.
A night?
I mean, that's a ripoff. So I kept my black ass home.
$800
And then
a
I
night?
was thinking about going down. Me and my other friend Marcus, we were thinking about going down to see my friend Larry in Austin, but I changed my mind on that. I decided to stay home and work on this, on this live for today, so we can let y'all sound off. So I worked on that yesterday. So I didn't really do anything yesterday. I sat in the house and worked on this, and then I talked to my friend in Nigeria. He's planning a trip down here. So
Oh, cool.
There we go. So he's planning a trip down to the United States. So maybe by the end of this month or early next month, he should be here. So, but anyway, that's what I did. So around and worked on. Hey, you sound good now. Yeah, you sound a lot better. So that's what I did.
You didn't fire up the grill yesterday?
No, I didn't fire up the grill.
Yeah,
my friend, my friend texted me last week, and she asked me, her, her sister. That's one of my besties. We've been hanging out and been friends for so many years now, since I've been down here in Texas. And she had texted me to ask me if I was cooking, and I said no, because I told her I was going to probably go to New York, but I ended up didn't go. So I guess I could have cooked, but then I wouldn't have been able to work this live if I did. And then I got invited a few places, but I declined to go. So, but that was, and then I live right across the street from the lake. It's called Joku Lake, and then it's like a big, huge lake, and then they have the barges go up and down that lake. The boats and everything is out there, and they let off the fireworks at nighttime. So they go right by, literally. I don't have to go anywhere. I can just literally just walk out my door and see all the fireworks everywhere coming from that. So it's something to see too. So, but I walked out for a minute and watched them, and then I came back in and threw myself in that bed. It's been a busy week, so
yeah,
so
it's just given everything that's going on, it's not really worth celebrating to that extent. Like you want to have a little bit of fun, but everything is so doom and gloom.
It is.
Yeah, they call it Independence Day, but I don't think it's really I don't think it's Independence Day for a lot of people. It seems like it's Independence Day for white extremist or religious Republicans. That's what it seems like. What'd you say, Deshaun? What'd you say, Deshaun?
Yeah, I said not anymore because now it's not Independence Day anymore. This is all about control now. And the thing is he already passed that big beautiful bill where, like I said, your Medicaid is going to get cut, Medicare, Medicaid. What else? Like we're going to have to pay this back. All of this stuff we have to pay back because in the war that's going on with Donald Trump, he's allowing this war. He's exciting the war. The freaking religious people such as the evangelicals excited the war because they're actually exciting the war to create something, to create an artificial whatever of lies just to say Jesus is coming. Bullshit. White people are creating wars because they want to.
And they've been creating them since they became white.
They always do this shit, and I noticed that. They always be doing this shit. They're flip-floppers. They're two-faced because it doesn't matter what sexuality, color, or creed. All of these people are fucking two-faced. Because of freaking fear over a freaking video that is not everyone in the freaking community. Like, really? Like I said, it all starts with sexuality. Then it starts with the wars that's going on. Then it starts with color. Then it starts with, I can't. Okay, you're trying to police, like you are this or you are that or something in a negative light to the other side or something like that. And when that's allowed, now we can't speak on our side, such as us. like LGBT and all that. We have to zip our mouths while the fucking conservatives say whatever the fuck they want to say, because it was fucking revenge. That's what. Do you know that Donald Trump was about to pardon? I'm serious like this. Like, do you know that Donald Trump was thinking about pardoning Diddy? I think he was ready to pardon Diddy. But the thing is, it was stopped by the law, so he's still going to be in jail for the next 7 years or something like that, which is a good thing. But then at the same time, but this president is a felon. He wanted everything to be excited.
So did
also, let me tell you, Diddy is actually a distraction. Because the thing is,
boom.
Let me explain this. Diddy is actually a distraction. Because the thing is, he is a perfect example of everyone to look at him, so that behind closed doors, those parties that Donald Trump has actually passing all these bills so that we can't do shit and be poor. He's actually giving all that money to the rich, all of that shit, all of it. We are we are done. We're definitely done. It's over with. We got to pay all that shit back. Do you know that 50 million people are going to lose their lives shortly because they're not going to have their Medicaid?
It's probably going to be more than that. That's their
no matter of your life, whatever you have a sickness, you're done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than that. Yeah, I think
it's more. I got.
That's their low.
So much information here. There is so much information. I mean, all these motherfucking evangelicals, all these people now being comfortable being racist now and all that other shit. But the thing is, the saddest part is these motherfuckers are poor too. So it's going to hit them more too because they're fucking idiots. Now some of them are mad because they're saying, oh, I can't believe I voted for Trump. Bitch, you already knew that something was going to happen. You just didn't want to listen to it because you picked and choose what's convenient for you to choose fucking red, you dumbass. We told you what was going to happen. He was going to do it anyways because he said it because of what you guys promised he was going to do.
Yep, he promised it. The Republicans promised it.
Just stupid.
They promised it even before he was elected. They've been saying this for, the Democrats especially has been spouting all of this for years, saying this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. And nobody seemed to want to pay attention. Everybody wanted to go on with their carefree lives. Kamala Harris was saying this is what's going to happen. This here is what's going to happen. And, she got up on the debate stage and even she confronted him in his face and said the same thing, and people ignored her. The misogyny overtook a whole lot of people, and they ignored it. And now we're in this shit. And it's getting worse and worse and worse every day.
Just because she's a woman, really? But we have a woman president down in Mexico.
There's women presidents everywhere.
This shit is ridiculous, man.
We're one of the sad nations that don't have.
They only did it because she was black or biracial and shit. You know that Hillary was about to be close to be president of the United States in 2008. Like, don't forget, Hillary Clinton was almost about to win back in 2008. Now
2016. That's when Hillary.
So what are they saying?
Yeah.
Oh, 2016. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2016. That was Obama. 2016, she was going to run and she was about to win that close and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and you want to know what overshadowed
was Obama? That's right.
Trump's dirty ass has been trying to run for president since like the 70s. Though.
Wait, say that again?
he just could never get on the ballot, and he finally got on this damn ballot in what was it, 2015, and he won in 2016, but I think it was 2015, 14, 15 when he finally got on the Republicans ballot, because he actually tried to get on the Democrat.
I thought he was just doing that just
tried for independence, and no one could no one wanted him on there. So then he So then he decided to sucker the damn Republicans into putting him on the ballot by appeasing the religious right, and so and lying to them, and their stupid ass bought it, and then he ended up becoming the nominee for their party. But he's been trying. Trump has been trying to be president since the 70s,
And there's actually a clip of him discussing running for president, and he said if the day came that, I think it was back in I want to say the early 90s or the late 80s, he said if there were ever a time for him to run as president, he would run as a Republican, simply because Republicans are so stupid.
Yeah, I thought,
I think it was in the 80s.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, there's now he's trying to deny that he said that, but
there's video evidence for everything he has said in the past.
Right. But yeah, he did say that he would run for the Republican Party. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna go ahead and play this little short clip real quick, and then we'll get into our discussion. And then Ms. Stevie, I'm gonna let you sound off, and then I think this first little clip I sent to the short stack, in our short stack chat, and then I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about that, because when I saw it, and I think I even sent it to you all, in the chat, and I said this pissed me the hell off. It pissed me off so much though, but then and it'll roll into the political part. And then I'm gonna let y'all sound off. But I'm gonna go ahead with this first, and then what y'all think about that?
It's funny how these are the same
Trump deport black people.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll go back to Sean. Hold on. This is what I'm talking about right here.
Yeah, these are the same people who always preach about protecting kids and all this and that. Yet you're pushing a child away from like the pastor. We just saw the pastor push the kid away. I don't know what the like the context of the video was, as far as like what they were doing, but you're clearly not saving a child here.
There's nothing Christian about this, and they ran this campaign off of, we're going to put America first, we're going to put the patriots first, especially Poindexter MAGA Moses Mike Johnson, who prayed over this big monstrosity of a bill. Let's be honest, let's call it what it is, because there's nothing beautiful about it. Jennifer Lopez is beautiful, Diana Ross is beautiful, Beyonce is beautiful, T.S. Madison is beautiful, Janet Jackson is beautiful. There's nothing beautiful about this bill. This is the big ugly bill, and it is a time bomb. The bill has passed. He ran it yesterday on Independence Day. There's white patriots. While I was out yesterday, out on the town, going to my cousin's cookout to spend time with my family, as we had to run to the store, I saw white women, and they had on their American flag garb, earrings, pants, and all dressed up, all patriotic. I don't know how.
They had the full ensembles on yesterday.
The MAGA nuts, MAGA nuts. ICE has now been turbocharged. Yeah. And that means they have more funding the same way the military has. Medicaid cuts at the end of the year. The rest timed for the 20s after the 2026
Yeah.
midterms. And their plan is to point the finger and blame Democrats. They
Mm-hmm.
prayed for this bill. They went out and they celebrated and smoked cigars. I hope y'all's asses choke and catch emphysema and lung cancer, lung disease for smoking these goddamn cigars, out celebrating. Y'all dance to YMCA and put your two thumbs up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly hope, because
Which is a clear anthem, by the way.
what you put out on somebody will come back to your family times two.
Yeah.
So don't wish ill on the American people. This is what you just gave yourself:
Right.
years of rollouts of cuts, little oversight, a political shield until 2026. And as Deshaun just stated so beautifully, that's why I didn't interrupt him, because this is everything that I've been saying. I've been saying that they ran this campaign off of Christianity and making it about America first. This is not about putting America first, abandoning our allies, abandoning Ukraine, abandoning Iran, and putting Israel and Russia as our allies. We don't do that. NATO, pulling out of NATO, being loyal to Vladimir Putin, being loyal to Netanyahu. And where are the pro-Palestine, pro-Gaza people that were out here harassing Black women creators? Y'all were so quick to get up in the comments when Black women said they were going to vote for Kamala. We had sense enough to know what this piece of shit was all about. And he stepped off of the escalator in 2016. And what did he call Mexicans? What did he call them? Exactly. That's my point. Donald Trump ran his campaign off of fearmonger, off of hatred. And y'all sitting up with your dirty socks smelling like corn chips, sitting up binge watching Fox News, Jesse Waters, The Five, Joe Rogan, all of these right-wing propaganda networks. You've been on X and you sat up there and you listened to them put propaganda out to make Kamala Harris look bad when she was actually trying to help you. This is Oval Office photo ops. And you know what else the bastard just got out here and said that he wants to do? He now wants to do UFC fights on the White House lawn. This is real.
A
This is not
disgrace.
a game. This is about political grit for him. The motherfucker came out with two fragrances not too long ago. He had a fragrance before. The fragrance didn't sell all that well. Now you coming out. This is about the grift. Then you come out with your shoes, your phone. You're getting mad at AT&T because your service don't work. Grandpa, I think it's just you need to just go get you a jitterbug phone at this point, because the phone that you got now is not working for you. I think it is time for fascist grandpa to take a nap. Now, his 2017 tax cuts were made permanent. 930 billion cut from Medicaid, 186 billion cut from food assistance SNAP, 45 billion for ICE sales and deportations. And now they have been turbocharged. Indefinite detention of children is legalized. The children have to represent themselves. They want to do it without due process. AI border surveillance is fully
Deportation, yeah.
funded. 1,500 in immigration fees. This is a security. Like Deshaun said earlier, this is about punishment. This is about control. And it is sold as policy. You wrap this up and you disguise it as the big, beautiful bill, but it's nothing beautiful about it. As I said, Janet Jackson is beautiful. Beyonce is beautiful. Mariah Carey is beautiful. There's nothing beautiful about this bill. 45 billion for ICE jails and kid lockup. End the Flores protection so that children can be jailed indefinitely. 13 times increase to ICE detention funding. And y'all know what y'all did? ICE Barbie, Christy Nome, dog killer. Y'all got up here on the news and y'all smiled. Ron DeSantis, or what did he call you? Ron DeSanctimonious. He's not your friend. Y'all two are in a pissing contest to see who can be the most crazy and the most dangerous. Now there's a storm going on in Texas, and they're reporting disinformation and misinformation on that. So how the hell are people going to know
Ron
when the storm
DeSantis
is
want
coming?
people to get ran over.
Yeah, he called for that too. Well, why don't you be the first test subject, Ron? Why don't you hop your ass out in front of a car? Since you want to wish death on innocent protesters who are using their First Amendment right. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
think that y'all can come up in here, and I see y'all found y'all met with the right ones. I told you, if you think you're gonna fuck with black people and try to deport us to where? You're going after the Haitians in New York, in
Oh yeah, the
Brooklyn, and
Haitians
that
are
is
not
where my
going.
father,
The
baby, them
Haitians are not going.
Haitians is on your ass. By the way, I need to find me a Haitian man. I'm looking. So, but yes, if you think you're gonna
going there without a fight.
if you
Other
think you're gonna
Asians
go out here
not going out without a fight. I saw the
at
whole video
all,
with those bros trying to push ICE out of there.
and
I
the
saw
police
that
is
video.
cooperating.
They wasn't playing.
The police is cooperating. LAPD, what are you doing? Y'all are cooperating. Y'all are kidnapping people. Y'all are disappearing people off of the streets. What are you doing? You're supposed to protect and serve the American people. But obviously, some of y'all are MAGA behind the badge and in front of the badge. Some of y'all have pledged loyalty to MAGA. You have pledged loyalty to Donald Trump. You are not upholding the rule of law and constitution. This is now a police state. Now, let's talk about alligator Alcatraz and how Laura Loomer, I think those lip fillers are getting to you, sweetheart. You got out here and you posted something on X that was very, very sick about Latino Americans. Y'all have a
It
sick fascination with
I
wanting
think that was a
alligator.
I think that was a very mentally deranged thing for her to say.
It's a dog whistle, Harold. That's what it
It
is. This is
is.
dog whistle politics. What
Mm-hmm.
they do is they say something. A white woman can get up on the stand and cry and weaponize her tears and use her privilege. A black woman, when the Trayvon Martin trial went on, his friend, and I cannot remember the young lady's name that was on the stand.
Rachel Gentile, I think is
Yes.
I think what's her
Did
name?
y'all see how they poked loopholes through her testimony when she was telling what happened to her friend and how
Mm-hmm.
good of a person he was and how they
Mm-hmm.
tried to gaslight her? The same thing with Cassie. Cassie is pregnant on the stand, since we want to talk
They
about Diddy.
they treated that young woman as if she were a minstrel show. I do remember that.
They do that. So for the
They
treatment
made
that
her
a
the butt
white
of the
woman will
joke.
get, the treatment that a black woman will get on the stand or a black person will get on the stand, like the father who took out an officer because he unalived his son and was going in the courtroom. Deshaun sent me that video to look these officers in the eye like, yeah, motherfucker. This father is grieving. He just lost his son to police brutality. We are now in a police state where police officers have immunity. They can unalive black people and they are foaming at the mouth. And you got this big ass Porky the Pig looking motherfucker by the name of Wayne Ivey sitting up in Florida saying that if you do this, your family will be collecting your remains. This is a state that we are living in right now. AI biometrics and surveillance tech, 6.3 billion to expand BSI surveillance machine. Now, what is Peter Thiel trying to do? It's something very nefarious. And now you've got Elon Musk out here saying that we need to go and we need to create a third party. I don't think so. Anybody who typically runs for independent barely wins. There's a two-party system. That's it. That's all. You can do either Republican or you can do Democrat. But Elon, you're not off the hook either. Let us see what else is in these Epstein files. Tell us everything you know. And maybe, just maybe, also, you might want to return people's personal info, banking info, or whatever else you got to them. You might want to go on ahead and do that if you're trying to get back in the good graces of people. But we can't trust you. You are slipperier than a fox. You're as slippery as a fox. You and Donald Trump. We do not trust y'all. Y'all have been going back and forth, and now you and Steve Bannon are going back and forth. The white supremacist, the one who still is talking about it's the illegals, the illegal aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's illegal if they're coming into this country to help benefit. But let me tell you something. These people are human just like you, but you've got your white privilege. This is what it is about. It is about white privilege. It is about white supremacy. The BSI can spend the money immediately. And this is for ICE. Alligator Alcatraz. What is the sixth fascination with y'all? And if you go back and you look at that cartoon that I posted on my page, y'all have had a sick fascination of wanting to feed people of color and black people to crocodiles. I tell you what, why don't y'all get in line first? Because we're going to eat the rich. We are going to eat the rich. And I'd take barbecue sauce with mine. I for sure would take barbecue sauce with mine. If y'all thinking that y'all are going to get away with this, and then some of y'all look like y'all about to kick the can over anyway, and y'all voted against your own interests. Some of y'all that voted for this big ugly bill that sat right up there with Moses Mike Johnson and danced to YMCA with their thumbs in the air,
Yes,
look old
walking
enough to be
corpse,
about my grandmother's age, and y'all got gray hair.
walking corpse.
Y'all, listen, and I'm not done yet. Mitch McConnell with your Franklin Ninja Turtle looking ass. You sat up here and you voted for this bill as well too. You said people will get over it, over losing their health care. I don't know if he still frozen in midair, y'all, because you know he stays frozen, pause
I
in
think
midair.
so,
You
and
would
it's quite
think
ironic that someone like that would say something like that, considering that you won't even be alive to
That
reap
we're
the
gonna get the
benefit.
fuck over your fucking wall because we're gonna go right to the freaking courts.
Did y'all ever read the book when y'all were in school, elementary school, Yertle the Turtle of Solomon
that's
Son? Did any of y'all ever read that book?
Uh,
that's Mitch
no,
McConnell for sure.
That's who
Mitch
Mitch
McConnell for
McConnell
sure.
looks like. he
He
looks
sure
like
does.
he looks like Yertle the Turtle.
If
and
Beyonce
he's
says
three
mute
days from
challenge,
he's three
all
days from
Beyonce
kicking
got
the
to do is
bucket.
say mute challenge. His ass will be there in midair, frozen still. I mean, homegirl had to tap him to be like, okay, it's your time to talk. And you were against this. Even with confirming RFK Jr., Mitch, you were against this.
That's why I say it's quite ironic that these people who were cheering and clapping and applauding for this bill, half of them are walking corpse and won't even be alive to feel the
Right.
effects of said bill.
That is
So
that is so right.
fast forward to
Hey, Black
2028.
Anarchist,
Fast forward to 2028, and we
you
want
want to
y'all.
come
Half
in?
of y'all will be
You want to
6
come
feet
in?
under.
Black? The Black Anarchist is here. Let's see if he wants to come in.
You shouldn't trust the government. The government is flip flop. They just flip flop in so many different ways. Like well, the government is not really for the people, anyways. The government just goes where whatever floats whoever floats the people's boat on whatever they're passing, because that's basically what it is. The government doesn't really do anything for the public, so the public has to do something for themselves, and also us for ourselves. We have to be influenced on ourselves. We have to actually educate and stuff like that. But the thing is, we have the right people that be saying certain things, and then they just try to yell and scream like they trying to. You're absolutely wrong. You're always wrong. And then we try to when we try to tell them about everything that's going on in the world, they don't want. They just want to peter out the certain things that they don't want going on in this world today. Like, it's absolutely, people just don't want to actually absorb and swallow them.
So I'm gonna go ahead and play
Just
this
say,
video,
okay.
and then we'll
maybe if I do
out.
research on what you're saying, maybe the part about that shit. And I don't like the way these motherfuckers be talking about the LGBT like that. Like they're all bad and pedophiles and shit. When all you motherfuckers are actually doing the exact same thing, where there's so many freaking reports every single day. You motherfuckers are actually inheriting that shit, and that's the real reason why this country is fucking corrupt. You motherfucking sick ass weirdos. That's all I got to say, because that's the thing. That's the real reason why. And let me tell you something about ICE too. Do you know that ICE is also doing things to actually women? Some of those people are pretending to be ICE. But the government don't give a fuck if impersonators, they try to impersonate ICE so that these men be having sex with these women that's out there protesting. So they grab them and have them in their car and then raping them.
Yeah, I saw that video.
They don't actually cover that.
Be ICE. They're not ICE. They're not even police. And I think we talked about this before, how they were going to try to just deputize anybody that voted for Trump, like all those January 6th extremists, the people he's been letting out of jail, even these black people, these black folks that voted for him or that he let out of jail, and they done switched over to his side, and then they're just, I don't even know if they're really deputizing them. They're just saying that they're ICE, and then coming out there and then they're going and just snatching up people. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. A lot of those people aren't policemen. They have no training in the military or the police. Some of them do, but they've not been trained to be ICE or policemen or anything.
Yeah, they haven't.
That's crazy.
They haven't. They just wake up and decide they want to. They just wake up and decide they want to be ICE agents.
Right, and then they go out and beat the shit out of people, disguising themselves as ICE. But we got a video here that we're gonna play here that like Miss Stevie, and y'all said earlier, they done met their match with them damn Haitians, So, but I'm gonna go ahead and shoot off this video right here.
They wasn't going out without a fight. They're not like those Mexicans. Those black people was not gonna go out like that. They was not going out like that. That's for sure.
And like I said, let them roll up in the Compton.
They're not taking off
Compton or the hood. Let them roll up into the hood or Compton. They're going to meet their match. They know who they're sending in there too. Because if you kind of look at these, like who the ICE are sending into the certain neighborhoods, like when they're going into the like Hispanic neighborhoods, they're actually sending like Latinos, Hispanic, like Hispanics and stuff into the neighborhoods. And then when they're going into the black neighborhoods, they're sending that, but they're sending our own people, and our own people are just as greedy enough and Trump loyalists or whatever, just to take on that task, just to attack your own people.
Yeah, and also, and they do not just attack their own people; it's to make them seem like they're not racist. It's to make them seem like, because they're trying to create this divide and conquer, but they're doing it behind the scenes, so that no one will know. So they'll use a multiple of colors of people to say, oh, we're not racist. You're getting out of here. We don't need you in this country. So we don't know who's who of who's taking the people that was already here. Not only that, even if you're a citizen, you're getting out of here, because I already heard on Instagram that they're also getting rid of the black citizens too. They're getting them too.
Eventually,
so even if you got a citizen, you're still getting out of here.
Eventually, it doesn't matter. They're not paying any
That's what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump said that he's gonna get rid of citizens too.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot this video
so he's
off.
Going to get rid of the citizens as well. So anyone who's actually doing something bad, you're doing something bad, you got here as well.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Okay.
You're getting out of here. That's what he said. If you're doing something bad, even though you're a citizen, you getting out of here. That's what he said.
Okay. I have no idea what is going on with my sound. Oh my God. There's something going on with my sound.
I wouldn't be surprised if the conservatives are taking control of the media right now. Because like I said, when that statue comes up, you can't mention anything about Trump anymore.
Birthright
because the thing is, it'll be called heresy or whatever you call it, biblical, because Trump is God, so you can't say anything about God.
Okay, here we go.
Can Trump deport Black American citizens? The answer is no, not lawfully, because we're citizens. But if you ask whether he can unlawfully deport Black Americans, the answer is yes, because the Supreme Court just took away lower courts' ability to stop him. And if you don't believe me, let me show you how this became real after the Trump v. Casa birthright citizenship case. So in Trump v. Casa, the Supreme Court ruled that federal judges cannot issue nationwide injunctions or universal injunctions against Trump executive orders except with class action lawsuits. And those can take a while to be certified, those class action lawsuits. That means even if Trump signs an unconstitutional, unlawful executive order, judges can only protect the people who are named in the lawsuit or members of the certified class action lawsuit. Everyone else, they're vulnerable. Even if what Trump does is blatantly unconstitutional or illegal. So, can Trump deport Black American citizens lawfully? No. But that's not the question anymore, because he doesn't need to act lawfully if there are no judges that can stop him. In fact, Justice Jackson warned, she said in her dissent, quote, "The executive can now deny people rights that the founders plainly wrote into our Constitution, so long as those individuals have not found a lawyer." And Justice Sotomayor said, quote, "No right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates," close quote. She said no right, that means no citizenship right, no civil right, no voting rights, etc. Folks, that's not theory. That's not me pontificating. That's the reality that we're living in now. Additionally, back in March, Trump told El Salvador's president he would be deporting homegrown criminals. He didn't say immigrants. He said homegrown. That means people born in the United States. So if he targets Black Americans as criminals or gangbangers or threats or enemies, etc., what's stopping him from issuing an executive order to detain or to deport those people? Nothing. That puts Black Americans and any other targeted group in danger. This is why they say elections have consequences, folks. So remember, stay woke.
Elections have consequences. And if we look back, they did this same shit in Germany when they were citizens over there too, and then they took away their citizenship, just like they can do over here. Trump can go in there and sign, because he's not going to want to go through. He's not going to want to legally go through the Constitution and ratify the 14th Amendment again. He's not going to want to go through there to take away, to try to take away citizenships, because I don't even think that would work. But he will probably go in and try to issue an executive order, and by the time that shit gets to the courts, to the Supreme Court, for them to reject it or whatever, they may accept it, because they seem to be his toilet paper wipe also, except for the three that are on there that are not his ass wipes. But those other ones, but by the time it gets to the Supreme Court, he would have already, through his executive order, would have already put our asses back in these damn concentration camps, put us down there in, in alligator
Alcatraz is the first step.
Where the alligators are actually circling around the damn cages and stuff like that, like they're in a damn castle in a moat some damn.
But see, that's strategic though. That's the placement of alligator Alcatraz. That's strategic. And like Stevie said, there's going to come a point where because alligator Alcatraz is in the middle of the Florida Everglades, right? That's alligator alley. So when it rains, it floods, and when it floods, those alligators are going to be on the prowl, and of course they're going to be looking for food. Who are the first quote unquote foods, I guess you could say, in their eyesight, people, the detainees.
And what was
That
that heifer's name? What was that white heifer's name who said that let the alligators eat them?
Laura Loomer.
Laura Loomer, yeah.
Oh,
See, we got cruel. People are very cruel in this
Mara
world.
Loomer.
They're very cruel.
Yeah,
She,
it's very that's a
let me
very
tell you what
mentally
she looked
deranged
like.
thing for her to say.
She looks like she looks like a fucking synthetic fucking doll. That's what she looked like.
She looks like Wednesday
She looks
Adams
like
from
a
the Addams
fucking
Family.
synthetic looking, weird looking. See, people that look like that are the ones that you need to watch out for, because she looks like some kind of weird plastic person or something, some plastic doll, synthetic fake.
Like Stevie said,
I don't
that
know.
was absolutely a
And she
dog
got the
whistle.
nerve to say something like that. You got the nerve to say something.
Well, it
I
doesn't
just don't.
surprise me because she's
You
she's
got
very
the
much so.
nerve.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead, Harold.
Oh no, I was just saying that. I was just saying it doesn't surprise me because these people are mentally deranged. So nothing that comes out of their mouth surprises me. But I was just saying that the placement of alligator Alcatraz was absolutely strategic. And to Stevie's point, the goal is to feed those people, those detainees, to those alligators. That what she said was absolutely a dog whistle.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the tweet was verbatim, but yeah, they basically she was basically given the green light to feed those people to the alligators. Because like I said, when it rains in the Florida Everglades, it floods, and
Mhm.
so and the fact that they're deporting alligators from other places to bring to that area, yeah. Those people gonna be food, gator food.
Because Florida is below sea level too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, it definitely will flood, and they can walk their asses right on up there, and they'll probably unlock the cages and stuff for the
Uh huh.
alligators to walk right up in there to get
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
get the immigrants and to get us citizens, because they're gonna try to put us in there too,
Mm-hmm.
So they'll
Yeah.
try to send us back to like slavery where they want us to kind of work in the fields and shit for low wages or no wages at all, and slave drive us again. So
Mm-hmm.
they're heading that way. It just
But
seems like
we're not going back without a fight. I can tell you that right now. They might as well get ready
we
because
are.
black people are not going back without a fight.
Yeah, they're messing with the wrong ethnicity. They can try that shit if they want to, but they're messing with the wrong ethnicity.
Yes. Yes. So the way the Haitians in New York, the way they all came together yesterday to run the ICE agents out of the neighborhood, that's gonna be the fight they're gonna have to get prepared for. So
Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell you something about this damn stream. I mean, it keeps jacking up right here in front of my eyes. Now it says that Facebook. I don't know what's going on, because it says Facebook was not connected, But I'm
mhm.
getting comments. I'm getting comments and what's it called when you do the fingers
That
up, like I'm getting all this shit from Facebook, but it says it's not connected.
Mm.
I mean, it's crazy. And then, with Deshaun, his stuff is going in and out. And then I tried to I tried to put up a comment, and it said that that the stream wasn't connected. So but then the comment went through. I mean,
Yeah, I think it's something with StreamYard.
yeah, there's something with StreamYard, and then when you send them the shit, telling them what went wrong and stuff, then they want to blame it on everything else except fix their crap.
Uh-huh.
I mean, and then I'm sitting here and it shows like I got one bar, but I'm looking at my computer and I got 5 bars sitting up here on my actual Wi-Fi, but in StreamYard has 1 bar. I mean,
Yeah.
this is crazy. I hope the stream doesn't act up like when during the replay.
I
But
think
anyway,
I think
yeah,
when it's being replayed, I think it's fine when you play it back on
replaying.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it shows YouTube is connected and Rumble is connected, but then it got Facebook came back and said there was no connection, and then it said in the stream. But I'm getting comments and stuff from the Facebook, even though they won't show, but I'm getting comments and stuff that shows here from Facebook.
Yeah, StreamYard is really glitchy.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I really want to use Restream, but Miss Stevie and Deshaun have trouble when they come into Restream. So that's why I'm just trying to stick with StreamYard. But I got both of them. But Miss Stevie and Deshaun have trouble with their, when they try to come into the studio with Restream. But anyway, let's get on back with our conversation. I'm sorry for interrupting with that that little rant. But yeah, I'm gonna play this little video here, and then. But did y'all want to sound off some more on this 14th Amendment, where they're trying to before I go to this next video, where they can actually take the 14th Amendment and amend it again, to if it got to that point,
I
where
would
they.
like to hear what Stevie has to say, because she didn't get the sound off.
I'll say it.
Go ahead, Deshaun. Who said that? Was that Miss Stevie or Deshaun?
Yeah, that was Deshaun. I'm gonna go after Deshaun.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Listen, Don do the way he wants to. That's Donald Trump. See, America will not be America anymore. What if he named America Trump America? He can do that too if he wants to.
But didn't he try to let
come on now.
The Gulf of Mexico? Didn't he try to name it the Gulf of America?
He did.
Yeah, and then he wanted to take over Canada. He wanted to take over Canada and name that
America. I'm surprised he didn't name it of his name. I'm surprised.
His Royal Highness. And what is it? Yeah. Heil Hitler. His Royal Highness.
Yeah, he did.
Trump. Heil Trump. He did. That's what he wants. He wants us to bow down and wipe his ass.
Trump. Yeah. Trump.
That old wrinkled ass, shriveled up piece of chicken.
Yeah, and let me tell you something else.
Ass. He probably so old and dried and shriveled up. He could probably sit on a damn straw.
The thought of that man in any capacity.
That's one of those old quotes from Mom's Mabley.
Yeah.
where she talking about old men.
The thought
of do you know why that big beautiful bill was passed?
You said what, Deshaun?
Do you know why that big beautiful bill was passed? And I don't know, Miss Stevie. Do you know why the real reason why that big beautiful bill was passed? Because it wasn't supposed to pass. The real reason why the big beautiful bill was passed was because I think it was the governor.
There was backdoor dealings made. I said Stevie, there was backdoor.
You.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you. We can hear you. It's Deshaun who keeps breaking up.
Okay.
Now, I think I can hear you.
The big ugly bill passed because you had Republicans that bent the knee to Donald Trump. There was backdoor dealings made. The same backdoor dealings that got MAGA Moses Mike Johnson reelected as the House Speaker. Mr. Poindexter, I call him Poindexter because he's got his glasses on and he's sitting there monitoring his son's pornography and his too. We're going to find out what's going on with you and Grindr too, Mike Johnson, by the way. And I can't wait to see what is going on. I would love to hear the Grindr notifications go off in your lapel through those glasses you got on, the fog in your eyes. You're turned on about something. You're so worried about the queer community. You're so worried about the trans community. And that's another thing I want to touch on as well, too. I seen the panel that Bubs and Conscience did. Homegirl that came up on the panel,
yes.
I can't even remember her name.
Angela Thankin.
Yeah, the threatened T.S. Madison. Deshaun sent me that. I was in the lake of night. And I woke up and I seen the notifications. It was late.
Shout out to
went on.
CTV. Shout out to CTV.
Yes.
He gave her that nickname, Angela Stankin.
Um,
Right. Wait a
homegirl
minute.
came up there.
So before, but
Angela
before,
Stank. Angela.
so,
Oh
so did you also see after that? I think when he did a panel, and then that lady came up and she, in addressing this, and I guess people thought she was going to say something favorable or whatever. And then did you see that part where she came up and
I
then she
surely did. I surely did.
Oh
totally,
no,
Homegirl.
I
oh
missed
my
that.
God.
Yeah, homegirl called her what's her name? Teddy Bear. No, Fuzzy. That was her name.
Fuzzy,
She
yeah, that's what we're talking
she
about.
came up there and she's what I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman. We know you're a woman, honey. But
Mm,
T.S. Madison has said it, and I'm gonna keep screaming it to the mountaintops. At this point, it's like a broken record. Hope Giselle laid it out beautifully when she did the rant about this big ugly bill. Let's just call it what it is. It is the big, brutal,
mhm,
ugly bill that would bankrupt America,
Mhm.
bankrupt the working class poor people who are not in the tax bracket of the 1%, the billionaires and millionaires, like a Usher, like a Leo DiCaprio, like a Oprah and Gail, who all found it beautiful to attend Jeff Bezos, who also was sitting at Donald Trump's inauguration box alongside Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk with the tech bros. They would benefit from this. They would benefit from these tax cuts. They would
mhm.
benefit from this, not the working class people. And taxes on Social Security. What did he say? Taxes on Social Security. Why do people have to lose what they've paid into, years of what they paid into? Your parents will lose their pensions. Their parents will lose everything. Your 401k plans, everything gone. As Deshaun just stated, everything is wiped out and it would go to them. It would be a snap phase out from 2026 to 2028. Clean energy cuts from 2026. Immigration fees, slow ramp up. We're sponsoring these immigration fees of people being detained in these prisons who are, in fact, not criminals, no criminal record. Hi, boy craze. Hey, baby. Child tax credit restructuring sunset by 2028. Medicaid work rules 2026. So
Hey
let's
boy,
get into
crazy.
it. Salt cap drops 2030. And that's what they're predicting. This is what this is about. This big ugly bill triggers 500 billion in Medicare related cuts starting at the end of this year. And what will happen is they will point the fingers on the Democrats. That's what they would do. They would point the fingers on the Democrats who did not vote for this bill. So the ones that have been brainwashed will believe that, hey, Republicans did something great. No, they didn't. They just stole from you, my love. As Deshaun and I have been stating, they indoctrinated these people. Cuts to CHIP, kids' health care, and Affordable Care Act subsidies. That's why Elon Musk is now all of a sudden, I'm against Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, y'all are both putting your dirty laundry out there. Just keep going at it. We're sitting back eating our popcorn like Kenya Moore on, I don't know which episode of Housewives that was, but we're enjoying every minute of y'all spilling each other's dirty laundry, because what's done in the dark will come to the light. We know you were already on the Epstein list. You're running away from that. You're running away from January 6th. You're running away from Iran. You're thinking you got a ceasefire deal with Iran. Iran said, fuck your ceasefire, and I don't blame it at all. Let's fire off these missiles. By the way, why don't y'all fire off some missiles near 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? That would make me so happy. I finally said the quiet part out loud. Y'all want to unalive
You
black
did.
people in this country? I think it would make me feel so good, so satisfying. You got up there in front of these people playing a live band and you signed this monstrosity of a bill. Y'all got up here and y'all smoking cigars, y'all celebrating, dancing to YMCA, which is the LGBT anthem, by the way.
Uh-huh.
But these people went and performed for Donald Trump. Yeah, and then Daniel, if you don't think that they're not coming for you, because T.S. Madison touched on how the white gays are. The white gays. Y'all would choose your whiteness before you choose humanity and people who were in the same community with you. Caitlyn Jenner is a prime example of that.
And throw
And the
the rest of
people
us
who were
clean under the bus.
alongside, they will throw you under that bus in a heartbeat. They will be like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they will weaponize their white privilege. Let me tell you a story. Last week, I had a guest that was supposed to come on the show. Yeah, and it was a white actor. We had the interview set at the beginning of the year, but boom. Let's make a long story short. I'm gonna get to the part where he said, I don't know what to do anymore. I told him, yes, you know what to do. He's got a manager. And I said, 9 times out of 10, I can guarantee you your manager is white. And you're in the LA area. I already know what that's about. I said, don't even worry about it. I know what it's about. Saying that my show quality, the audio was not professional enough. It was, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
what you expect. You want me to look like a Jennifer Hudson, my professional,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm not in mainstream media. I'm in independent media. So you're not going to get that quality. And in fact, anything that is out of my control, that's not my fault. That is Instagram's fault for the audio or whatever goes on. I did a show
And
where
what does he
literally,
mean by that? Because everyone has to start from somewhere.
right. And I told him, I said,
It,
he was just like, well, I don't know what to do anymore. I said, yes, you do. You have privilege. You have power. And I left it at that.
all of
I
that is
connected the dots.
irrelevant. Like your messaging of your lives is the only thing that matters.
Right. But I said, I know what this is about. I checked him in real time. So that's what we got to do with these white people, because these white people weaponize their privilege in a heartbeat. And I sent a couple videos to the chat of Kafre, who I had on the show, keeping his foot on white people's necks. He's got white people shook out here
Mm-hmm.
about his car. He is dragging the American flag with his car. The flag is attached to the tire. And he said, this flag is for me to wipe my motherfucking feet on. So you can't get mad at Jill Scott for performing her version of the national anthem. You can't get mad at Beyonce for performing her version of the national anthem. And she swung freedom right on in. Everything that
Mm-hmm.
they're saying in their songs and their messaging is timing to Black people. It is revolutionary. And people are saying it is time for a revolution. It's been time for a revolution, and it will not be televised. Black people are rising up, and we are now the majority. Y'all are scared of Black people becoming the majority. So right now, what we're seeing is an ethnic cleanse for anything that is Black or brown in this country. So these ICE raids are going to ramp up. And if y'all think y'all going to deport Haitian or Jamaican or uh, Americans from the Congo, Black people, you got another thing coming. Them Haitians showed you in Brooklyn, New York, real quick, but they did it peacefully. They said, get on up out of here. We're going to party. We're going to party y'all on up out of here. That's what's going to happen. Do not mess with Haitians. Do not mess with Black people, because we're
Mm-hmm.
not messing with you. But if you tap on our door, we will answer. So to
And when
anybody out here thinking that y'all can go out here and y'all can antagonize people, police, we don't give a fuck. ICE agents, we don't give a fuck. And to anybody else that thinking that they can roll up Pam Bondi, Ice Barbie, Christy Nome, Tom Homan, anybody that thinking that they can come out here and they can deport Black people out this country, you got another thing coming. You are sadly mistaken. And if you think that we're just gonna lay down and take y'all abusing us like the good old days where we were out here peacefully protesting, not doing a thing, and y'all would come and beat us in the head with club sticks. Y'all would come out here and push us on the ground, turn water hoses and dogs on us. We are not our ancestors. This generation, we scrapped. And in the words of the great poet by the name of Kendrick Lamar, it's time to squabble up if you thinking that you're going to come up in here and fuck with Black people, because we're not
Mm-hmm.
fucking with y'all. And to the Donald Trump voters out here that said, oh, well, we just want to get rid of the illegal aliens. Some of y'all that are Iranian are being detained and arrested as well, too. Y'all are white and y'all are being detained. And that's another thing what Alvin just posted, do not obey in advance. And the picture of who I wanted to go off on, Lisa Murkowski for Alaska. Bring your ass here, girl. Let me talk to you. What the hell were you doing? What the hell were you doing? You and Susan Collins. Y'all always flip-flop at the last minute.
Yeah, I was just
Y'all
about to
Always.
say
always
flip flopping.
flip-flop
That's what they were
at
doing, flip
the
flopping.
last
I don't believe
minute.
shit they say. I never believe shit they say.
The moderate Republicans out here that are saying that they are against Trump, y'all are pussies. Y'all are terrified of this man. I don't know what kind of juju this man has over y'all to the point where y'all will not stand up to him and y'all are just letting him bulldoze over y'all. And I feel bad because the pizzas are being sent to y'all's families' homes and things. Y'all's family members are being threatened. That's not cool at all. We are totally against that. But what we need y'all to do right now is grow a spine and stand up, because you cannot bend the knee to fascism. Paramount, we're on your ass next. And trust and believe any film projects that y'all come out with, we will not be supporting. We will not. Because y'all paid this man, what, $16 million because of the interview that Kamala Harris did for 60 minutes with ABC. Y'all have bent the knee and capitulated and gave this man what he wants. You do not give fascists insatiable power because they come back craving for more and more. As we've seen with the Supreme Court and these junctions, now the federal courts can't step in and stop him from what he's doing. He has now been emboldened with power. Remember how I manifested that episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, season 3, where the mayor was the big giant snake? And how they got tired on season 4 when they had to fight the big bad evil. That is what we are fighting right now. Donald Trump is that snake. He is that traitor, and he will sell America out at a dime if it means selling some stank ass perfume and cologne and a phone, by the way.
And gym shoes and watches and all of
NFT playing cards.
I believe that
all
those colognes smell like chicken grease.
Oh
I bet so too. What did Adam Kissinger said he smelled like? Ketchup, spray tan, everything. If you go back and check out Adam Kissinger's interview with who was it?
Those
I think it was
fragrances smell like
Stephen
straight up
Colbert.
KFC.
And you talking about holding a UFC fight in front of the White House. This is where we are. And
Such
to
a
the Donald
disgrace.
Trump voters, their wives got deported. And you still support Donald Trump. Oh, well, looks like you won't be getting your wife back. Your wife will stay where she's at, honey.
It's a cult at this point. Like that is cult. That's cult mentality. For these people to continue to blindly support this man and their spouses, their other like children, other family members of their relatives. The fact that they're being deported en masse, that's cult behavior for you to continue to support him.
And y'all don't want us to unmask the people. You don't want us to know who's doing these deportations. We got the evidence on camera. Technology is powerful. The same way y'all want to turn surveillance on us, we can turn surveillance on y'all. So when all this is said and done, if any of us still alive and living, guess what'll happen? Guess what'll happen?
What?
You will be held accountable to the highest court of law. Once y'all are all gone, once this orange son of a bitch is in the ground taking a dirt nap. It's a movie called I Spit on Your Grave, and I recommend that you watch
come on,
it.
Stevie.
I'm Suge Avery in this bitch, and I will piss on Donald Trump's grave.
I saw that.
Literally, that you get no respect, no sympathy, because you have no sympathy and respect for the rule of law. Now, a Republican congressman by the name of Mark Green has resigned. You voted on this big mega bill that would give tax breaks to the uber wealthy. This is what this is about. You hear Republicans say the golden age, the gilded era. Yeah, the fashions were beautiful. Coming from a fashion girl standpoint, from my standpoint, yeah, the fashions were beautiful. But you barely heard about the black people there that were in the gilded era. It was a few. And there's a show on HBO that has come back that talks about the gilded era. That is based off of that. Black people were there. One thing they know how to do is manipulate and say it's the trans, it's the gays, it's the disabled people. You want to pull the rug and safety net programs out of them. And Mitch McConnell, again, you were against RFK Jr. being confirmed. Why? And then for you to sit up here and say, well, we'll get over it. Yeah, people will get over it once they're dead and gone because they will not have their health care in this country. You strip that from them. Also that you can get a tax break, and then the audacity for some of y'all to sit up here and smile and dance and run away from your constituents. That's all y'all are. Y'all are some pussies, and it is about time that somebody calls you exactly what you are. And Donald Trump, as far as Donald Trump is concerned, I said this on the show when I did my interview with Justin. Donald Trump is Vladimir Putin and Bibi Netanyahu's silly hoe. It's a song on TLC's fan mail album called Silly Hoe. And I would recommend everybody go and listen to it. That is Donald Trump for sure.
I would consider him their bed wench.
TLC fan mail. No, the song is called Silly Hoe, and it's on TLC's fan mail album. Donald Trump is definitely Vladimir Putin and Bibi Netanyahu's silly hoe because
Yeah.
you can't make no sudden moves. He is deeply embedded and they are pulling the strings. And as far as shadow presidents, Stephen Miller, with your ferret looking ass, bring your ass front and center here too. You are not off the hook, motherfucker. You are the one that is out here ramping up these ICE raids. Not just him, but the other one out here that looks like the man from Scary Movie 2 with the finger.
Oh,
Take my
yeah.
hand. Russ Vought.
Yeah.
The scary movie too, like the finger. Oh God.
Russ Vought is out here also as well too.
Oh,
He's
my
now the new
gosh,
head
that's
of
so funny.
Doge.
Do you want?
He's the new head of Doge. And then you're being questioned. Y'all are grilling him. And then when y'all ask Pete Hegseth and them about racism, we know they're racist. The man has a whole swastika or a Nazi tattoo on his arm.
Exactly.
Champagne Pete.
What are we expecting for them to say other than other than they agree with it?
That's just hilarious when she asked Tommy Lawrence, so Tommy girl, they said that you racist. You think a racist is going to tell you that they're racist?
Duh.
Their actions show you. Their actions
Yeah.
are showing you with this administration. They don't care about black people. This man literally got up here and said he hates Democrats. Donald, the feeling is mutual. Everybody hates you, baby. And if I were you, you playing around with Iran. Iran is not too happy about what you're doing. You talking about you got a ceasefire deal. Again, like I said, Iran, if you make that move, we will not be mad at it. Black people, and I'm clarifying this, saying this right
1600
here on the
Pennsylvania
camera.
Avenue, Washington, D.C.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The other one that's got the eyeliner too. Make sure you go after him. Because let me tell you something. If you think that he is going to certify these election results, y'all talking about midterms and the 2026, 2028 election. Nobody from the Democratic Party said they was running for president. Nobody said that they was running. And in fact, if there is another election, do you think that J.D. Vance, the vice president, the person who's supposed to be the tiebreaker, the vice president is supposed to certify the general election? Am I correct? Kamala had to do it for Donald Trump. So
Yeah.
what do you think J.D. Vance is going to do? I posted something over the week. What was it? Friday or Thursday? One of the two. Where I said that, okay, where this man literally said that if it was me, if I was Mike Pence, I wouldn't certify the election results.
Yeah.
That's telling you right there.
He sure
What do
did.
you think what do you think he's going to do with the elections in New York? Why they're so against Zoran Mamdani, calling him a what did they call him? I
A
can't remember what
communist.
they called him. Yes,
A
they call him a
communist.
communist. Same language as Adolf Hitler. Same exact dog whistles and language that they are
It's
using
full
as
blown
well
Islamophobia.
too. It's Islamophobia, it's xenophobia, it's the caustic terrorism. And if you go back to the Nuremberg laws proclaimed, Herman recites the preamble to the Nuremberg laws at the Seventh Nazi Party Congress. The laws would define German citizenship by blood and forbade marriages between Germans and Jews. A special session at the Reichstag German parliament enacted the laws, marking an intensification of Nazi measures against Jews. What do you think that Donald Trump is doing right now with amplifying these ICE raids? Not just him, but Stephen Miller saying, we need more, we need more. They got a quota to meet. They're trying to do 3,000. Donald Trump's talking about deporting 1 million people. Now, who do you think these people that he's going to go after next is? They're saying, oh, well, they're coming after black people. They're coming after us. They can deport us. They've been coming us for 400 years. Since this man took out a 5-page spread on the Central Park 5 calling for the death penalty. Since this man sat up here with his casinos and said, I would prefer a short guy with yarmulke to count my money than a black person because blacks are lazy. And you got J.D. Vance out here saying that Donald Trump has done more for blacks. He ain't done a goddamn thing for us than other than grift and peddle shoes and sneakers and NFT playing cards and phones and this platinum plan. Got Ice Cube out here and Roland Martin had to
You have
school
people
him on
who are still
this.
talking about the stimulus from his first
Well, you know,
term.
exactly. You know, he gave us that check. Trump ain't gave you no goddamn check. That was the Dems and Congress. That was Nancy Pelosi them. And he wanted his name on the back of those checks. It's an ego thing for him. If you go and you look at the RNC, when he brought his ass out on stage, he had his names lit up in lights. The only person who should have their name lit up in lights is the Queen. That's Beyonce. That's the only person who should have their name lit up in lights, not Trump. This man is an egomaniac. He is a narcissist. He is a psychopath. He is a madman. And y'all sat up here, the ones on CNN talking about, well, I regret my vote. I voted for Mr. Trump. To the white suburban women out here, we told you your husband didn't have to know you vote.
It's too
You
late
lie
now.
about everything else, but you took your ass right in that voting booth with your husband and you voted
But they say
against your
that all
own.
the time.
And they will do
They
it
say that
again.
all the time, and then they go in there
They will
and vote.
do it again.
They go right in there and pull the lever for the Republicans, and the
Yes,
Republicans
they will do it
nominee for
again.
president. They do that all the time. There's only about
Well,
maybe
I mean,
25 to 30%.
but they voted for Trump, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they like Trump. They felt that Kamala Harris was a worse threat, so they in all these elections is always choosing the lesser of two evils, and so they felt that Donald Trump was going to be better for their interests, but it doesn't
They vote
necessarily
on the
mean that
side of
they
their
like Trump.
whiteness.
What kind of
They
interest?
with the
What
they
side
kind
of
of
their
don't.
interest? He's
whiteness.
a psycho. He's a maniac. He showed.
The interest is bigotry. The interest in the
Yeah.
policies, they say, well, I voted for him
Racism.
What kind of interest?
for his
I mean,
policies.
he showed who he was. Is that
I
is that
voted
what
for
they
him
voted
for the
for?
And
economy.
you know, women are very controlling.
They're controlled by their
women to
husbands.
control what women have to control. Yeah, that's
Yeah, and
it.
then
Because they're controlled by their husband. Because remember, the husband, what it's supposed to be is women's supposed to shut up, submit, do whatever to the man, and that's it. That's basically what their belief is in the Christian church. Basically.
The white man. That's it's patriarchal violence. Jesse
They
Waters
didn't even have another white woman's back when it came to Hillary Clinton. They didn't even
Sure
didn't even have
didn't.
her back.
Oh, it's
So of
the
course they were not going
emails.
to have the back of a black woman.
It's the emails. And well, I don't know her
Still,
policies. I
they're
don't
still
know her
talking
that
about those
well.
emails.
It's the
They're still talking
emails,
about
and it was she had what they say she had dead bodies down in the in the basement or
in her
some shit like
basement.
that.
Yes,
So they were in some
did.
pizza parlor talking about. Somebody came on and said, "Oh, but she has bodies in the dead bodies in the basement." I mean, that party is the most. They're just like Donald Trump. Birds of a feather flock together. They're the most psychotic, neurotic, any other type of otic that goes with that. I mean, just the craziest party, and they spout all these religious views, and they're upstanding
while displaying
they're doing all this damn corruption, fraud, and scams, and then they're sleeping. They're pedophiles. They're sleeping with these damn young boys and girls. They're passing this legislation and shit against gays, lesbians, queers, trans. And then they're actually out here, excuse the expression, fucking the damn. They're probably most likely getting bucked. But
they on grinding for sure. They on grinding for sure. No doubt.
Did y'all hear what Hope Gazelle said about this? Hope Gazelle was basically saying that, because we can talk about Trump, but what is the response from the community? Because they always want to put all the blame on the LGBT community, especially heterosexual black men. But what are they doing? They're supposed to be the leaders of the community. They're supposed to be the real men. They want to scapegoat people like Hope Gazelle, and there's no leadership from them. So all they're going to say is that we need to continue having more black babies. So that's the reason why they have all the smoke for the gays, because two men can't procreate. But they're going to continue pumping more children into the system to be oppressed. So that's the only response you're going to get from black men. You're going to say have more children, and then you're going to whine and cry and talk about this is a dystopian hellhole while doing absolutely nothing to fight against it.
Yes.
So you can see more gays and black women fighting against the system, but where are the straight black men? Where are they?
Boom. 50 Cent, let me get on your ass for a minute. You said you were shot. You said you were shot 9 times. I don't believe that shit, not one single bit. If you ask him about his baby mama, Shamika, one of them two, one of them, whatever her name is, but you want to get out here poking fun at Diddy, not defending Diddy at all, but you're an abuser yourself, 50 Cent. And then Nelly, for you to get up here and say, well, what about her Kamala's white husband? Second Gentleman Doug didn't do anything. Why are you bringing him into it?
Just because she has a white partner, does that absolve her of her blackness?
Right. Like what are the point? What is the point you're trying to make, Nelly? And then come to find out your ass got the same kind of charges that Donald Trump got as well too. Shout outs to Kenny, too raw, too real.
Mm-hmm.
And then your sister died from cancer. These motherfuckers want to cut cancer research funding, cut funding for any sort of medical research in this country to give tax breaks to people like you, Nelly. And your sister died from cancer. And I know she is turning over in her grave at the thought that you would go and perform at
It
this
doesn't
man's
matter.
crypto
It
ball.
doesn't matter. It's greed. It's greed and adjacent to whiteness. They think they're going to be favored when they come for the rest of us. They think that they're going to be favored, and they think that their money and clout is going to save them. But it hasn't saved any black person throughout history. When they start these damn wars and stick the military and shit on them, so it's not going to save them either, because they're eventually going to come for them also.
Absolutely. Once they come,
it's their ass all they want.
Once they come for one of us, they come for all of us. They come. Y'all so focused on the trans and the gays. And homegirl got up here on this panel, on CTV's panel, and said, "Well, I just don't want biological men playing in women's sports." You spouted off the same fucking talking point as
I
the
totally missed
Republicans.
all that.
The commercials, Kamala is for they them. I knew the commercials would hurt Kamala and work against her that Donald Trump has had. Said it is Kamala is for they them. I'm for you. It's always been about the trans people. The trans people are not out here taking your 401k plans. The trans people are not out here with the Supreme Court bought and paid for, the 6 conservative majority, out here trying to end birthright citizenship. The trans people is not out here trying to take food out of people's mouths, out of people's children's mouths, cutting school lunch programs. It's not the trans people. The trans people are not going through these tariff wars and trade wars with other countries. It's not the trans people.
That's smoke
As
and
T.S.
mirrors.
Madison would say, you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
That's smoke and mirrors. That's for one, it's smoke and mirrors to cover up, to keep us distracted so they can do the shit that they're doing now that they really want to do. And the other number 2 is to appease their base, which is the religious right. So they have to give them some crumbs. They got to give them something. So they're going to throw the gays, the queers, the trans are in the bathroom. They're raping. They're molesting your boys and your girls. They're on the track team. They want to be in the they want to play against the women in the Olympics. That's all smoke and mirrors. For one, it's to appease the religious right. They got to give them something. And number 2, it's actually smoke and mirrors. So while we're being distracted by all of this, all of that, they're passing these laws, and writing these bills and passing these laws right up under our nose. And before we know it, the law is passed, and then we're fucking screwed.
F around and find out. And to the MAGA voters out here that are out here saying, well, I don't regret my vote. Some of y'all, when Don Lemon went out here and asked y'all, what do y'all think about the way Trump is doing things? They're just like Harold said, they will take midterms of tomorrow. This is an example. Midterms of tomorrow. They'll take their asses right back in that voting booth and they will vote Republican. Y'all talking about y'all want to vote Democrat now. The time to vote Democrat was November 5th, 2024.
November the 5th.
That was the time for you to vote Democrat. That was the time for you to come together. And now y'all want us to come together. You willing to use black bodies, but you're willing to use it to shield, as a shield for your white supremacy and your white privilege. It's time for y'all to do the work. Black people, we've been doing the work. Y'all have benefited off of the plight of that. And then come to find out, y'all didn't know
they're
that
on their own. They're on their own.
Yeah, the Obamacare Act and the Affordable Care Act were the same thing. Y'all still voted against it. You took away your own health care food out of your children's mouths.
They didn't know it was the same thing. They're stupid.
Kamala wanted better for you. She wanted better for you. Oprah and Gail, y'all were also at Jeff Bezos' wedding as well too. And then come to find out, Target, y'all funded this man's inauguration. Y'all, big corporations are funding this man's inauguration, to go to his presidential library when we know the only book that he's read is Hitler's book. And that's why he's operating the way he's operating. That's the only book he's read. He loves the poorly educated. And he says that, which is why he goes after Harvard University, because you wish you could be as achievable and successful as Michelle Obama and as Barack Obama. You wish you could have that. But Donald, it's not working. We know that your daddy paid your way in. Your daddy handed wealth to you. We know that Barron didn't get accepted into Harvard. You need to let it go, boo. Let it go. Stop attacking universities. But see, Republicans are going to keep continuing to attack nonprofit organizations. They're going to keep going after trying to censor the press, which is why Terry Moran was let go from ABC News, because he critiqued Donald Trump and the ferret-looking motherfucker from the Lord of the Rings, Stephen Miller.
He goes after anybody. He tries to go after. He tries to go after the Democrats, but he really can't. He can go after them, but that's not going to work because that's not his party. But with the Republicans, any of them that challenges him or challenges anything that he says or anything he tries to push through or whatever, or to get legislation written for or whatever, if they challenge any of that, then he goes on the attack, and then his people, his devout supporters or whatever, then they go on the attack of the constituents, if that's what you want to call them. They go on the attack of their elected officials, and their elected officials are scared that they will be unelected, or not be reelected, and then which makes them scared of Donald Trump. So that's why they go and they bow down to him and kiss his ass. So and sit there on national TV and say Donald Trump is perfect and Donald Trump is never wrong. Donald Trump is the greatest, and he never tells a lie. They get on there and they spew this rhetoric.
They drank the Kool-Aid
because they are scared of him, and then they're scared of their constituents attacking them and not reelecting them, because they're just like y'all say, Donald Trump, they're his cult. His constituents are his cult. And then they do the dirty work for Donald Trump. And just like, and they spout all this religious stuff or whatever, and they talk about crime. They talk about the blacks and the Mexicans and stuff creating crimes and killing and doing stuff. But they're the ones who are actually doing all of this bullshit. They're the ones, Donald Trump got up there with his white ass and said he can kill somebody in the middle of 5th Avenue or 6th Avenue, whatever the avenue it was, and nothing would happen to him. And his constituents applauded and laughed, whatever stuff. So he can't. They take that for this bullshit, and then they hide and they cloak behind religion. And then the next thing you know, they're standing up on the White House stairs, doing that fake "Abashu halalamu lagala." Oh God, you're bringing black
Africa.
They're trying to steal that speaking in tongues shit from black folks.
They do. Paula White, Africa.
Yeah. And they don't even want Africans to come over here. Africa. Africans from coming over here, but then they want to steal every damn thing from us.
That's the thing. All they do is steal. They steal our
culture.
They steal what we do. They steal everything else. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because the thing is, because they have no melanin. They need something to tether on. So they use the energy of melanin people to tether. That's what it's all about. They're trying to use our energy so that we can be narcissistic too, just like them. Well, there's actually black people that are like that because they want to be, which is the Republican black people. Don't get me wrong. But they want every black person to be on board.
The jigaboos are out there.
And you can't be gay. This, you can't be that. If you do something, we're going to punish you. All of that.
Mm-hmm. Like we say,
of course.
They
want us to be, because white people were miserable. White people are nothing but miserable red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you give them damn jigaboos a
No,
damn
really,
bag
white
of
people are
cornbread and
miserable
molasses,
wrecks.
and they're gonna
Let
sell our
me
ass
tell
right
you
on down the
something.
river.
They gotta prove that they're not like this instead of being yourself. They can't be themselves because it will kill them. They
They
can't
want to be adjacent to whiteness.
be
they want to be adjacent to whiteness. Not they and it's the thing of it is they don't even
gay.
realize that
They can't be
that they're going to be used by the white. They're going to be used by the white man, to do their
not
dirty
us.
deed, or whatever. But then they're going
That's
to
exactly what
those white people are going to turn on them, just like they did Diamond and Silk and all the rest of them. Eventually, once they're through with you, they're gonna turn on them.
Diamond and Silk, Herman Cain.
Just like Trump didn't give them, all of them sitting around waiting to be a part of his cabinet and stuff. He didn't give them a
Donald
damn
Trump,
thing, and the ones that he did, it was nothing significant.
Donald Trump didn't even go to Herman Cain's funeral. He
Because he didn't give a shit about Herman Cain.
Exactly.
But Herman Cain was the damn fool. They're the damn fools. So yeah, go ahead, use them up, Trump. Use them up, Republicans and stuff, because they're ass kissers. We don't want them. We don't want them. We do not want them. And then when your ass is used up, don't come running back to us like Candace Owens.
And
whining and shit, and stuff, like that. You turned against your own people. Okay, and then you want to come back to our protection, so never. We can defend you. We're not doing that shit. We're not doing that shit.
And then I want to come back about gay people, black people, how black people are doing this and doing that, and we need all this and all that, all this bullshit and all of that, which we it's just crazy. It's like this girl is just out of control and everything else. She's very biased. You know what I mean? Not just black people, everyone that is different than her, anything that's different than her, then it's like non-existent, like it's like disgusting or something. So why are you coming back over here, Candace Owens? Why are you coming over here? And the thing is, she don't even believe in the weather. Like, she don't believe in global warming. She don't believe in all that other stuff. She don't believe in abortion. She don't believe in all that other stuff because it's like religious things or whatever it is. It's against religion, and she's all about the right. She doesn't care about the left. So why is she coming back over here? The thing I want to know is why don't she just stay over there, know what she knows, and try to do something different of another program?
Yeah, they're through with her. They're through with her. They're through with the dirty laundry.
That's what I don't understand.
Okay? They're throwing her out with the trash. So yeah, when they're through with you, then they're through with you. They're through with Candace Owens, and then when they get through with the rest of them, they'll use them as a scapegoat and to say that they're not racist, or whatever. See, we have a black Tim Scott. We have a black Candace Owens or whatever and stuff, but they'll take that little few that they have and use them to try to use it against the black folks, just like they go into the damn black neighborhoods and stuff with their microphones interviewing these damn coons and stuff. What do you think about Donald Trump? And then why did you vote for Donald Trump? And then they use that to say, you see, I'm not a racist, or whatever. They use our black people against us. But then when they're through with them, then the black ones, they want to run back over to us, because we are an accepting people.
Mark Robinson.
People.
No.
Mr. Nude Africa? Oh, yeah. And while we on the subject of Tim Scott, bring your grizzle looking ass over here too, because let me tell you something. You look like a piece of grizzle, but let me tell you something. You got up here and you bragged about this bill. You and Miss Lindsey Graham from my city of South Carolina, someone who from the Carolinas down here. Y'all went around here. That's T.S. Madison would say, tiptoeing in your heels. You tiptoe in your heels, Lindsey, when you were around Donald Trump. Y'all two golf buddies. Now, Tim Scott posted a video saying, oh, this was a success. You were smiling and you were laughing. Let me tell you something to these black conservatives out here thinking that they got your best interests at heart. It's a character on Underground by the name of Cato, fairly light skin. And he was one of the ones who didn't want the other slaves to be free.
Come on,
See,
Stevie.
if
Come on,
I was
Stevie.
Harriet Tubman and you were trying to stop the other people that wanted to be free, I would take your ass clean out. You are a risk. What did Monique tell Charlemagne the God when she went on Breakfast Club? You that one brother. Tim Scott, you that brother. You are that one brother. You and Byron Donalds and the Black Nazi, Mr. Nude Africa, Mark
Mark
Robinson,
Robinson,
y'all
yes.
found out this man is not giving you a cabinet position. There's only one black, maybe two black people in that cabinet, and they are there to do what they're doing. But other than that, as far as Miss Candace Owens is going, y'all can stay over there. Y'all have become the mouthpieces of white supremacy. Y'all have become a part of the oppression that holds other people back. And y'all are black yourself. Y'all are white supremacists and black skin. That's what
Hmm.
y'all are. You do not want other people to be free. So therefore, I got to shuck and jive. I got to give the same points as the white man so that I can fit in. But guess what? You know how they do lynchings back in the day for black people, deep, deep down in the South. They would have your black ass hanging from a tree in no time.
And where
In no time.
And have a picnic while they do
right.
it.
Mhm.
So y'all keep on thinking that Mr. Trump got my best interest. There's so many of them, from Larry Elder to Mark Robinson to Angela Stinking, as CTV would say. Y'all got up here and y'all got on these platforms. Paris Denard, what happened to you? You thought that you could go out here and grab a woman by the pussy at a university, and you found out the hard way that you are not Donald Trump. You are not a rich white man, baby. You can't get away with the shit that he can get away from. Let me tell you something. They will, again, have your black ass hanging from a tree and think less about it later. We got ourselves some good niggers in here. And what did he call Byron Donalds on stage? One of the good ones. That's what
Sure
he
did.
called him. You are willing to be a ass kissing Uncle Tom. Y'all's tongue should be black, all of the shoe polish that y'all done licked off of this man's sweaty shoes. Let me tell you something. Y'all need to stop this foolishness, because the man is not going to let you into his cabinet. He's already got two blacks in the cabinet. Just as what's her name? As Harold just said, Diamond and Silk. One of them passed away. Herman Cain passed away. 99999. With the one of Donald Trump's rallies, and what happened to him the next day? He passed away. Donald Trump
Hmm.
ain't sending no condolences or nothing. The same way he didn't call Governor Tim Walz, we could have had him as vice president. Tim Walz wanted to help
Of
people, and
course he
he was
didn't.
for
Which
school
is,
lunch
He cared.
programs.
but Stevie, it's so ironic because Herman Cain was also a COVID denier, and the fact that
Yeah,
he
He
went to
was,
that rally,
and,
the
and
fact that he
and he
went to that
died from
rally and
COVID.
caught it, yes, and he
Hmm.
caught it, and then he passed away from it, and the Tangerine Man did not come to your funeral. He didn't even attempt to come to your funeral. He didn't even speak on your. I don't even think he spoke on his passing.
Hmm. And who else was a who was denied it? Basically, Donald Trump was denied it. Remember, he caught it too.
Uh huh.
yeah.
But they never confirmed that he caught it, but he absolutely caught it.
You could
Oh
tell
no,
from his nose. He
no,
took
he
his
caught
little
it.
thing off.
They had to put him in the hospital. Remember, they had him secluded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
had him
Uh huh.
secluded, and then he came out once it was over. And then when he was coming out, then he went to the window and started waving at
Yes.
everybody. And then
Yeah.
they
You're
were,
correct.
then
Right.
his
Uh huh.
damn subservient followers was like bowing down and stuff like he was
Uh huh.
God.
Yeah. I forgot about that. You're correct. Yes, that did happen.
He took his mask off. He could barely breathe when he was standing up at that window. Listen, he is 79 years old. You got one foot on the land and another foot on the grave. You are not far from taking a dirt nap, my love. And if you think because you hiding your medical records, you doing all of these things, 6 foot where, 200 pounds athletic built where, he lied about all of that stuff. And now we see your health condition. He is very erratic. Jake Tapper, why are you so focused on Biden's decline instead of focusing on his cognitive decline, his cognitive dissonance? Why are you not calling that out? Because y'all are scared. And guess what? What happens? It always comes back to bite you right on the ass. Because guess what? The man is wanting to go after CNN. He's wanting to go after any network who even gives critique or say, Mr. Trump, that's not true. He or push back anything. What and I don't agree with this man politically, but John McCain warned that he would go after journalists. And what is he doing right now? What did Kamala say on the campaign trail? That he would lock up and jail journalists. What did we see during the No Kings protests? Journalists being shot with what? Rubber bullets.
Mm-hmm.
One had to get emergency surgery. That's how serious it is. This man doesn't like people who push back and tell the truth to him or fact check him. Republicans do not like being fact checked. And if anything else, fact check them to their face. As we seen with Brett Baier when he said, "Sir, that is not true. You did not win this election." I don't agree with Brett Baier either. Because see, the questions for Kamala called you out right there in that interview. And she said, no, that's not the clip that you just showed. Show the clip of him saying that the enemy within. Show the real clip. But Fox News, y'all in the middle of some deep shit too. Gavin Newsom just sued y'all as well also. And that's the only person who I could see as a 2028 presidential frontrunner. Since y'all want a man, you don't want a woman to run the country. I think Gavin Newsom would be great because he's standing up to you.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to deploy the Marines into blue cities. Ron DeSantis took a page from the playbook and said, "Hey, I want to do it too. I'm going to deploy some Marines into Florida as well."
And to regulate alligator Alcatraz. They deployed the Marines to they're deploying the Marines to round up people in Florida, immigrants in Florida, to ship them to alligator Alcatraz.
Why don't we start with you first, Trump? You can be the test subject. Kristi Noem, with your Barbie doll looking ass, you ICE agent, you cosplayer, you puppy killer, you can go in there too. Ron DeSantis, you can go in there too also as well too. All of y'all, it's time to eat the rich. Y'all want them to eat and unalive black people and people of color. Y'all have a sick fascination at that. But if y'all think that y'all can come up in here and intimidate and beat us into submission, y'all got another thing coming.
I'm gonna go ahead and play this next video here, and we talked about it a little bit. We can sound off on it a little more. I'm gonna play this one, and as soon as I play this one, I'm gonna go right into our next one because it's only like about maybe 5 seconds or something. But I'm gonna play this, and I'll go right into that, and then we can sound off again.
I know it's getting Frankie. What the hell? God took my pills.
Wait, hold up. Let me get this straight, ICE Brigade. You guys went to go do your ICE raid and collect a bunch of Haitians. And you stepped into a neighborhood and you saw this flag. You saw this flag. You see that flag? You saw that flag. And you thought your ass was about to get you thought your ass was about to get fucked up? Are you serious? Do you know what Haitians mean to that flag? Do you know what Haiti means to Pan-African? All I got to say is, listen, I don't know if it was you saw black people on the internet talking shit saying you thought it was about to be division, but if you walk in the neighborhood and you see that flag, okay, that's the whole diaspora coming at your ass, okay? Please understand that when you see that, as soon as you see that shit in any location and you think you're about to bring your little ice shit, heat melt ice. And you know how hot the diaspora is connected to the continent, okay? Listen, I've not checked the verification of this video, but watching that shit gave me life. It gave me fucking life because the way that they manhandled y'all motherfuckers show everybody y'all ain't really shit. Y'all ain't really shit. No ice, y'all ain't shit. And I can talk my shit now because I got my citizenship. So I'm gonna talk my shit now about how y'all was following me for 20 fucking years. Couldn't catch me. Now your ass getting red in the street. Now your ass getting fucked up in the streets. And that is on true collective unity, okay? Because I promise you, the first slang from a Haitian on that block was the for real kumbaya, the real call to the black collective on that block from the continent and diaspora to come and mollywop your asses in the street. Please understand, ICE, when you see that fucking flag, understand the block is hot. Understand the block is hot. The block is hot, hot, hot. And you know what heat do to ICE. Okay? Okay, y'all have a great day.
Don't get to talk about what's illegal when you voted for a ballot. You voted for a ballot. Voted for a. You don't get to talk about what's illegal when you voted for a ballot. Voted for a ballot. Voted for a ballot. You don't get to talk about.
Yeah, I thought I'd throw that little tidbit in there too, but I have to drop Oh, okay. Okay, Harold. He's out rejoin the panel as soon as. All right, Harold. Go ahead. Who wants to sound off?
Perfect. Love it so much. This is what I was saying. The black diaspora runs deep. I mean, we go all the way back to Kenya, all the way back to the Congo. And if you're thinking that you're going to snatch up black Americans and deport us, where? Where are you going to deport us to? Where are you going to deport black Americans to? Please let us know. It will be time to squabble up, literally. It will be a riot in the streets because you ain't deporting no black people. We built this country. Our ancestors built this country. Our lineage, our history runs deep. And now you got these white supremacists, these traitors, these treasonists, these insurrectionists. Because he said that he wants to put insurrectionists now as some of the ICE hearing judges. That's what Donald Trump wants to do. Keep in mind, he pardoned 1,500 of them. No, 1,600, if I'm not mistaken. 1,600 that were in on the insurrection on January 6, 2021. That's a number that he keeps running from. And you want to investigate the 2020 election. How about we look into the 2024 election? Because Elon Musk said the quiet part out loud. I was telling Alvin this early before we came on. You said the quiet part out loud. If it wasn't for me, Democrats would have the House, they would have the Senate, they would have everything. But see, if it was for me, that's why you're in the position that you're in right now. And you're talking about creating another party. Independent party or third party will not work. It is a two-party system. Either you're a Republican or you're a Democrat. Mm-hmm. Which one? Take your pick, Elon, but you're also complicit in this. You're not off the hook. Give us our data and shit back, please. Mm-hmm. You and Big Balls, because we know Big Balls is back with Doge. Yeah.
And you know what?
And now Donald Trump wants to... Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So with Steve Bannon, I think what he's alluding to is that those voting machines of Elon Musk were rigged. Because when you read what he, you know, because him and Elon Musk are going tit for tat with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it's like, so it says Elon Musk and MAGA podcaster Steve Bannon renewed the long-running hostilities on Friday as they each warned the other of dire legal consequences. Elon Musk predicts prison for a long time for key Trump insider Steve Bannon. To add insult to injury, Musk said the fat drunken slob called Bannon will go back to prison, and this time for a long time, Musk predicted. He has a lifetime of crime to pay for.
Wow.
Okay. Bannon comes back with his tat, you know, and he says, so Bannon returned fire and said, a non-American, you see how he's pulling that damn illegal aid, you know, like as if he's illegal, he's pulling that illegal immigration card. But he says Bannon returned
He's a white supremacist.
A non-American starting an American party. No, brother, you're not an American. You're a South African. And if we take enough time and prove the facts of that, you should be deported because of the crime of which you did, among many. Say good riddance to both of them. That's very telling right there when he says, and if we take enough time and prove the facts of that, okay, you should be deported because of the crime of which you did. What crime is that? What crime is that? That he rigged those voting machines for Trump. That's my. You can say it's a conspiracy. People can say it's a conspiracy theory.
It was rigged.
But I believe that's what Bannon is talking about. I do believe that's what Bannon is talking about. And if it's ever found out, which
he spiked the votes. He actually spiked
about it because they didn't do shit about Trump. I mean, they didn't do shit about Bush. You know, when they said when the election was rigged with Bush, you know, with him and Gore, They didn't do shit about it. It went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in Bush's favor. Okay, but then same thing was here. Even though the election was rigged, when it gets to the Supreme Court, we don't have the Supreme Court on our side. So they're going to side with the guy who's in their party. Okay. And there's not going to be shit we can do about it anyway. But that election was rigged. The judges and all of them, just like what they're talking about with this, with all of this stuff about what the Supreme Court just passed, that Trump can, you can't sue him or take him to court or whatever. And by the time it gets to the Supreme Court and shit, it'll be years later that anything can be done about it. So the same stuff would happen. But yeah, I think that's what Bannon was talking about.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sean. Hey, K2. Hey, Kenneth.
Can I screen share this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What's up, Kenneth? What's going on? Can I screen share this of what I asked a question on Blue Sister so you can watch it?
Can you screen? Yeah, you know how to do it?
Yeah, all I got to do is go to present, and then all I need to do is share screen, and then all I need to do is just, press share screen right here. Big beautiful build. This one.
Yeah, go ahead and share it. You know how to go down to.
Oh, perfect. Present. Yep. Ready.
To present, and then hit. You got it, Deshaun?
Yeah, you guys got it?
Let me see. No, I don't have it in my thing, but you know how to take it. You know how to go down here and present from your screen. Go over to my. You can take your. You should be able to go down to present down here on my screen. Do you see present down here? Can you see me what I'm doing here when I click on present? Can you see that? Deshaun. Is he there, Miss Stevie? Hello?
Hold on.
Oh, here you go.
Present, though. He said present.
Okay, there you go. You got it.
You see it now?
Okay. Yeah, we see it. Go ahead and hit play.
Okay. Let me just back up a
How long is it? Deshaun, how long is it?
It's very long. It's like an hour, but I'm not gonna.
They are.
It's not gonna.
What? I can't hear you. How long are you gonna play? I can't. You got to come back in. You cut out. I couldn't hear you. Or type it in the chat so I can see. Huh?
It's very long. It's like an hour long.
Nation people. Is
don't play it for an hour.
ICE going to continue to rally up?
It's not playing.
For some reason, Haitians a lot under the devil.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this. You know what? She was saying that something, she's basically saying that the Haitian people and the Mexican people are under the devil, which means they're going to get kicked out of the United States. So that means that the cards are saying yes, but it won't last because it's going to phase out. That's basically what she's saying. It won't last long on the Haitian side.
Okay. Oh, so she's reading her cards, and she's saying, "Oh, okay, all right." Can you go down and take it
Yeah.
down? Just click on share screen.
And I asked
Huh?
that question to her. What's happening to the
Okay, hold on a second here.
Okay, did it
Okay.
did it go down?
Yeah,
Is it off?
there. Yeah, it's off. There you go. So go on and what? Say more. What she was saying?
Yeah. She's saying that people will be forced to leave, and yes, if the card was saying that had that it's like a blue with these sticks on them, it means yes, they are going to rally up and get the Haitians out of the United States back to Haiti. But she's saying that it won't last too long.
Well, but so if it won't last too long, though, they're going to rise up and take. So they're talking about the ones that they think that are here illegally, or they're talking about all the Haitians that are here. Is she talking about all of them, or is she talking about the ones who they think are here illegally? Because a lot of times they think these immigrants are here illegally, and they're not illegally. But it doesn't matter because they're deporting them whether they're here illegally or whether they're here legally.
Doesn't matter.
They're deporting American citizens.
It doesn't matter.
Have their citizenship.
Right.
And so she's saying
exactly. But you know,
once they get them out of here, they're not coming back. They're not going to let them back in. So how is she saying that it's not going to last for long?
They're not, because there was another card that she brought up, and Donald Trump will say, okay, but it's too many. There's too many Haitians. There's too many Mexicans. There's too many. Like, it's too many. That's what the courts are saying. That's what Donald Trump is saying. Like, it's just too many of them. Yeah. You came in, but we're kicking you out. Like, that's it. There's too many.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
What we're seeing right now is what's called the ethnic cleanse. And if you go all the way back in Germany in the 1930s with Hitler, it was the same exact thing. They deported Jewish people out of the country. Deported Jewish people, put them in internment camps and concentration camps. If you think about it, the chambers, the Holocaust, it happened. It's there. Donald Trump is pulling from that straight same playbook. So what we're seeing right now is the ethnic cleanse, or the purging of anything that doesn't look like they do, that doesn't pray like they do, that doesn't think the way they do, that doesn't love the way they do. And there's nothing Christian about it. But y'all will wrap that up in an American flag and use the Bible as well too, and thump that shit and beat that shit into people's heads. When y'all don't even live by some of the same values and beliefs that y'all are wanting people to live by. You don't even live none by yourself. And then y'all get caught up in these scandals. You're mad because you can't live your truth. Y'all get caught up in these scandals. You get and it comes out. It's not the gays. I said it once and I'll say it twice. It's almost like in Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas playing over and over again. Over and over again. It is the same exact thing. Every time Christmas comes around, that song, that is the number one song, and it will pop up. That's what we're going through with Republicans and everybody else who says, oh, it's the trans. Maybe it's the trans. Candace Owens, trans people, we should be the last of your worries, the last of your concerns, sis. I think you should go get your edge perm. That's what I think you need to go do instead of worrying about trans people. And to any biological women who are out here coming at T.S. Madison because you're threatened by her presence. You don't get to gatekeep men. I'm going to touch on that as well, too, because I hope the sister that was on CTV's panel, I hope these bullets fly and they touch and agree with your spirit. Because you got up there on some ally shit. You said you were an ally. And it's like, okay, cool. Boom. when you opened your mouth and you spoke and you said what you said, you don't want biological men playing in sports. And then come to find out, Marcy Kaptur did a commercial. She is a Republican. She did a commercial talking about biological men playing in women's sports. Now, when you see me and T.S. Madison, do we show up as men? Do we use the men's restroom? Absolutely the fuck not. We Hope Giselle, when you see Hope or Amaya Scott or Angelica,
don't
you
look
see
nothing
any
like
of
men
us.
anyway. You don't
We
look nothing like men anyway. So
we
I don't even know what
why
you don't look nothing
so
like a man.
so what, homegirl, what are you
All I
talking
see is a
about?
woman. I see a woman.
Biological men playing in women's sports. And why are we still talking about the Nene Leakes and T.S. Madison podcast when we got a whole fucking shark to fry? This man is ending our rights as we're arguing over this shit. And Hope Giselle said that in her video as Black Anarchist Podcast just stated on this panel. Y'all are worried about the wrong stuff. Who's sleeping with who? Who's getting all the straight brothers? Who's this, that, and the third? That shouldn't even be a problem.
I read one of the comments down there because I watched it too, and so when she said the goddamn, I knew it was going to go left the minute she came up, said she was an ally, whatever. But the minute she said, and then you goddamn LGBTQ, I knew then she was no different than a lot of those other Black women who be down in these comments and stuff and and spewing this damn hateful, this hateful rhetoric that they spew. It's the same shit over and over again. You're a man, don't call me cis. I'm a real woman. I'm a bio woman and stuff. No, here's the actual truth. We're all bio. We were born, so we're all biological. You are a female. You're not a biological. You're not a biological woman. Because woman and man is women and men is a made up construct. Okay, the biological scientific term is female and male. Everything else is made up. So, you're a female, but we're all biological. We are all biologically born. So, get rid of that whole shit of, I'm a real woman. I'm a bio woman. I'm, what, or whatever the other terms that they use. No, you're a female, okay? Trans women, they don't even really have to call you. They really don't have to call themselves trans. They just do that to appease straight heterosexual women, because they really can just say, I'm a woman, because in life, you are, y'all are women, okay? You're biological women, okay? Because you were born, okay? You might not be a female, but you're a woman. And we need to quit appeasing them when they say this shit. And we keep doing it to appease them. They get in these comments and they say every type of hateful shit they want to say about gay people, about gay guys, about about trans women, whatever. They say stuff and then they expect us to accept it. But the minute we call them cis or fish or anything, like that, then they get highly upset and don't want to accept. I'm not no cis. They get highly upset, but they can say whatever they want to say. And it's not all of them, because there are some true allies out there. It's not all, It's not women. I mean, it's not all females, it's not all females that do that, but it's enough of them that do that. And they get on our platforms, they get down in there and they get in these comments and they make the most hateful stuff, but then they get upset, when somebody calls them cis, or whatever. The truth of the matter is, like one of the comments I had read down there where the woman was saying, well, what we bio women really are afraid of is that the trans women are going to take all of our men. They can't take all of your men. Okay, sometimes y'all just sound so damn foolish. You know what I mean? Just so simple-minded. Sometimes you just sound so simple-minded. they can't take all of your men. It's not possible. And then you can't take something that you don't already have anyway. You know, they can't take the man if the man ain't going after the trans. It doesn't matter how much the trans pushes up on the man. If he doesn't want the trans, they can't take them. Just like you can't, the women can't, the females can't take them either if the man ain't pushing up on them and don't want them. You can't take something unless you take it by force. But other than that, you just can't take. You can't go out there and take what So some of the comments, and just like what you're saying with that lady, just some of the rhetoric she kept spewing, and she would not accept. She would not accept it. She would not accept it. And she just was so sure that she has never been cheated on, when probably, she must be the special thing sent from heaven then with a gold pussy or something. I don't know if she was never cheated on, because most of us in this world, if whether we were dating, in a relationship, married, or whatever, most of us have been cheated on. Okay, and sometimes more than once or twice. So for her to say that and she's just so sure, and then she went into that whole thing that she can tell when she always knows when a trans woman is a man. She buys it.
They want us.
Those stereotypes and those tropes that are not true. But go ahead. I done ran it enough.
No, it's the truth. They want us to identify as men, and that's what Deshaun and Harold was saying. It's not going to happen because we don't navigate the world that way. When I walk out, when I come on the show, I don't even have to be in hair and makeup. It gives woman. And it's not about that. Gender is a social construct.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get to gatekeep who dates the men, who gets to have all the men, who's this, that, and the third. You worried about the wrong things, sis. If he gonna be trans attracted or like men, let him like who he likes. And I said this the last time on the panel. You don't get to gatekeep who dates who. You're worried about the wrong thing. And we're not trying to take your womanhood or your essence from you.
I'm so
Black
sorry.
women are the blueprint. We get it. Queer people, we
It's
are
the
also the
connection.
blueprint.
What did you say, Deshaun? But women, it mainly spews out of Black women.
Okay, there's something going on with the connection.
I'm not letting white women off
the delay. There's too much delay going on. I don't know what's going on with the connection to the computer.
But it's mainly Black
something
women
is going on. There's a delay here.
And then Black women, they can be very misogynistic themselves. They talk about men being misogynistic, which men are, because men aren't off the hook either. But women can be misogynistic too. Females, they can be misogynistic also when they are spewing this hateful rhetoric against the trans women. They can be very misogynistic also. Just like trans can be misogynistic against other trans and stuff too. So it ain't just men who can be misogynistic. Women can be, females can be misogynistic against each other also. Deshaun, you saying something's wrong with your connection? Go ahead, Miss C.
Try to jump out and then come back in and see if that'll work.
Yeah. Maybe
There's something going on. There's a really bad delay.
Maybe they're spying on us and they got our.
Let me just.
They watching hay of us. They already watching all of us. Hey Donald, you PAB punk pussy ass bitch. We know you're watching. We know you're watching. You too, Pam Bondi. Please come on and try to call for a warrant for all of our arrests. We waiting on it, sister. I got something I could recommend for those bags under your eyes, but I can give you a permanent black one if you try to come for me, sweetheart. So we know you watching, Donald. We're not afraid of you. We're not afraid of none of y'all.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm let me go here to my next video here, and then we're almost through here. Let's see. Yeah, we got it through. Kate Tooks is our last one, and I'm gonna let you sound off on that because you already went off on it a little bit. So, but I'm gonna go here with this one, and then we'll sound off. Deshaun said he'll be back. He's camming up. Something was wrong with his phone. It kept going in and out. So he said he's camming up and he'll be right back. And Harold said he'll be back. He had to run an errand and he'll be back. So go ahead, Miss Stevie. So what do you think about this? Where there may not be a because they keep saying that as soon as the midterms get here, they said the people are so mad and the people are so upset that when the midterms get here that the people are going to come out and they're going to vote the Republicans out. They think they're pretty sure they'll vote them out of the House, but then and possibly the Senate. But if the shit is rigged, then it ain't going to matter whether we vote tenfold in the elections. If it's rigged, we're going to be back in the same boat that we're in now with the presidential election. It really won't be a valid, real election. It'll be like we're in Russia or South Korea.
Boom. That's exactly what I was about to say, where it's like it's rigged because Elon Musk used his system Starlink. He used his power, his wealth, and he did this. And he literally bought a president. So it will be just like Russia. And Danielle Moody from Mary Trump Media, she said that on her channel. Midterms, the next election, you can kiss that goodbye. If you think that JD Vance is going to certify the election results in the 2026 election, general election, midterms, he can't do that. If they win, they win. If Dems win, if they take back the House, like Harold said a few minutes ago, they will always vote Republican. I don't know what it is about the Republican Party, but white people will always vote for that because they do not like other groups to have. We got to have, and they will fight like hell to preserve white privilege, to preserve white supremacy. We know the real true history of this country, and they will vote for it to vote. Not telling anybody what to do. Do not take my advice as far as voting. Do what you're going to do. But I don't even think I'm going to be voting in this next election because at this point, we know what's going to happen. It's always going to be a Republican that is going to win. They already got their game plan lined up for what they're going to do. And that is, they are going to blame Democrats for this big monster bill. There is nothing beautiful about it. So we can take the beautiful part out. I told you who's beautiful. Janet Jackson is beautiful. And if you know, you need to go look at that Vibe cover. But there's nothing beautiful about this bill. This bill just gave this man power to cancel and delay elections. And LA, Los Angeles, what he's doing in LA by deploying these ICE agents and National Guard and Marines, unnecessary, using our hard-earned tax-paying dollars in a blue state on Americans on American soil. That is a testing ground, January 6th, for what he would do when it comes time for the next Democratic person to be sworn in office. And do you think that JD Vance would certify the election results? No, he would not. And he made it very clear that he would not. If he was Mike Pence, he would not do the right thing. So that's telling you right there, Republicans, every accusation from a Republican is a confession. Please keep in mind that. Please keep in mind that. He is Project 2025's darling. A lot of people seem to keep forgetting that he also wrote the foreword for Project 2025. So he is deeply embedded with the Heritage Foundation. You got Russ Vought, who is now over Doge, Department of Government Agents Efficiency, or whatever it is, that is now in Elon Musk's position. He is one of the architects behind Project 2025. And then you've got Stephen Miller as well too, Kevin Roberts, all of them that are architects behind Project 2025. That big beautiful bill is Project 2025. Let me not say it because there's nothing beautiful about it. This big ugly bill that they passed granted this man more power, and you see him brag about it yesterday on the 4th. The 4th of July was canceled. We didn't celebrate that. We celebrate Juneteenth because there was nothing independent, and Black people have never been independent in this country. Because let me tell you something. A budget of 170 billion for immigration and compared to a budget for the U.S. Army means that the biggest secret police in the world. Boom. Exactly, Brett. I see it. Yes, this will make the biggest funding for ICE agents to go and do what they would do because ICE was going broke at one point. Yeah, while they were doing these raids, ICE was going broke. Now they just got the biggest wealth transfer there is in the world, like the military. Like he had his little wannabe Nazi parade, wannabe dictator parade. It didn't go the way he wanted it to go. So he was mad at Pete Hegseth. That's why he was looking away at Pete Hegseth with Champagne Pete, Mr. Two Bottles Pete. He was mad at him because he didn't get the military parade he wanted. And if some of y'all are out here serving in the military, uphold your oath, uphold the Constitution and the rule of law if you care about the promise of America. But America has never been great for any one of us as Black people here on this panel, and it's never been great for any person of color in this country. It will always show you who it is. And as Dulce Sloan, the comedian, she said, America has been built as a business for rich white men. He is running this thing like it is Mar-a-Lago. He is running this thing like it is Trump Towers. He is running this thing like it is one of his casinos. And it is up to the people. It is up to us to clean up this mess. As much as we want to sit out and sit back and rest and stuff, it's up to us to clean up the mess that this man has caused. And as expected, anytime a Republican gets in office, they make a disaster, they make a mess, and it's up to the Democrats to clean it up. So when the next Democrats win the election, if, like Alvin said, I don't have faith, so I don't even think I'll be voting in the next election. But anybody else, do what you want to do. I'm not encouraging y'all, don't sit out. This is just for me personally. I don't think I should sit out, but we'll just see what happens. Because I've always made the promise to vote right in every election. I voted for Biden. I voted for Kamala. I educated people on Kamala. So did many of us up here on this panel. We educated y'all on Kamala. Not Kamala, but Donald Trump. We educated you, telling you that everything that this man would do is wrapped up in Project 2025. But you know what people did? You know what they did? Oh, he's not going to do that. He's not going to do this. And what happened? Look where we are currently right now. This is where we are. This is where we are in the state of America. This man is not leaving. And if y'all are thinking that there's going to be another election and that it's going to be free and fair, no. Like Alvin said, where it's at in Russia, where you got to vote, and every time you vote for somebody, it goes to the main dictator, and that is Putin, that is Kim Jong-un, and they will always win by 46-2, if I'm not mistaken. Federal courts definitely are destroyed by the injunction. They have no say-so in what Donald Trump does. They can't stop him because the Supreme Court ruled on that. Anytime he gets in a bind, he runs right to the Supreme Court that is now in his power, bought and paid for. The 6th majority conservative ruling.
And you know what, Brett? I actually think that most people know where we're at. It's just that they don't care. You know, they're going by with their carefree lives. Some of them still think that it's not going to affect them until it does affect them. But I think that they do know, now so they might not understand because we do have a lot of ignorant, uneducated people in this country. And some of them may not be uneducated, but they're still ignorant. And there's some of them that don't want to go out and do the research or take in what people are telling them that's happening, which puts them back in the ignorant category. So, but I do think that most people know what's happening, and some of them, I think they understand what's happening, and they just don't give a damn, because they think it's not going to happen to them, But and you're right, the federal courts are destroyed. Basically our whole Congress is destroyed, because they're kind of they're kind of powerless themselves, you know, especially on the Democratic side, but they're powerless themselves. And then the Republicans are such cowards, you know, they're such toilet paper asswipes for Donald Trump, you know, that they're going to do whatever he says, even though it's harmful. Just like a lot of the Republicans didn't even know what was in the bill. They came out and said they don't care what was in the bill. They're just going to support, you know, they're going to support their king. They're going to support Donald Trump no matter what he says or does. They even said that they did not read the bill. Didn't Marjorie, what was her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene, she got right up there and said she didn't know. Oh, I didn't know that was in there. I didn't know this was in there. No, I didn't read it. But then but every single one of them go out and still vote for it. And some of them will say, oh, I don't like what's in there. I don't like this. You know, Lisa Murkowski, you know, Susan Collins, you know, they pull that same bullshit every time, you know, during their elections. They'll say, oh, my state, and I want this, you know, and this is wrong, and this is so and so. But then they still, in the end, go back and they vote, you know, for the Republicans. There was only 2 Republicans that voted against this bill, you know, and then, but all the rest of them, the ones who got up there and they were speaking against it, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, the ones who were saying this is bad, this is so and so, but they still voted for it, and they didn't get all what they wanted. They didn't get shit. They didn't get that much stuff changed in the bill to make them, you know, go and do a yes vote. You know, they were always going to go and vote for this bill. They were just playing lip service to the American people, you know, who know that this shit is wrong.
Exactly.
He says election security is the next target. They are going to make our elections secure. I bet money that's the target. Threatening the New York mayor is classic fascism. Correct.
Yep.
You know, they're not going to they've never been able to make the election secure. They're the ones who make it unsecure, you know, with their voter suppression, rigging the election, rigging the booths, the voting booths and stuff, you know, turning people away at the election sites, refusing people's IDs and stuff. They're, you know, out there intimidating people at the voting booths and stuff, you know, like that. They're the ones who make the elections unsecure.
Exactly. Voter disenfranchisement, voter suppression, gerrymandering, all of these things. That's what it's about. The SAVE Act, I'm pretty sure everybody's heard about that, would indefinitely, it sure will directly impact people who are in rural and red states like myself and Harold. I'm in the red state of South Carolina. We haven't had anything blue down here except for Bakari Sellers, Jamie Harrison, Justin Bamberg, Brad Hutto, where I'm at in my district, where I'm at. But everything else is red. You got Nancy Mace, Tim Scott, and Miss Lindsey Graham. That's who's representing us.
Mm-hmm.
And they go out here, they are Trump loyalists. This man just threatened to lock up Zoran Mamdani and called him, as Deshaun said, a communist. These are dog whistle politics, and Donald Trump is notorious for doing that. When he refused to condemn them in Charlottesville, when he said that there are very fine people on both sides, he refused. You got white nationalists, white supremacists, white extremists, and terrorists out here emboldened. The KKK don't need to really come out. Guess where they are? They're in ICE gear. That's his new secret police. The same way Hitler had Gestapo officers, let's call ICE what it is. ICE is Gestapo officers. That's what they are. ICE is helping, and now they're going to be ramped up at turbo speed. Election security? Yes, election security, all right. The same way he cried about how the 2020 election was stolen from him. And what did that do? That sparked off some shit, and them crazy ass lunatics went and stormed the Capitol on January 6th, smeared shit and urine all over the place. Got in then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, went to her home, attacked her husband Paul Pelosi with a hammer. So the political violence, Donald Trump is doing nothing but fanning the flames of it. And then just recently, 2 Democratic leaders unalived, the others in critical condition. That's what we're doing. But they want us to turn down the rhetoric. I'm done being peaceful. I'm ready to throw hands and stilettos and shoes and bottles like Cardi B and Nicki Minaj at the Harper's Bazaar event. I will gladly walk off. Y'all seen that picture of Cardi with that knot on her head? That would be me. I would gladly walk away with that knot on the top of my head. I'm ready to scrap. I'm done being peaceful. Because, see, being peaceful when y'all are wanting violence against us, it's not going to help. It's battle time now. And Donald Trump is doing nothing but fanning the flames in this country. He is stalking division. And he's managed to do it already. Divide and conquer, as Hope Giselle said in her latest video that Bubs played. They're doing nothing but dividing and conquering. And with this bill, when they're going to blame Democrats, the cult members will still be there. There needs to be somebody that needs to deprogram these people who support Donald Trump and who are loyal to him, his cult members. They don't wear brown shirts. They're wearing red hats. They're painting their face like the American flag. They're draped from head to toe in American flag gear, as I seen yesterday when I was out. I ran to the store with my mom and I seen a woman with the 4th of July. She had on earrings and a tank top. They get on their gear. Telling you. That guy that yelled, yeah, you're talking about Enrique Tarvio, Brett. Yeah.
Yeah.
ICE, they're working with DHS. They're working with Kristi Noem, Ice Barbie. Or she's like it's an episode of Charlie's Angels. One sec.
It was so many of them out there yelling and storming the Capitol and yelling, "Kill the cops! You know, kill the senators! Kill." They were talking about kill whatever his name was.
Mike Pence. Yep.
Mike Pence, and hang Mike Pence, and kill the Democrat. It was, and then this evil, satanistic man pardoned them. I mean, people, did that not tell you what we're in for? I mean, he pardoned these crazy, maniacal people. Does that not tell you what the hell this country is in for? We are definitely the declining empire. We are definitely that. And they don't care whether they're going to stick these guards on us. They don't care what they're going to have to do. Call in the military. It probably won't be the military we're used to. It's going to be the military that he puts in, to take, because a lot of the military guys and women and men are not for this shit. But he's going to take them out, and he'll bring in, the ones these damn January 6th rioters and others, and those military, those white supremacists that are in the military, who want to carry out his orders. That's what they're going to bring in to drop bombs and shit on all of us. When we do come out in even bigger masses now and protest, and here's the thing. What if we had stormed the Capitol? Okay. What if we had stormed the Capitol? Just say, and I agree with you. When you talk about social, because capitalism definitely has not worked. Trickle down economics has definitely not worked. I mean, it would be nice if it was an even balance, capitalism and socialism. But the capitalism, the greed is so much out there. We need more socialism in this country. We would probably be better off if we had more social programs to help people instead of taking shit away from people like the Democrat. I mean, like the Republicans. The Democrats. We all the way back to FDR. So us Democrats was the ones who implemented these social programs to help the poor, to help the old, to help the workers, to help the sick, to help people. And then the Republicans get in office and they get in and they always want to take these laws away from people. They want to take, and then give to the rich and wealthy. And I just, for the life of me, can't understand how poor people and middle class people don't see this. They don't see this, and then they still go out there and they'll go vote for these Republicans that are taking their rights away, that are taking their social programs away, the shit that they need to survive. They're taking their food stamps away. They're in there to take their social, to limit their social security, and privatize it. They want to take their health care away. They want to take their Medicaid and stuff away, stuff that people need to survive on. And they're right. People are going to die because the Republicans are going to take this shit away. And then they're going to take away your rights as citizens to live and be who you want to live and be freely. The rights that we have fought so hard for, civil rights, LGBTQIA rights, women rights, minority rights, shit that we have fought for, and then we got the legislation passed for, a lot of that. Now that shit is going to be reversed and taken away, and we will be ruled over by a pathological dictator, and we'll be living in a pathocracy.
Exactly. And as an autocracy, to be honest, as well too. An autocracy.
We're definitely in an autocracy, but we're ruled over by a damn pathological, narcissistic, overt, covert, maniacal narcissists. And the Republican Party and the people who are voted for them, they're pathological also, which puts us into a pathocracy, autocracy. You know what I'm saying? Because we're ruled over by a pathological dictator.
He is a psychopath. That he is. The man forgets where he's at half of the time. When he was in Arizona, Did y'all see the clip? Brian Tyler Cohen posted that. When he was in Arizona, what did he call them? Azurasians. It's Arizonians, not Azurasians, Donald. You forget where you're at half of the time. You ask him a question about who led what, they don't even know. Half of this administration is unqualified. They're not educated. He loves the poorly educated. And as for people that are in the rural red states, that are in my red state, like South Carolina, they've always been prejudiced down here. They've always been racist down here. It's been down here. You can go back in time to the Stono Rebellion. And these people, like Harold just said, they will go back into the voting booth and they will vote against their own interests. You just voted to take away health care. One gentleman connected, the thing to his nose and everything, like, I'll die. I only get $800 a month, this, that, and the third. Well, Kamala wanted to increase it. She wanted to extend Medicaid and Medicare. Medicaid is rare. Now, I'm scrambling over here trying to look for a plan. I can't get Medicare until I'm maybe about my grandmother's age. My grandmother's 80. I might not be able to get that until 80 years old. I'm 31. So I have to wait to apply for that. Me and Harold and Keon and Bubs as well, to all of us, we're all in states where we have Republican leaders who are loyalists to Donald Trump, who have bent the knee to him, especially Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is Donald Trump's golf buddy. I mean, this fool literally went up on Fox News and was crying about him being indicted. Like, why? Why were you crying about that? You do the crime, you do the time. But obviously, this man can unalive somebody on Fifth Avenue, as he said, and he can get away with it. There will be no accountability for Donald Trump, and he will happily go to his grave smiling because there's nobody there to hold him accountable. And the Supreme Court, you made the dumbest decision in the world to give this man absolute total immunity from crimes committed. There's been so much he has done the first 100 days that he's been in office. That would be an impeachable offense for any president. Let Obama said it best. If this would have been me doing all of this stuff, they would have had my ass thrown up under the jail. And he's right. We don't get the same luxuries as a white person in this country. Todd Chrisley even said it. He pardoned him. And hell, Todd Chrisley even said it. They were just recently talking about it on this podcast. We don't get the luxuries of a white person. We can't use our tears or our privilege and benefit from it. A white woman can get up there and cry on the stand and use her privilege, and automatically she gets a pat on the wrist. But let this be a black person who was out here selling candy. They're facing years in prison. The pipeline, as Bubs always says. We got black men and women who are incarcerated. And now you got Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, who is facing up to 17 years for a crime she didn't commit. But notice that it's women that are facing the harsher punishments. Adam Padilla got out. He was arrested, handcuffed. We've seen the video, and I was pissed off at that. Then you've got Ross Baraka, the mayor. He got out. These two women, the judge in Wisconsin, the federal judge in Wisconsin, she got arrested and prosecuted. Until LaMonica McIver, a woman, a black woman, she's facing up to 17 years. Talking about she assaulted one of the ICE agents. That's not true. See, they do stuff like that under fascism, under an authoritarianism rule. They make up charges on you for crimes you didn't commit. Kilmar, Mr. Abrego, is suing this administration, and rightfully so. This man lost 31 pounds when he was detained in that ICE facility. Missed Father's Day with his family. Some of these people who are being detained haven't even committed crimes. I'm not surprised. Some of them voted for Trump, yes, but you voted for your own demise. That's what I would say to those who voted for him that have been deported or have family members deported. You voted against your own interests and demise. And to the ones that did not vote for this, I feel bad for them because they did not vote for this. They didn't vote for Donald Trump. But even then, y'all will go back into that voting booth and you will vote Republican. Now, the ones that got up on CNN, MAGA Mike made a point. He said this. He said those are paid agitators. When they were doing the town halls, those are paid agitators. On CNN, y'all are probably paid agitators too. Because y'all, I mean, will you vote Democrat in this election? Who knows? But y'all showed us at the ballot box, so that's why black people have our reservations. Now it's going to be hard to get us out of this mess. It ain't never going to end.
Once it's in, it'll probably take 30, 40, 50, 60 years to get us back to a democratic state again. Once we really are into this fascist regime state, it may take us 30, 40. It might take even long. I'll be dead when it happens, but it might take us if we ever get our democracy back. And Brett is absolutely right what he's been typing in the chat. And Brett, we talked about everything that you're saying. We talked about that earlier, when we first started the live. We talked about all of that, what you're putting in the chat now. And you're 100% right, and we talked about it. that we started off our show with a lot of what you're with actually everything that you're saying. So and you're spot on.
Absolutely. It would take decades for us to get out of this. The same way Hitler ruled in Nazi Germany, that was decades. And something had to happen for him to let go of that power. Next up, all eyes are on JD Vance, who is much advanced, much nefarious, and who is Project 2025's darling. He is one of he wrote the foreword for Project 2025 that people didn't believe, that we were warning people about. You had Taraji P. Henson literally at the BET Awards warning you that this would happen. You had Kerry Washington do a whole video warning you about Project 2025. And people did not listen. They say you were fear-mongering. Now, come 2026, the next election, our health care is gone. And to the people that are in blue states that are saying, oh, like Funky Dineva, not me, girl. You know, this motherfucker
Right.
denied aid. This motherfucker denied aid to blue states. FEMA is gone. So if it's another wildfire or something breaks out or something happens, what do you think is going to do and how much money it's going to cost? That's coming out your taxes. To the ones that are saying, well, I'm okay, I'm in a blue state. Yeah, but it's still an abortion ban in your blue state. The man is refusing to give aid to your blue state. He's cutting funding from your blue state. If you provide care or affirming care to trans people, if you provide life-saving care to women who are trying to have babies, what do you think's going to happen in your little blue state? And I'm not jealous at all, but the man is out for red and blue states because he has people that are pushing back against him. He's not winning the way he thinks he is winning. But this big, beautiful bill just went through, and that was a big win for him and the entire Republican Party. So, yeah, rejoice in it now because y'all just committed career suicide. Your political careers are over. If we ever get another election, people will make sure that your asses are voted out. Don't ever do this again, white people. Because black people are not not coming to save you. We're not.
White people?
Nobody.
And some black, not most of us, but there was some black people and Hispanics, Latinos, Cubans, and other ethnicities that joined in to help this idiot get elected.
The uncommitted movement,
including Elon Musk and his crew who rigged the machines.
Starlink. If you look back during the Super Bowl, it was commercials for Starlink, and Elon Musk is connected to that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now he's trying to wash his hands. No, Elon, you got our data, you got our information, and now Peter Thiel has our information. And they're creating a database for Americans using our information. They have it. They're watching us each and every move. It is in your bedrooms. It is literally like looking through a microscope. It is watching you. So to anybody saying in the blue state saying, well, I'm good, I'm in a blue state. He still is going to do what he's doing with Los Angeles and blue states. Look at what's going on in New York too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to the ICE agents that's out here kidnapping people, excessive force, y'all pushing people to the ground, going to Home Depot.
It's not the immigrants, the blacks, the queers, the trans. It's not, that's a small minority of anybody that's committing the crimes. We see who are committing these damn crimes, and it's these homegrown terrorists, A lot of those, a lot of those damn, what is it? What word am I looking for? You know, these unhappy, grieved white men who are going out here blowing up these damn schools with these kids in it, blowing up the theaters, blowing up the malls. You know, it's our homegrown, these white storming the Capitol. It's those type of people that are the criminals. And then they're gonna gaslight, but then they want to put it off on everybody else. And these people claim to be religious. They're religious zealots is what they are. And they claim to be religious and God-fearing, but they're the ones out here that are committing these damn crimes.
Exactly. The insurrectionists as well too, and some of them getting locked right back up. Now let's see if Donald Trump tries to get what is it, pardons you or gets you out if you committed a state crime. Let's see how far that gets you. Y'all ended up right back where you was, in jail. Good.
He's getting out the people who are like him. Birds of a feather flock together. So he's actually the people who are flocking to the ones who are flocking to Trump and the Republican Party, the ones who voted for Trump and the Republican Party, you know, or these so-called Christian religious value, you know, Christian moral religious values or whatever. The people who are voting for that shit are the same people that are just like them, you know. And it doesn't matter whether they were the white ones, the black ones, the Latino ones, you know, and all the ones in between. It doesn't matter. Those that voted for him, they're birds of a feather that flock together, and they're all wolves in sheep clothing, and they're greedy.
Oh yeah.
It's greedy. It's about power. And those black ones who wanted to vote for him and stuff, some of them, you know, actually, I'm gonna say all of them, you know, that they want to be adjacent to whiteness because they think that when they come for all the rest of us, they're not coming for your black asses, but they are. Okay, and history will show you they will come for your black ass. Okay, so you know, go over there and be a toilet paper wipe all you want. You know, kiss his ass and the Republicans' ass, but see what happens in the end. Okay, because they're going to come for your black ass also.
Yeah, your privilege or whatever might save you for a little bit because you know you're tap dancing, your shoe shining. But ask Candace Owens them what's going on. How's it going for them? They're trying to rebrand themselves. Candace Owens even said, "I regret voting for him."
And we don't give a shit now. Too late. You know, we don't give a shit about her now. Never did.
Surely don't. You stay over there, sis. You voted for this. You've always been a mouthpiece for white supremacy. And you believe that black people, we always just randomly played the victim. No, we are the victims. We've been the victims for 400 years in this country. Land stolen from us.
Right.
Land taken from us. We didn't ask to be here. We were brought here on a ship, shackled in chains, and lost some of our people. Thrown overboard. And you want to get up here and be a mouthpiece for white supremacy. We will never forgive y'all. Y'all have our skin, but let me tell you something. Y'all have our skin, but y'all are white supremacists in black skin. That's what y'all are. Y'all are black skinheads. Y'all are the real Nazis. And as he would say, as he calls us all the enemy within, if you are a black person or a person of color in America right now, you are the real enemy within. We are now in what I like to say, the show me your papers stage. There are no papers because I was born here in the United States, in South Carolina. So there are no papers. What do you mean show me your papers?
They're the knaves within. Donald Trump and those grifters, all of them, they're the knaves within.
That the enemies within, they are the traitors, they are the treasonists. And I think that Governor Westmore and what's his name, Justin Jones, has announced a bill to demask some of these ICE agents out here, or Trump's personal secret Gestapo police. Yeah, I think that's about time that we happen. Keep documenting on your phones. Keep your phone on you at all times. Do not open a door or allow anybody to make you sign paperwork. Do not while you're at protests. They're secretly kidnapping people and snatching people and disappearing them up off the streets. Be careful, be vigilant at all times because they have turbocharged this thing now that this big ugly bill has passed.
Where's
Exactly.
Deshaun at? Deshaun, are you coming back in? Where you at?
Where's Deshaun and Bubs and everybody?
Yeah, because I'm almost through with the videos, and then we can get out of here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this other one. And I see Deshaun's in the comments, but maybe I think his thing is still acting up. But if he comes back up, we need him to sound off too. Rex, you can come in if you want to. The link is up there in the thing. I can send it if you can come in and sound off also. Oh, there goes Deshaun. Here you go.
Like I was saying, those people that think that they're God-fearing, they're not God-fearing because the thing is, if they were God-fearing, they would protect their children in the church. These motherfuckers, do you know that these motherfuckers actually was arrested? 31 Christian leaders and also Christian teachers or whatever the hell they were called, employees, was caught in sex acts with children in their church. Come the fuck on now. Are you serious right now? They got the nerve to talk about everyone else instead of themselves, instead of sweeping the room in their freaking building. But they want to talk about children. They want to talk about everything else. But these motherfuckers are doing things of the opposite. And they say that they're God-fearing. When the God-fearing is doing sinful shit to young children. Make that make sense.
And Brett, and Brett with the camps in Germany too. We never seem to learn our damn lesson. And it took the United States almost 10 years for us to do anything to help them for people to help Germany. It took us almost 10 years before we came in to help. And some of it we were kind of complicit with it also. We don't ever seem to learn our lesson.
I mean, also, let me tell you what, allegedly, what if I told you that they can take black girls, put them in the ISIS trucks, and sell them off to God knows where to have them as sex slaves and all that other shit. Like American black girls now, but they are actually identified because they'll change their race to Mexican or any other ethnicity, knowing that that's not their race, to sell them off anywhere they wanted to go. Because that's another easy way of selling and trafficking young people. What if I told you that? What if I told you they might do that?
Well, and did you hear what's going on in Texas right now, where Alvin is at, where these girls are missing? And it's like especially Governor Hot Wheels, they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. It's girls that are missing. It's black women that are missing, and they don't even report these cases. They don't report them.
And again, it's social programming so that people will not make you know what's going on or not be aware of what's going on with black girls or black boys, because black boys will be found in the pond.
Exactly.
Decaying. You know what I
And
mean?
Brett, and Brett says, I feel shame for being white right now. I don't like this feeling. But you don't have to be ashamed because you're not one of those whites. It applies to those whites who are doing this shit. It doesn't apply to the whites who are on the right side of history. It applies to those ones who are doing this shit. They know who they are. This is who it applies to. It doesn't apply to the whites who are out there trying to prevent this shit. Who are allies to every community. Throughout history, who has helped. Through the slave trade. And all the other type of stuff. There's always been a percentage of white folks, that are, that have helped and on the who don't buy into this white supremacy shit. Who don't buy into this power structure. There's always those white people that are out there, and those white people, you don't have to take on the burden of shame or whatever. That burden of shame should go on to those white folks who are for this white supremacy shit, this to keep themselves in the power, this money grab, this greediness. Those are the white people who should be ashamed of themselves, and not and we use the term for them. We call them the good white folk, okay? But they're really not the good white folk. But we say the good white folk, because that's in their mind. That's what they think they are. They think they are the good white folk. They set themselves above everybody else in society. Instead of being equal, they set themselves up above. And the wannabe oligarchs, okay? But you don't have to take on that shame because that's not you.
And they just cut funding for mediology. The Trump administration just cut funds for mediology, and this was Resist 45 ideology.
See what I'm talking about? These are crazy, weirdo, strange, like I said, narcissistic, sociopathic, freaking xenophobic, freaking homophobic, all these people that are up there that can't be themselves, not comfortable, so scared, controlled by Trump, is doing this shit. Let's get deeper. The real reason why this is happening, like I said, because they don't want to get caught in scandals anymore. So now they want to once they are miserable, they want to make everyone else miserable, so that then the people that are narcissistic here, they'll say, well, we did it, they did it, hey, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So that's how it's going to work. They're doing it to create all narcissism. They're doing it to create one-sided. They're doing it to create all. So, like, let's just say, like, if they're doing something bad, that's okay because they're doing something bad. But if you do something bad, such as you as trans, or you as gay, or you as you're not doing anything, they're gonna blame you. This is how it works. This is how the America works. This is all what they want. Trump is the face for the answer, so that the elites will not get in trouble for their bad behavior. That's all it is. Because they'll lose a lot of money. And that's the reason why they're doing what they're doing. They're taking away people's jobs. They're taking away even gay people's jobs, because the idea is to have straight people to hate gay people and take away their jobs by force, so that they don't have to, so that they can force you back into the church, so that you can get ostracized again. That's basically what it is. That's all what it is. And also so that they can say racist things to black people without any repercussions at all. So that's exactly what that is. See, that's all coming into play. This is all setting into motion. It's all set into line. This is what's going on right now. It's not just the 60s. See, the thing is to keep us from not knowing on what's going on in the labs, is to keep us from not what's not going on with those hidden buildings that if you go near that building, you're going to get shot up. You know what I mean? They're trying to keep us from not knowing about weather control. They're trying to keep us from not knowing about freaking Frankensteins, of what they're trying to make some kind of human whatever test subjects in the labs and shit like that they
Oh,
know
they're
that
doing
is an
that.
abomination. That's exactly what it is. That's the reason why they're setting all these rules, so that we don't know what the fuck's really going on behind the scenes of America, because they're making monsters. That's what they're making. They're making lizards, fusion, whatever it is that's hiding behind these labs. That's exactly what it is. But they'll never tell you that, because the thing is, it's top secret. So they will never tell you that. And babies too. Don't forget, the babies are also what they want, so that they can drink the blood and all that other shit. But yeah, that's what it is.
I don't think it's that, but I'm gonna go back to the part that Deshaun just said about them wanting to use the science experiments. Y'all remember the story of Henrietta Lacks? This
Yeah.
woman's organs was missing. What do you think they're going to do with black women when black women do not have decent life-saving medical care in this country? If they're trying to get the maternal health care that they need. Look at Adriana Smith. This woman was brain dead and the baby made it. She didn't make it. So what they're going to do is use your body as if you were a live science experiment because of a Trump-wide abortion ban. And did you know that he cut the National Weather Service and it played a role in Texas's floods? Now, what's
Yeah.
going on in Florida also is that there are floodings going on in this so-called
Yeah.
alligator Alcatraz. Instead of ovens, they're letting the flooding do the work. And guess what happens when the floodings come along? Alligators come out.
Alligators come out. But the thing is, they see this is the weirdest thing. They say you gotta have all these babies in America, but why are you trying to not why did you close down the weather service
Planned
knowing that
Parenthood
that's gonna
too, because
lose
that's going to
people's
take us through.
lives? That don't make any sense.
They want it, and I mean, even during the hurricane, what was it, Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, they were out here spreading misinformation and disinformation, and there was white terrorist groups out here harassing the FEMA workers. So here's what's going on as it pertains to ICE. ICE is reopening old detention centers and building new ones across the U.S., focusing on locations near airports, sped up deportations. Now in Newark, New Jersey, we know that's the home of the late Whitney Houston. 1,000 bed GEO Group facilities reopened. Dilley, Texas, 2,400 bed Core Civic facilities reopening for families. New proposals for facilities in Texas, New Mexico, California, and Kansas. This isn't hypothetical, it's already happening. So the GOP bill will give Donald Trump more immigration agendas. It will give him more power to build more detention centers. And this is coming out of our hard earned tax-paying dollars. They want people to stay in these ICE facilities. They want people to die. That's the goal of this administration, is cruelty. So do me a favor. Take your fingers, take both of your hands, put them in a fist motion, place them over your eyes, and clean your eyes out. Baby, fascism is here. It is here. It ain't no we're on the verge. And I wish people would stop using that type of language. But corporate mainstream media has already made it very clear that they are back in Donald Trump's pocket. I posted a little reminder on my page about George Stephanopoulos and ABC and how fast they bent that knee. Alvin posted something earlier, and I think everybody should know that Timothy Snyder put it in his book on tyranny, and it is do not obey in advance.
Right.
Do not obey in advance because fascists have an insatiable craving for more power. And the more you give to them, the more they come back and the more they want to take and take and take. And this administration is not stopping. When I had my interview with adult film star Darren Blaze, he said the same thing I'm saying. It don't stop. This man's got a pen in his hand. He can sign those executive orders, and you better believe that Congress and Senate Republicans will pass it. It's not the Democrats' fault. But Dems, however, I'm going to hold y'all accountable because y'all voted, 10 of y'all, to censure Rep. Al Green. And some of y'all voted not to impeach Donald Trump when the impeachment vote was brought to the floor. Y'all could have tried to do something. But see, Republicans even still would have not been for it. But you don't vote with them. Cory Booker, you don't work with Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner's dad. You don't work with him. Let them do the bills. And this is what I'm saying, but it's APAC. Some of y'all are APAC. So that's why some of y'all refuse to endorse Zoran Mamdani. Because he is that something new. He is that something different. He is for the people. You don't need Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo in New York. You don't need them. What do you
And
need
they're
them for?
and if you notice, like 50 Cent and all of them and the other ones and quite a few Democrats and stuff, because because he came out and said he was a socialist, and they think that affects their pocket, because they're big ass capitalists, and so they think that affects their pocket, and he's going to be taking money away from me to give to the poor and the needy or the less fortunate or whatever, a social net or whatever, and they think that's going to be taking something out of their pocket because they're greedy MFers, selfish, greedy,
Republican,
and they don't care about their fellow man, woman. They don't care. They don't really care about us. They get out here and spout this rhetoric about how much. I'm talking about some of these black wealthy men and women now. They get out here and spout these tropes and this damn rhetoric about what they've done for the black community and what they do to help kids, and this, and families, and what they gave and did so and so, but when it comes down to it, they're really on the side. They're right up there with the damn oligarchs and stuff. They're worried about what's going to be taken. And a lot of them they're wealthy, they have money, and they're worried about what the hell is going to be taken away from them and what taxes they can get out, keep paying, what taxes they don't have to pay, and get a credit here and get a credit there so that they can keep more money in their pocket. It's all selfish and greed.
14 children are dead in Texas among the 37 dead from the flash floods as the search continues for the missing. Tabitha Speaks Politics just posted about this. So this is breaking news happening in real time.
Wow.
Say that
Y'all did all of
again.
this.
Say that again, Miss Stevie.
This just in, Tabitha Speaks Politics just posted about it. 14 children in Texas among the 37 dead from flash floods as the search continues for the missing. And you got Greg Abbott up there in Texas. But you mighty quiet. But see, he don't care nothing about him but himself and owning the libs. This was about owning the libs, as Deshaun was saying. This is about control. It's all fun and games. But see, you did it because you wanted to control. You don't like the people that Donald Trump likes. I hope it was worth your life. Because these children didn't deserve this. Because you're so goddamn selfish, you would vote against your own interest. And what do you think is going to happen to the next state that has a flash flood or a flood or a tornado? You seen what it did in North Carolina during Hurricane Helene and Melvin. And was it Milton or Melvin? One of the two, I don't know. But we seen what they would do. He denied aid to blue states. So to anybody in a blue state or a purple state or any kind of state, red, it doesn't matter. You will suffer. Wake up, baby, because nobody is coming to save us. We now have to save ourselves. What does SOS mean? Saving ourselves.
Yeah.
Let this be a wake-up call to you. To anybody who's thinking voting Republican because you don't like the people that Donald Trump doesn't like, you don't like trans people existing, guess what, baby? Get comfortable because we ain't going nowhere. And this goes to the biological women, too, that are upset because, they're taking our men. First of all, they're not your men, baby.
They're not your man. Okay.
Oh
You
yeah.
don't get to date
Speaking of
anybody.
taking,
Something you don't already have.
yeah, and also, can you go up there on Instagram? And I already sent you, like, there was a guy that was a basketball player, but he's wearing jeans and stuff like that. But I did clips where the guy was just complimenting on the guy, and this woman said, "Oh, you're taking our man. You know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. This is my man," or whatever it is, knowing that ain't your man. That's some other woman's man.
Well, guess
That's
what?
like,
He's community man. He my man too. I had him too, and he was good last night. How about that?
Yeah,
that's like,
she was saying, "Oh, demon, you demon, get away from him, you devil." To this dude, this gay dude, and all that other stuff. The gay dude was just there. But see, again, this is like witch hunting because
It's
that's what
queer
they
phobia,
wanted.
queer phobia, femphobia, and transphobia. It's because some of these women have had experiences with people in our community, and it didn't turn out so well. It's a them problem, not a us problem. But see, it's called what T.S. Madison would always say, and I wish people would keep going back to her live: cis hetero supremacy. Just think about it. Pride Month was in June. What did these clowns go and do? They went and they threw a pride parade. And it was grass. All you saw was grass. It was barely any people out there. It was empty because white men felt attacked by the trans.
Right.
And it's the same thing within our community. They got to have their pride. They got to have hetero pride. They're taking our men. Well, guess what, honey? He wasn't your man to begin with. He left his Timbs by my bedside last night. I'm so sick of this argument.
Damn.
that's
I'm
that
so
same
sick
thing they
of
say
this
about.
argument.
That's the
Sick of
same
this
thing.
argument.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say that's the same thing they've been, that females have been saying about men for decades now, that just because the guy is gay, he's a gay male. You know how they say, "Oh, what a waste. That's a waste. That's a waste of
Zesty.
a man."
Zesty.
It's
A
not a
waste
waste.
of a
It's not a
man.
waste. Somebody's going to get it. It might not be you, but somebody's going to get him. So it's not a waste.
But see,
It's
the thing is, this gaslighting. That's all it is. It's projection. Because the thing is, they'll sleep with gay men again. Because the thing is, they want to own everything as theirs. That's what it is. Because
that
the thing is,
privilege.
if as long as it's a man, it's mine. It actually got nothing to do with sexuality. It's like they want to control people's sexuality and embody autonomy and sexuality, because heterosexual is the dominant, where they supposed to be the dominant one. We are the dominant ones, and you do as I say, and we're supposed to fuck you, and you're supposed to like it. That's basically what they're saying.
Oh, please. There were some guys out here that would love to have them Timberlands spread up in the air, honey. Somebody's knocking the boots, as H-Town would say. Literally. There are some
Wait,
men out here that love that.
did
What
you
did
just
T.S.
say,
Madison and
wait,
Conscious TV say?
wait a minute, wait, Stevie? Did you just say they love their Timbers up in the
They sure do. Way up in the air. There are some men that like that, though.
air? I can't.
It's true.
Wait. Wait, I can't catch my breath.
One foot on the ceiling and one foot on the nightstand.
Wait. Well, boots in it, and what is it? Knocking the boots? What is
H-Town, that's right. If you know, you know. They have them boots up in the air.
Oh my god.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and play my next video here, okay?
God. Yes. Go ahead.
What you need to know, because the clock isn't just ticking, it's almost out of batteries. When it comes to the big bogus bill that was passed in the Senate, let's give credit where credit was due. Y'all showed up and got the Medicaid and gender affirming care ban stripped out. That was no accident. That was us. But don't let that one win fool you into believing that the storm has passed, because this bill is still a bomb waiting to detonate. And its target is Black, brown, disabled, trans, queer, and low income folks. That ain't reform, it's retribution. So let's talk Medicaid and SNAP, because these are two programs that literally keep people alive, and they are lifelines for folks who have decided that they have to choose between food, hormones, rent, HIV medication, diapers, or therapy. We're not talking about convenience. We're talking about basic human survival. And this bill guts all of that. The numbers don't lie. 14 million people stand to lose Medicaid if this passes. Not just LGBT people, all people. 1 in 5 trans people rely on this care. And Medicaid covers 40% of all folks living with HIV in the US. And over 25% of LGBT people suffer from food insecurity that is abolished by SNAP. While folks are out here talking about this like it's a spreadsheet issue, let me make it plain. They're not trimming fat, they're slashing the flesh. And let's not forget Rick Scott, the same man who ran a company that committed the largest Medicare fraud in the US history, is now pretending to care about responsible spending. That's like letting an arsonist write your fire code. And this man specifically tried to block the Medicaid expansion that finally gave gay fathers and queer families access to care that they've been fighting for. So don't let the nice suits and the podiums fool you. These men aren't policymakers, they're predators and polyester. And here's what's next. The bill heads to the House, and we can only afford to lose about 4 votes. That's not hyperbole, that's math. And if you think your voice doesn't matter, think again, because if 4 people change their mind, then we hold the line. Your call could be the one that saves Medicaid for your neighbor, your mama, your child, or yourself. This is where silence becomes complicity. If you let this slide, we're telling them that queer, trans, and all types of other lies are negotiable. We're telling them that HIV treatment is optional and that poor people don't deserve to eat. But let me remind you of something. The 92% of us that showed up by not showing up, this ain't just a number. That's a movement. It's a warning shot to folks who thought that we were just going to be hashtags and handouts. We are organized and we're watching and we know where our power is now. This is not about begging for rights. It's about demanding accountability. So call your reps, flood their inboxes, show up at town halls, post, share, mobilize, because if they can come for our healthcare, they can come for anything. And if we don't fight now, we'll be mourning later. They thought that we wouldn't notice. They thought that we wouldn't care. They thought that we'd be too tired, too broken, and too quiet. But baby, we have been loud. We've been Black. We've been queer, and we've been ready. The House votes next. So what are you going to do in the meantime?
Yeah, get prepared. Like I said, people need to be notarized. Like everyone needs to be notarized. Like everything, your healthcare, HIV, all this other shit. Such as even like I said, low income, hormones, whatever you guys got, it's actually being taken away. Everything's going to get taken away now. I think people that know someone or that make sure that if you have a friend, tell your friends of friends of friends of friends about this so that it can be aware and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it's very important. And straight people too, if they're freaking, if they have sense enough to understand, them too, they need to know because they're part of the problem too. Remember HIV, because they'll say, "Oh, that's a gay disease. Oh, that doesn't matter. That doesn't resonate with me." Yes, it does. Yes, it does, because you don't know who you're having sex with. It could be anyone. So, like I said, it needs to be known. It needs to be, you guys need to find or do something, create something, create flyers, create apps. You know what I mean? Create apps. You can create apps and stuff and put in a network of people that you know and bring in the whole LGBT or people that's free, non-binary, or, Gothic or whoever that wants to be anything. You know what I mean? And you can have your network and talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Everything needs to be heard. Because this is where we're at. This is definitely where we're at. So, like I said, it's really unfortunate, but we can't let that happen. We can't just sit here and just suffer. Okay? We can actually make something out of something. Remember, if the phoenix dies, a new phoenix comes out of the ashes. Because our generation is going to suffer for this. The newer generation is definitely going to suffer for this, because I had a conversation when I was over at my cousin's house, and she was saying that, listen, because she told me, and I told her about what's going on with Trump and all these bills. She said, our generation, such as these kids right here that you're seeing, your little cousins and stuff, they're actually going to feel all this because of what Trump just did. Even Danielle, my cousin-in-law, she doesn't even like Trump. And remember, they're Italian, so
You know what? So Brett says this. Brett says they will use any and all power available to them to crush any dissent. You see how many of the protests were on the news from yesterday? None of them. They were thousands out in Ohio at like noon. So, you know what, Brett? I've been to most of the protests that they've had here. I think I've missed maybe one, but I've been to all the protests. But most black folks, most black folks who voted Democrat or whatever, basically the 92%. Most black folks have set this out because we've been there, done that before. And then what happened is what they're really waiting on is for the black folks to come out and protest. And once the black folks start coming out and protest, then that's when they're really gonna call stick the military on us, because that's what they're waiting for. Because anytime black folks come out in large numbers to protest anything that's going on, then they turn the police on us, and they actually will shoot and kill us. They'll beat us. They lock us up, and then some of us can't get out. But what they're really waiting on, because it's even though the mass out there now is majority white folks that are out there, they're not going to turn the military, on them. You might get one or two exceptions to the rule, a few stragglers where they beat them or do something like that. But what they're really waiting on is for the black folks to come out and protest. And when they do, they're going to turn that military 100% on us. And then if we mix only if we mix with the white folks, if the black folks come out and mix with the white folks protesting, then it'll be such a large number that they will send the military out then. But their targets are going to be the black people, because they don't usually do too much. When white folks are protesting, they don't do too much harm to them. They don't usually beat the majority of them or spray them all with tear gas and stuff like that. They may shoot them with a taser or a little rubber bullet, but what they shoot us with is real bullets, and they kill us or they maim us and harm us in ways that they don't do that to white folks when they come out and protest. So that's what they're really waiting on the black folks, and they're very baffled at why we haven't come out and stuff. But we have been here so much before, where we have. But we've been here so much before where we go out and protest, and then they sick the military or the police and stuff on us and their dogs and stuff, and this has gone back all the way back from the Jim Crow South, all and protesting all the way up to today. But you're right. They are trying to crush dissent, and they'll do what they can. They'll put out their propaganda and stuff to and try to silence our voices and stuff, and they'll send out a little bit of military to keep watch around, but it's not the total military where they want to use the Insurrection Act to come out and quell our dissent. Because when they do, they're waiting on the black folks to come out. What y'all got to say about that?
Well, Porky the pig that was up there on California saying you spit on us, you're going to go to jail, or if you hit us, then we have to take action and beat you down. If you do anything like that, you'll be in jail for 10 years or higher and stuff like that. Within that white stupid ass blonde woman that was on Fox supporting that shit. And then she's saying, no more of this, which pisses me off, because bitch, who the fuck you think you're talking to? You're lucky you're safe right there in that motherfucking thing over there. That's what it is. But again, the thing is, this is for black people. This isn't for white people. When he said all that stuff, that's for black people. That ain't for white people, of what he was saying. Because when he said it, it sounded like it's for black people. It's not for white people. Yeah, we do a little something, something like grab you down or something like that. But that's for black people, basically,
Yeah,
because he looked like a racist. That
yeah,
sheriff, he
yeah.
definitely was.
And Brett, yeah, protesting is only one means to the solution. You know, there's a whole bunch of other strategies and stuff. We're gonna have to use our social platforms. We're gonna have to bombard Congress with emails, calls, and we're gonna have to protest, and we're probably gonna have to put our bodies on the line. You know, because I don't think that there's probably going to be some violence or something. I don't know when they start attacking us and sicking the military and stuff on us or whatever. And we're not going to be the ones that Trump pardons. So and there's so many means that we're going to have to use to help stop this. I don't know if we can, but it's going to take, I think the American people are going to have to be in a lot of pain first before they stand up to this fascist regime. They're going to have to be, they're going to have to be in pain. It's almost like addicts. They have to hit their low. They have to hit their low before they actually do anything to stop their addiction. And they're in a lot of pain. And it's probably the American people, we don't learn our lessons or do anything until we're in a lot of pain, and we're down at the curb and can't pull ourselves up. And it's probably going to be violence and stuff. That's not what I want. I don't really want that, but I don't. Just like throughout history, it was the rising up, and it was violence and insurrection of the American people that had to stop this stuff. And again, that's not what I'm advocating for, but it may come down to that along with all the other stuff, because they're definitely applying violence to us. They don't have a problem with turning the military and the police and those insurrectionists. They don't have a problem with turning them on us violently, and we may have to defend ourselves. Go ahead, Deshaun.
Yeah, it's definitely yeah, I understand where you got to go out there and fight, but just use your right state of mind when it comes to going out there and protesting, because like I said, some of these people, some of these ICE people, some of these, like I said, policemen or whoever, the SWAT, whatever, you don't know what they're thinking. Some of these people are conservative in these uniforms, so you don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes, like I said, remember there was a video where the guy shot the bullet at the journalist, the woman, and he did that on purpose to create something. You got to be careful, because they want to excite something so that they can create something so that they can be trigger happy, fight ready, all that other shit, because that's what they want, because that's what their mission is when they got into the force, the police force or SWAT force or whatever force it is, or ICE. And they can just use that and say, oh, he was wrong because he did that to me, even though he didn't do anything. You did something to him to create some kind of riot, because you're creating riots, and police officers have done this so many times by starting shit with the people that are peacefully protesting. So you have to actually be careful of that. And because Trump is in office and stuff like that, anything that you say about Trump, you're going to be in jail for.
Yeah.
That too. So if you touch his statue or do anything to his statue, which is coming up, you're definitely going to jail for 30 years. And if you talk If you spit on the statue, if you do anything to that statue, you know it's already over with you. Right to jail for a long time.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
Brett,
so
and also Brett, he says, I know about history and I know how to organize. And God, I think can you mute your mic and see if that's because I hear all this echo static. Okay, thanks. And that's another means too, to organize. You know, just like we've organized against Target and Walmart and Amazon. A lot of these places we are taught. You know, a lot of us in different businesses we have stopped patronizing those places. But the problem is there's still, even though there's a lot of us out there who are not patronizing them, there's still a lot of us out there who don't want to give up their comforts, no matter what you say to them, no matter how you try to organize them or whatever. They don't want to give up the comforts, and so they still go into Target and all these places. I can drive by them all the time, and I see tons of blacks and Hispanics and whites and Asians. I see tons of them going in and out of these stores, even though there's a lot of us who still are not going in there, which helps some because it hits them in their pocket. But we need more of them to, like you say, to more of them to not patronize these businesses and stuff that are supporting these bills and stuff like that. And
right.
I do agree because that's one. You know, this is one of the means also that we need to use everything that we can in our arsenal to stop this fascist regime. You know, I don't know if we can. You know, we might have already gone so far. They've gone so far already, but I don't know.
Well,
go ahead.
I'm going to tell you this. What we need to do is we need to start making our own businesses again. Because what we need to do is where is the people going to go? Where are they going to get their stuff? Because the thing is, if they're going to stop, you know, because if they're supporting something where the people of the owners are actually supporting this bill, where are they going to buy their assets and everything else of what they need? So why not, if we have our own warehouses, such as, let's just say, if we can create our own warehouses, like the same stuff that's been bought from China and anywhere else of technology and stuff like that, that we need, like dishwashers and all that other stuff, countertop dishwashers, portable dishwashers, all that other stuff that they need. Why don't we have it in our Black-owned community and stuff like that, where we are actually a free-owned or anyone who don't go with Trump at all, we can have a store like that, or a warehouse like that, and then we can do exactly like, for instance, Macy's, Cougars, all that other stuff of what those people are doing. So we can create that so that we can make our own money for it, so that they can vote for us for freedom. You know, you buy this stuff for freedom and all that other stuff. Why not?
Okay, Deshaun, I'm gonna go ahead and play this next video here, and then Miss Stevie, she'll bounce back here in a minute, and then after that, I just have two more short ones after this one, and then we can kind of wrap this up. This is about the big beautiful bill. Let me see what Brett's saying here. With fascism just take power throughout history, elect based resistance rise to resist power of the people king. Yeah. I mean, I like Brett's train of thought, you know, his thinking and where he's going with this too, because that would be great if we can get a world, if we can get a and sometimes it can be worldwide, even though it's over here, it can be worldwide. You know, if you can get a big old labor movement where we shut down people going to work for like a day, 2, 3 a week or whatever, where people just do not go to work and don't patronize these businesses, and everybody got involved, you know, or the ones who, most of us, because I don't see the Republicans and those religious rights getting involved in this, but the rest of the country, the majority of the country who is not for this, if that is something we can pull off, you know, that will strike a blow to them.
Well, yeah.
You know,
that would actually take a blow on the companies who, like I said, voted for this terrible bill that is actually going to affect people's lives and stuff. And it's unfortunate because if they voted for Kamala, we would have actually had a lot of things done. We would have actually had she would have actually tackled the mega banks and actually build houses for people that really needs to go somewhere to live, somewhere cheap or something like that. But wonderful houses and stuff. She was going to attack that. She was going to help the LGBTs. She was going to do a whole bunch of things. She was actually going to help everything. And then, but unfortunately, the people voted for poorly. But then it was the help of Elon Musk, because actually she would have won,
Right.
but Elon Musk spiked I don't know what he did. He opted and he made it go red by default. So
He spiked the Kool-Aid. He spiked the Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
So
He
you
did.
know,
He spiked the Kool-Aid.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video here, and then Stevie should be back here shortly.
Look, the big beautiful bill is gonna pass. You think if there's any hope in the House, you are sadly mistaken.
And I'll say this: this is, when I put the stream together, the bill hadn't passed yet, but so I'm still playing this though, because this is about the big beautiful bill and the ramifications of it or whatever. But the big beautiful bill hadn't passed yet. So I put the stream together, early last week when Miss Stevie said, we need to do a panel discussion on all of this. So because we wanted to vent. So this is this video here is a little outdated because the bill has passed and only two senators voted against it, and all the Democrats voted against it. All the Republicans voted for it except for two. Okay, even those lying heifers, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, who always come out and say bullshit, like I'm against this and I'm not going to vote it, so and so. But in the end, they always do go and vote. Okay.
These people live in absolute terror of Donald Trump. They know how bad this is. They know how politically disastrous this is. They get it. They just can't stop it. They just can't stop themselves. And so America needs to do a favor for the Republican Party now. Because here's the deal. In the House, the entire caucus are Trump people. The one or two little weird, except Thomas Massey, they're all Trump people in the end. In the Senate, they proved also they're all Trump people, including Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, the good ones. They're still Trump people. They live in fear, politically and physically, of Trump and his mob. That's not an excuse. It's a reason, but not an excuse. So we need to do the Republicans a favor, because this bill is going to deliver vast, enormous economic pain to Americans. Now, I didn't come up with this phrase, but the fact that it's called MAGA-cade lately is for good reason. The people getting absolutely screwed by this bill are in red states and red districts. My God, Louisiana is going to get wiped out. These folks that in the MAGA cohort, in the MAGA demo, whatever you want to call it, as even Steve Bannon, who doesn't frequently agree with us, is saying, you're going to hurt Trump's voters the most with this bill. Trump's voters are the ones who are going to get hammered by this bill. Now, everyone else is too. But the degree to which this $1 trillion cut, $1 trillion, look, our social safety net in this country is not exactly luxurious. It's not exactly lavish. By global standards, it's frighteningly thin. This bill is run by the vaught-hotties of Project 2025 and all these goons that want to pass this portfolio of other Project 2025 and Trump executive power portions of the bill. It's run by the tech bros who wanted to get their ban on AI regulation in the bill. Which, by the way, when I agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene on something, on the fact that we shouldn't force states in a federal bill to say that states can't have any AI regulations. What about that 10th Amendment, guys? I seem to remember you pocket constitution bros being big on that. But look, folks, this bill is a disaster. They know it's a disaster. I spoke to a Republican pollster today after I read this article in Puck. I'm like, I know a guy. I'm going to call a guy that I haven't talked to for a while. I'm going to take his temperature on this. Literally says to me, man, I hope we go to war with Iran because that's how bad this is. That's how bad this is. They know it. Their consultants know it. Their advisors know it. They know this bill is nothing but a loyalty test for Donald Trump. I mean, look, Trump doesn't want to pay taxes. He rarely does. But he's honestly agnostic about this sort of thing. What he's not agnostic about is the ritual humiliation of his own supporters. That's what this is about. Breaking the ones who aren't compliant, humiliating the ones that aren't compliant, threatening the ones who might think independently for themselves for even a millisecond about this vote. So they're going to vote for it in the House. It's going to pass. So here's the favor we're going to do the Republicans, because they are not emotionally capable of resisting Donald Trump. They just can't. I feel for them. They're not emotionally capable of doing it. And if you're not emotionally capable of being an independent voice for the people you supposedly represent in Congress, we need to do you a favor. We need to beat your ass in 2026. We need to remove 26 of those Republicans from the House and the Senate. But in the House, there is now a call. It's clear as a bell. The Republicans in the swing districts, they have voted for a political suicide pill. They have voted for a political poison. It's already in them. They can't get rid of it. They can't pretend it's not there. They can't pretend they didn't know what they were voting for. They knew what they were voting for. They understood what they were voting for. They were voting to send mom and dad back from the nursing home to move home. They were voting to kill those poor people who depend on Medicaid for dialysis. They were voting to take food away from those slacker 5-year-olds who just won't go down to the pits and meet their work requirements. The punitive nature of this, the cruelty of it, the shittiness of it, the overwhelming nastiness, cruelty, and meanness of it. It's a feature, not a bug. This is who they are as a party now. This is what they crave, which is to harm people who have less power than they do. But you have as much power or more than they do. You will hear stories soon from friends, from family members. Some of you may even be telling these stories to your family members, sadly, of people whose lives and whose independence are supported through Medicaid and Medicare. Seniors, the disabled, this $1 trillion cut that's coming. I asked a very smart analyst today, what do you think of that $1 trillion is really what waste, fraud, and abuse? Because that's the talking point the pollsters for the Republicans have developed. It's all waste, fraud, and abuse. It's guys sitting on the couch playing video games. They haven't clarified what it is. They've made up this boogeyman, as they always do from their catalog of imaginary demons, to pretend that it's always fraud and abuse. And that $1 trillion is all because some guys sitting at home playing video games and illegal aliens are getting Medicaid. Folks, rural hospitals are going to close. Senior citizens are going to die. Kids are going to go hungry. This is a shameful moment. But because our friends in the Republican Party couldn't handle it, they couldn't stand up for the truth. They couldn't stand up for what was right. They couldn't do what was right. We need to do them a favor and take them out of office. We need to remove them from Congress. We need to defeat them at the ballot box. In the meantime, we need to pressure them, humiliate them, drive them as hard as you possibly can in this moment to remind voters over and over again that those Republicans don't represent their districts or their constituents or their people. They represent Trump. They only work for Trump. They don't care about anyone and anything else except Donald Trump. They proved it with this bill over and over and over again. They demonstrated it so clearly with this bill.
A story about what privilege is. So I have a friend that allegedly is very upset about what's happening, right? We talk. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you did this. I can't believe people like this. Great. How about your friends? He goes, well, one of my best friends voted for him. Okay, great. Why did he not see what happened to Jean Carroll in January 6th as a red line? Well, you know, we really don't talk politics because I don't want to jeopardize my friendship. That is the very definition of goddamn white privilege. Oh yeah, you're all pro-clutching when you're in your little safe space and you complained about it and you wish somebody would do something about it. But the very, very minimum that you can do is talk to your friend. What kind of friend is okay with men abusing women? Tell me, how is that? Because it didn't happen to your daughter or your wife or your sister or your mom or your grandma? Would you have a different perspective? You sure in the hell would. Would you still go golfing with that friend? Absolutely not. But because it was somebody else's daughter, somebody else's wife, hey, I don't want to jeopardize my friendship. That is the very definition of privilege. So you have two options. You can actually be uncomfortable and do something, or you consider your privilege. But don't play both sides of it. Don't clutch your pearls if you're not willing to do the bare minimum. People that don't look like me, black people, minorities, immigrants, they don't have the luxury of just not talking about it because it's uncomfortable. They're getting snatched off the goddamn street by people in masks. Women are losing their pregnancies in ICE detentions. People are unaliving in detention facilities. Due process is being taken away. But hey, I'm sorry. I sure hate for you to lose your friendship because I don't know about you, but I don't want to be friends with a man or a woman or anybody that's fine with men mistreating women. And for too damn long, we have normalized the misogyny in this country, and it's gross and it's disgusting. We're 249 years into this white supremacist experiment here, because that's what this is. It's all about white supremacy. Let's just keep it 100 here. And we still haven't had a woman president. There's a reason for that. Because people like my friend, who's playing golf with that friend, doesn't want a black woman as president. And he doesn't even have the balls to say it. That is what privilege is. Be better. Grow a backbone. You want to be an ally? Be an ally. Otherwise, you're just a fair weather friend who's hiding behind your white privilege.
And plus, this is the ability for men to take control of women and do whatever they want to do to women. So if they want to rape a woman, even though that's their wife, remember, they can't get in trouble for it because the thing is, that's the wife. She asked for it. That's my wife. That's my property. Their property. That's basically what it is. So they have the ability to do that. They always wanted that anyways, because that's what they want. It's just sociopathic. And not even that, that's Satanism. Or what is it called? Yes, not Satanism. It's sadistic. No, what is it called? Satanism. That's what it's called. It's Satanism. Because men want that Satanism. The white men, they want that. And that's what they want in their homes, so that they can teach their sons this and have this sick mindset that they have to the sons to inherit that. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
because
it falls back to that religious shit, where they, the man is the head of the household, and the man can do what he wants. And if the man rapes his wife, because back in those times, the man could do. Before we had modern laws or whatever, the man could do whatever he wanted to the woman. The woman was considered in the Bible. The woman was considered beneath the man and actually lower than than animals sometimes. The way
Yeah.
the way it's thought about women. So
Yeah.
it kind of goes back to that religious
It,
hierarchy
it
type
does. It does. And I'm not okay. Here's more to this. Okay, so in I was watching Deadly Women, and this was years and years ago. This was like
What's
way
that?
back in 2000 and
Deadly.
yes, okay. I know. I'm just Let me get there. It is yeah. It's from what is it called? It was a channel on Identify. I forgot what it's called. Not X Files. What is it called? Whatever. I forgot that channel. But I was watching Deadly Women, and there was a dude that wanted to assassinate President Obama. He was all about Nazis. He was racist. He did a whole lot, and this woman had to deal with this man until she had to actually do something about it because this dude was going to molest her daughter. Actually, it's his daughter too, but actually he actually multiply molested his own daughter, and the wife had to watch. And what she did was she couldn't take it no more because it happened to her. So what happened is she had to get a gun and then shoot him. And when she shot him, then it's to protect her daughter. But what she didn't realize is she saved President Obama because he wanted to go up there and shoot President Obama.
Mm.
Yeah. And there's people that's like that. I'm telling you right now. There's people that's just like him that would do things to not just their wives, but their kids too. In the white community. And you wonder why when kids are, when they grow up, well, when they're teens, they feel withdrawn. They feel like, they're different now because of what happened to them, because of their own parents doing that to them, saying that they're Christian and they're not, doing things to them. And, and they want to rebel because they don't understand why you saying all these things, but the Bible said not to do this shit to me, but you did it to me, but you're saying that this is right, and God can forgive you for that, what you're doing to me. And that's the reason why they're gothic. That's the reason why they want to rebel. That's the reason why they're in darkness, because these kids had to go through this shit because they had to go through someone that is weird, sexual deviancy, narcissistic, Satanism, all this other shit that's been going on in those households in the white community that no one ever addresses. They keep it under the ground, like they keep it quiet. But you can actually see the narcissism coming out when you meet someone that you don't even know. You know what I mean? The people that are racist, the people that are doing all this stuff, this is all projecting. The people they're just getting mad at LGBT. This is projection. This is all projection because of whatever happened to them. They take it out on groups of people that ain't even bothering them. And that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's all about projection, anger. I'm miserable, so I'm going to make you miserable. I can't even live my truth, so you can't live your truth either. That's basically what it is. And if you have money, oh yes, you're going to have the power and people will be easily manipulated because that's how it goes. Oh yes.
Yeah, Harold, it's women are too. That's all that sexist. That's all that sexist, misogynistic bullshit that men put out there against women. And there's some women who spew the same type of rhetoric, or whatever. And then that goes back to the religious, the American Bible also, where they think women are they think women are inferior to men. Hey, Deshaun, can you mute your mic? It's like
Oh, sorry about that. Let me
It's
just
okay.
turn it off.
So it goes back to that, and that's why we can't elect a woman. I mean, it was hell when they elected the first black president, and we saw what they did with that. I mean, it was just racism throughout his whole presidency, and like Deshaun was talking about, threatening the killing, which all presidents get threatened, get threatened. That get threatened with that. But Obama had so much that it was so over the top, more than any other president had, with the death threats and stuff, like that. But it all goes back to men domination, men saying, that over masculinity stuff of not wanting a woman to lead the country because they don't think that she would be strong enough, or that she would put the country in harm, and she wouldn't know how to lead a military, that type of stuff. What's that crap that they say what happened in the middle of the night of pushing the red button, or the phone call that you get in the middle of the night. And they don't think a woman, they think they're too emotional, whatever. But look at our emotional president we have now. Donald Trump is very schizophrenic. He's very emotional. He's a hot ass.
And if you don't,
look what he has done.
If things don't get his way, he gets in a fit. He gets into a hissy fit. If things don't get his way, he gets into a hissy fit frenzy. That's the president of the United States you want? Wow, this country's about to explode or something. I swear, because this is what they wanted, and you know what? That ain't my president. That's y'all. And the thing is, y'all gonna suffer for it, because if they said that the red states are hitting hard because of these bills, that's what you motherfuckers get for voting for it, because you're so fucking narcissistic and just so fucking biased and shit like that you didn't even realize that you got. Ha! That's what your ass get.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going to play this last video, and then we can get out of here. And we'll get everybody's last comments, and we'll get out of here. Let me see what it's not love thy neighbor, but only if he's just like me, right? Right, Brad? Yeah. He's like me.
Okay.
Hold your horses, baby. All of us are in the good state. Okay, so I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Deshaun, you gotta mute your mic. Your echoes coming.
Look, I was gonna leave it alone, but I changed my mind. So Nelly thinks it's cute to come for Kamala in the Shade Room comments, attacking this black woman unwarrantedly, coming for her children, coming for her husband, while also self-proclaiming to be a paragon for the black community because he wants to justify the fact that he performed for a white supremacist, a white nationalist, the same white nationalist that's rolling back DEI initiatives, the same white nationalist that's banning black books and erasing black history, the same white nationalist right now pushing for the Senate to pass a bill that's going to get black women and children killed. So let me profess and attest that no nothing Nelly performed for a felony that's going to kick a whole lot of black people off of their Medicaid. Somebody get this man a Band-Aid, because I'm about to verbally abuse you. And I promise I'm going to stay on substance since you know so much about it. For somebody who's been arrested for simple possession, I thought you would know a little bit about reentry. You claimed that she was a prosecutor that arrested black men. Well, on the contrary, sir, she was the person who created the first in the nation reentry program to get low-level offenders like yourself out of jail. And I just find it so ignorant and interesting that you want to sit here and keep bringing up her white husband. Well, who the hell are you, pussy police? Last time your ass paid pussy police, your ass had sexual assault allegations, not once, not twice, but thrice. And because we cite our sources over here, according to the NPR, you was backstage in the UK trying to grab a lady by the pussy. No wonder you wanted to perform for Felon 47, because you know alleged sexual assaulters of a feather flock together. And I know what you're thinking. Well, he wasn't convicted. Well, this was a civil case, babe. Settling out of court doesn't mean that you're innocent. And I've seen your little list of things that you've done for the black community is cute, but there's no comparison to what Kamala Harris has done for our community. You said you're giving the HBCUs. Have you given 17 billion? You ain't even worth one of them. How many black men did you get out of prison? Because I can name the ones that Kamala has. You said you paid for people's tuition. Kamala Harris canceled over $187 billion worth of student loan forgiveness under the Biden-Harris administration. Bitch, can you clear a check like that?
Let's put our differences aside for a day of charity. I will see you match me. We'll write it together.
When HBCU students were being threatened with bombs, did you step in like Kamala Harris to help out? How many black children did you lift out of poverty? Because I can give you a statistic that shows that Kamala did. It ain't about who you married to, it's what you do for the community, and she's been tried and true to ours.
Wow. I did not know Nelly was supporting Trump. That's
Oh yeah, yeah. Nelly, you know all the ones who supported him, right?
Oh my God.
Snoop
Not
Dogg,
Nelly.
Nelly, Rick Ross, Soldier Boy.
What?
Echo.
But Nelly though?
Yes, Nelly.
I don't believe.
Yep,
I
Nelly.
can't believe this. I can't. I don't want to believe this. I just. I can't. I cannot. I thought he was. I thought he was side with the Democrat. I did not know. What?
No.
What in the world is going on? Oh God. What is going on? I did not know.
He did.
I'm still shocked. I want to not believe it. I really don't want to believe that Nelly. I really don't want to believe this. Under Trump?
Brett said he really liked Nelly and Snoop. I like Nelly. I like Nelly. I don't want to pay any attention to him now. But I never really did pay any attention to Snoop. He just it was just something very easy and cheesy about Snoop. And I didn't really like his music anyway. So, that's no skin off my back, or he is probably, but I did like Nelly, but
wait, I just don't believe this, bro. That's freaking crazy.
Yep, Nelly. I mean, Miss Stevie, you can name them all off. Miss Stevie can name off a whole bunch of them.
She already did. She already did. She said Snoop. She said Soldier Boy. She said Rick Ross. And I never thought that Rick Ross would choose Trump. Like, not even Rick Ross, I thought. And I never thought that Soldier Boy, and as young as he is, he don't even know Trump like that.
Brett, you would like our Brett said I'm a 420 thing.
Yeah, talk to Bubs. Bubs is our 420 specialist.
Yeah, Bubs, can you mute your mic?
Oh.
That echo is just... Okay.
Yeah. Bubs is our 420 specialist. Y'all will get along just right. But Snoop said nobody is going to perform for our president. No, he's your president. You're in the 1% tax bracket. And anybody who's in the 1% tax bracket, like an Elon Musk, like a Mark Zuckerberg, like a Peter Thiel, like a Jeff Bezos of Amazon, they can benefit. That's your president, Snoop. And BET, y'all had the nerve and the audacity to honor this man and give him an award. Shout outs to Doechii. Doechii called it out when these ICE raids were happening, these protests were happening, and people were being deported, detained, and cruel treatment in the streets. She called it out right outside of that. She's the only person who did that at the BET Awards that I know of. But everybody else, you've got platform, you've got status. Now's the time to use your platform. But like Alvin said, until it affects you and it comes at your doorstep and that boomerangs back around to you, then you're going to keep quiet. But guess what? Silence is complacent. And if you are silent, you are okay with what's going on, even if you didn't vote. Because I told people deliberately not to vote the couch. Let me not be hypocritical, because I just said I wasn't going to even vote in the next election. It's not worth it. But let me take that back. I am going to vote if we are able to vote. But if it's out of our power because they are crushing the scent, as Brett was saying in the comments, I was going along. I had to go help my mom make sure she eat and got her meds and stuff. But here's the thing right here. Fascists do stuff like that. They crush dissent, they crush power. They don't want people to be aware or let's say educated to what's going on, or hip to what's going on. So they figure, let's go on ahead. Again, do not obey in advance. Donald Trump and this administration has a very, how can I say it, insatiable craving for power. They want more. They're going for everything, balls to the wall, literally everything. And there is nobody that can stop them. As Brett said in the beginning, the federal courts can't even stop them because of the injunctions from the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land. Our government has literally been turned on us as if it was a mirror and weaponized against us. And we have the phrase, you are either with us or you are a spy. Yes, or a communist or a what did they call Democrats? What did he say when the two Democratic leaders lost their lives? He called them Marxist. Not 1 ounce of compassion. It's the Marxist liberals. And that's a point that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Steve Bannon and the rest of these Republicans keep making when they get on Fox News. It is literally their truth drowning out our truth. And it is being amplified by voices on Fox News, by voices on Sky News Australia, by voices on CNN. Because you got Scott Jennings, who is he is a Donald Trump loyalist, and he is a paid contributor on CNN. At this point, debating them, sitting down with them is pointless. They are not interested in trying to hear the other side out. They are interested in, as the Sean just said, control. It is about beating people into submission. Well, I'm not going to be bent into submission. I cannot be bought, and neither can anybody else. Not an amount in the world that will make me sell people out. Snoop, Nelly, Soldier Boy, Rick Ross, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. 50 Cent, you too. And Stephen A. Smith, you're talking about running. You might as well go on ahead and get your red hat as well. Charlemagne, you too. Y'all too during this election have straddled both sides of the fence. Y'all were critical of Kamala, but not critical of him. I wonder, why is it when a black woman runs for president or any office, this is the scrutiny and the trauma and the tyranny, the pain and suffering that black women are experiencing? Because they're not, oh, you're not emotional. They say you're not emotional. You're too emotional to run. That was the same thing with Hillary. Oh, a woman can't do this. A woman, yes, she was qualified to do it. Here we are. Exactly, here we are. And it's because half of white rural America listen to the dog whistles, listen to the demagoguery. They listen and they look at that phone and they see a trans person on a beer can, Kid Rock, this is pertaining to you. And they go crazy. They turn red. They get angry. They foam and they seethe at the mouth as they're sitting there with their bowl of corn chips, drinking their Heinekens, watching Fox News all day, taking all of this red meat in. Donald Trump will do a dog whistle, and it's just like do do do, and it will get right to them. And they go out here and they get angry, they get rage filled, and they start targeting marginalized groups, the queer community, women, disabled people. They start targeting Jews. They start targeting Asian communities. They start targeting any other group that is marginalized. That's what they start targeting. It's oppression Olympics. And the sad part about it is we getting it from our own people. And to the Latinos that are thinking that, oh, well, my community didn't do this. Yeah, the call is coming from within the house, because why is Enrique Tarrio, who is Afro-Latino, working with DHS and helping aid Donald Trump? The call is coming from within the house. So it's within your own community. You have people that are within your community that are going against you as well too. They've drank the Kool-Aid and it's either drink the Kool-Aid or get this round to your head. The same way Jim Jones did with Jonestown. And I think that everybody needs to go back in time and look at Charles Manson, look at Jim Jones, look at David Koresh, look at all of these cult leaders, Yahweh ben Yahweh, who said, follow me, I am your answer. Donald Trump is, follow me, dear white people. I can protect you from the trans. I can protect you from, what did they say? What did they say? And I can protect you from Big Berg and Sesame Street and Elmo. I can protect you from the Marxist liberals. I can protect you from the fake news. Listen to this man's dog whistles. They're out loud and they're proud. They're proud about it. White supremacy is roaming in the streets. And to back off what Deshaun just said with white people being proud about their racism and being able to say the N-word, I want one of y'all to please walk up to me. I am 5'7", 230 pounds, curvaceous and loving it, baby. And I guarantee you, I will give you everything you ever asked for. Please walk up to me and say the N-word. Please walk up to me and say it. To me or any other black woman or any other black person for that nature. Please walk up to me and say this. Say the N-word. Because we are not our ancestors. And I will drag your ass, your Barbie doll looking ass, up and down the street. We're going to be tussling.
Oh, damn.
I am a 18-wheeler, baby. And I will run your ass down. Crash, boom, bash off the side of the goddamn road. Please come and say the N-word to me. You talking about a tri-car accident? I'm going to give you everything you want and then some. And that ass whooping is going to be for my ancestors. Please do so, because we are not our ancestors. This is a whole new generation you rocking with. And I'm seeing some of y'all so comfortable with it. Did y'all see when the man called in the Clay Canes show and he called him a spook? We know what you really wanted to say.
Yeah, spook. I saw it.
We know what you really wanted to say to Clay Kane. He laughed at it. We know what you really wanted to say, but y'all, you might as well just come on out and say it at this point. But y'all are terrified to say that word.
And we
Come
see
on and
what they're
say
saying
it.
in the comments. When we're watching other people's channels and platforms and stuff, we can see the hateful rhetoric. Deshaun, your mic is echoing.
And Laura Loomer, yeah. Well, I'm not
Oh
gonna
no,
bother
I'm on
Laura.
mute. I don't know who's echoing.
Oh yeah, Harold, I'm not gonna bother Laura. I think Karma has done good things to her enough, because if you go and you look at her lip fillers, I mean, baby, it's not working. Her eyes, her lips, the MAGA women just have a certain look, like they rolled over and they just put that shit on their face. But listen, yeah, Karma has done a number on her as well too. I don't want to break her lip fillers, honey, because you know how they are about their lip fillers. They try to steal the aesthetic of a black woman, the essence of a black woman. Nancy Mace said, "Come on out, come on outside." She's in my city of South Carolina. She told Congress. Oh, and I'm in South Carolina too, so I would have happily. You can call your security, but I will whoop you and your security, Nancy. I'm not afraid of both of y'all. None of y'all. The whole administration, you talk a big game. Y'all threaten people because you got the big guns, you got law enforcement and everybody backing you. But I truly think that violence is if it can't be peaceful, we're gonna have to throw hands. That at this point, that's what it's looking like. And the way I'm feeling right now, it's not peaceful. I want to throw hands. So please come to me and say the N-word, because I will gladly be that 18-wheeler. And we're going to be tussling. You talking about a freak car accident with an 18-wheeler or a trailer truck. Baby, I will give you everything you want and then some. Y'all know that movie Crash? Yeah, come on. Just come on with it, because I'm waiting for it, Karen. Please say the N-word to me. And Pam Bondi, come on and call for our warrant for arrest. Just come on and call for our warrant for arrest, sis. What's the matter? Please come on with it. Please come on with it. Just come on, Cletus. Just one good time. Just one good time. Let us hear you call us the N-word, please. Y'all seen that video of that white woman calling a black woman the N-word in the gas station, and she said nigger. And homegirl gave her a 1-piece and a 2-piece. But yeah, I'm waiting for the moment. I'm waiting for the moment. Black people, we are intolerable, and we're not putting up with this shit. Any marginalized group, we are not putting up with the shit. We ain't dealing with it. We're not dealing with y'all spitting on us, throwing food on us, putting dogs and water hoses on us. We're not doing that shit no more. So you talk about a wild ride. You've been on a wild ride on a roller coaster. I'm going to give you a wild ride on the roller coaster. It's a 1 and a 2-piece. And I'm going to drag your Barbie doll looking ass up and down the middle of the street. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I'm going to let Deshaun speak.
Deshaun.
Yeah, wait, what did you say again? I couldn't hear you.
I was saying let Deshaun speak. Passing on out.
Yes, Miss Stevie, wow, like a truck. She gonna run him over. Yeah, come on, say that N-word. I dare you to. I dare you. That is too funny. But the thing is, yes, those people are comfortable. That's what they want. Let me tell you something. I will tell you this. Way back in 2015, there was a group where you can say racist shit. White people actually had their own little group where they say, them niggers, porch monkeys, honkies, all that shit that they be saying. Those boring ass, old ass, I mean, they still say, I'm surprised they're still saying these same old names from then, from 2015, not that long ago, to now they're still saying the same shit. And I'm like, these people saying, oh, these black people killing each other, they good for them because there'll be more whites for us. Or they'll be saying, I'm glad they're getting killed and burned. Or if the Africans are doing jungle justice, they'll be saying, look at these monkeys. See, we're better than them. They're all fighting each other over there, killing each other, burning each other up over in Africa. See, we're not like that. We're superior. We're not like them and all that other stuff. Like, I be hearing all that shit on their secret groups. Because the thing is, MT, which is a black dude that I talked to up on Google Hangouts, he was telling me about this group, and I'm like, so there's a group, let me see it. And all those racisms, all those racist people was talking about black people, how black people was killing each other. They were just laughing, ha 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 ha, look at them killing each other. See that? More for us. We're gonna get more whites. They're gonna die off. See that's what they are doing now. And now that they can't, because they couldn't speak their truth back in the day, back in 2015. So now that Trump is in office, they're out here. They're out there, they're showing their colors. I'm coming out to be racist.
Oh
Let
my
me
God.
show my
That guy
colors.
had a
Here
wrong.
I go.
Oh my God. Not this D. Oh, Black Anarchist. What you got to say, Black Anarchist?
Yeah, I was trying to talk earlier, but I was driving and I didn't want to have an accident because I really couldn't focus. But to address what you're talking about right now, there's a psychology behind it because people don't want to feel powerless. So because people don't want to feel powerless, they can't really fight those who are above them. So what they always do is they punch down. If you look at slavery, you look at these Irish immigrants who were considered white trash. And so nobody wants to be at the bottom. So if you don't want to be at the bottom, then you can punch down. You can talk about the black people, right? Everybody does it. Nobody wants to be at the bottom. So the black community does it too. They don't want to be at the bottom, so that they're going to punch down on gays. They're going to abuse their children. So long as you have someone to punch down on, then you can still have some type of self-esteem, because you don't want to accept the fact that you are powerless, and you don't want to fight up against the power structure. You want to align yourself with power so that you can feel good about yourself. Just like how the whole Diddy case. You don't want to fight against Diddy. Diddy is considered powerful. So you align yourself with Diddy, then you can sit up here and berate those women, and you can feel powerful. You don't want to go up against Diddy because you feel inferior to him, but you can align yourself with him, and then you can basically be his proxy and then talk shit about women. This is what everybody does. This is what I was talking about. I think I was talking about this on Conscious TV's channel. It's a race to the bottom. That's the reason why this whole thing is a trap. It's like once you're in this system, it's almost like you're incentivized to be the oppressor, even if you're at the bottom. Even those damn Latinos who they feel like they're above the ones who came after them. So, I got my citizenship, so y'all don't get to come over here. That's what everybody. That's why this whole system is so fucked up, because it's not just the government that we have to worry about. We have to worry about each other. The people want to oppress each other. They get off on it. I call them sadistic statists. They want to weaponize the power of the state to do their dirty work so that they can feel superior to everybody else. So, yeah, we can talk about the government, but it's not just the government. The government sort of greases the wheels and sort of gets things rolling. They can have their propaganda campaigns, but it's the people who are on the ground who are actually doing the work. Really, I mean, I don't want to get hyperbolic with Donald Trump, but no fascist regime can actually exist without the proletariat. So you sort of get the proletariat stirred up, and then it becomes just a well-oiled machine. And let me use a specific example. We can talk about white supremacy, right? How the system of white supremacy indoctrinated black people to feel inferior, right? Are the white people really doing that now? No, it's really the black people doing it. They're talking about how they want a yellow bone, they want this and that, and it's like, okay, since they started it, but now here we are perpetuating the same shit, and here we are trying to shame people, or poverty shaming, because they have not engaged in capitalism and become tools of white supremacy. So yeah, this is a very layered
Yeah.
problem. It's not just the government. It's like everybody's involved in it at the lowest level. Like I wrote in my book, the toothless crackhead is still going to feel superior to the gay person because at least he's not gay. So they're going to oppress us too. So it's just really everybody trying to oppress everybody else to feel better about themselves.
Yeah, that's what it is. I keep forgetting about that. Yes, there's people in our community too, because they want to get a seat onto the white supremacy too. That's what T.S. Madison was saying, because she was like, "Oh no, I wouldn't have a president or anybody black up top because they might dismantle me or
Or
anyone
erase
else."
your existence. That's the key goal, was to erase the existence. Was to erase the existence of anything that is not white, that is not straight, that is not male, that is not Christian, that is not, because if you go back and you look at the studies, the majority of Republican men, white men, are Christian. Take Mike Johnson as the prime example. Take Mike Pence. Mike Pence is racist too. Don't get it twisted. He's racist as hell. All of them are. But if it is not white, straight, or male, they don't want it.
Well,
Now,
they're they're not aware that they're racist though. It's just what is it? They believe in the Anglo-Saxon. What is it called? There's this whole belief system that the Western way of life is just inherently superior, and so they have been raised that way, and they don't even question it. They just think that this is just it. God, Jesus was white. White people civilized humanity. Anybody who's not white, they need to be civilized by white people. They're savages. And some of these people are well intentioned. They don't consider themselves racist. Because what they say is, oh well, if you allow us to civilize you, then we can treat you as human beings. But if you want to be primitive, then you're just a savage who needs to be blown up. And they will spew the stuff out. This is what they say about the Palestinians. The Palestinians are primitive, therefore they're not entitled to the same human rights as a civilized society. So they would have y'all look at how they talk about the Germans, right? Because after World War II, they had these bombing campaigns where they were just blowing up German civilians, they were raping German women, and so the response to that is, oh, well, those were civilized people. How could you do that to the Germans? They were so civilized. So being civilized is not about how you treat people, because they'll say that America is civilized. All these, I don't, perpetual wars, like that's civilized. But if you have militias, if you have guerrilla warfare, that's considered savage. So the Palestinians can't resist because they don't have a state. So as long as you have a state, then that's civilized warfare. But when you're just going around attacking civilians, or if you're not organized with a state behind you, then you're a savage. I mean, I listen to some of these people, and I'm actually friends with some of them. I'm not even going to say anybody specific, but there's one a political pundit. I'm not even going to say this person's name. And I listen to this person. I'm like, are you serious? I don't think they even question it, because in their little echo chambers, they have been told that their way of thinking is right. They believe this is how they see it. They believe that America is the wealthiest country in the world, even though it's really not, because we're actually stealing wealth from the third world through the monetary exchange. So we have a fiat currency. We get to rape their countries of natural resources through the exchange rates. And then after we have exploited them, then we get to say, oh, we're going to give $100 million to the starving country in Africa who they're all infected with HIV that which was cooked up in a lab also. And then we're so generous. So we get to act like we are the charitable country that really we're so. I don't know that every country around the world really benefits of our generosity, and they're just so ungrateful. And then they'll say that they're jealous of us because we're so wealthy. We have the best technology. This whole American exceptionalism. They don't realize that, no, they're not jealous of America. They just want to be left alone. Like, stop invading their country, stop raping their resources. But a lot of these African countries have become colonized. Like, they're heavily Christian. A lot of them are homophobic. And so when they get in power, really, you're going to see the same thing. You're going to see them oppressing their own people. You see in Uganda, they're rounding up gay people, and they impose the death penalty for those who are gay, or they're going to be put in prison. This is all Western influence. So I mean, the whole thing is, we can talk about white supremacy, but I think white supremacy has really sinked its teeth into every. I'm not going to say corner, obviously, because the world is round, but they've gone to every reach of the world, and they spread their degeneracy. Civilization is not civilization. What did John Jacques Rousseau? You actually become degenerate by becoming civilized because you become deprived of your natural instincts, your natural knowledge of right and wrong. When they impose their manufactured standard of right and wrong, then everything becomes very murky. You don't know what's right and wrong because they told you, oh, well, as long as you're a Christian, then that makes it right. As long as you engage in warfare this way, then that makes it right. I mean, and then there's really no standards because everything is so arbitrary. It's based on what they say. So if it's done their way, then it's considered legitimate. And then there's really no standards because everything is so arbitrary. It's based on what they say.
Go ahead. What happened?
Oh no, I just stopped because there was an echo. But I mean, this is the whole thing. This is it's smoke and mirrors. They create legitimacy. The government is considered legitimate because they created a whole propaganda machine around it. That if it's the law, if it's legal, then you should just obey. You don't challenge it. If the system says it, and really the government is just white supremacy. So you can. That's the reason why I don't see it as legitimate. You can say it's the government, it represents us. It does not represent us. The government represents the majority, and we are not the majority.
It is white
I don't believe.
supremacy. The government it's always been pretty much white supremacy. I mean, there's some of it that's not, but yeah, it's pretty much white supremacy because the United States is pretty much white supremacy.
Unless it's a local government where you actually have a say, a very small local government, some town or something. But if you're talking about on a state or federal level, no, that's complete white supremacy, and it does not represent you. And it really doesn't matter whether it's Democrat or Republican. It's both sides doing it. You're going to get some minor progress with the Democrats because they're going to, I don't know, maybe they're going to be more social programs. But at the end of the day, they don't represent you. Even the Democrats. Look at what they're doing. They're placating they're what's the word? They're trying to play the black community against the Latinos. Like they really have neglected the black community for a long time, and they moved on to focusing on Latinos, and they're not putting resources into black communities. They're not trying to give us any jobs. Not to say that they need to give us jobs. I think we should be doing that for ourselves. But I think it's a trap to think that Democrats are much better than the Republicans. I would say that Democrats have better rhetoric. They try to sound more compassionate, but when you look at their policies, it's almost the same. With the exception of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an extreme case. But look at every other Republican. They're not much different than the Democrats. The Democrats didn't support same-sex marriage, including Obama, including Hillary. Same-sex marriage came from the Supreme Court, not from the Democrats. Not from legislation.
Well, Obama didn't at first, but then he came around. But
he came around after the Supreme Court made it legal. So he didn't take any risk. He didn't stick his neck out. He was saying, "I don't support same-sex marriage. I support civil unions." He said that all the way up until the Supreme Court made it legal. And that's what they all do. This is a dog and pony show.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm a white dude who sees way more black people on TV than in real life. Yeah, Brett. 75% of white people in America do not really interact with black people. There's a lot of them in their neighborhoods and their communities and stuff. There's about in these rural areas and stuff like that too. About 75% of people don't even be around black people. So they don't even know a lot of people know black folks.
Well, that's because they were taught to not be around them. That's the reason why they were taught to have, like, their kids, when they grow up and all they know is white people, that's what they just stand by, because that's all they know is white people, because they've been conditioned to be just with the side of white people, because that's how they was taught. grew up with. They have their colleges and stuff like that, private colleges. And when they see a black person, it's like, oh, I never seen a black person before, because it was never, they never talk. They don't even give them the history of black folks of when they was here or anything like that. They just know a white. That's it, because they were born with a community of white people.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, and I actually heard that on Clay Kane years and years ago when I was listening to Clay Kane on Sirius XM. You know, he brought up those statistics, and you know, he pulled them up and he talked about them, and he's been talking about it for years that 75% of white people don't have any interaction with black folks at all. You know, don't even really come across them in their neighborhoods. And if you kind of look around too, even though you know certain areas are integrated where you know there's a mix of people. You know, like my neighborhood where I live at, there's like a mixture of everybody. But most neighborhoods aren't like mine, because most neighborhoods, you know, the blacks are over here, the Asians have their neighborhood, the Mexicans have their, you know, Hispanic Mexicans have their neighborhood. You know, the Indians, a lot of them live over, you know, all over here. And then there's some who like to be adjacent to white where they'll live there. But then the majority of all whites, they don't even mingle in mix in the black neighborhoods or the other neighborhoods. Most of them are way out. A lot of times they're way out in the suburbs. But now a lot of them are moving into downtowns and living in them high rises and stuff, you know, like that. And they're gentrifying the areas and running the other ethnicities and stuff out. And then they're all congregated down there again too. So, you know, most people are still separated, and you know, and Clay Kane, you know, he said that, you know, and he pulled up the statistics. So, you know, about 75% of white people, you know, don't have any interactions or even really know black people at all, except for what they see on TV. And some of them will work, you know, some of them, they work with us, but then that's it. You know, they work with you, but then once you leave, once we leave work, you go your separate ways and there's no interaction.
Right, but then when you do get black people who are in, you know, higher echelons, they really don't do anything to represent us. I mean, not to say that they necessarily have to, but it's just, I got mine. I'm not going to pull anybody else up. They're completely happy being the token. So, I mean, even when you look at government officials, you can look at judges, you can look at county commissioners. They're not really trying to do anything to help their own people. What's her name? Sabby Sass just did a piece about Maxine Waters, how she wasn't trying to help homeless black people get those vouchers. She just told them to go home. This is what they do. It's really disgusting. It's just like the black vote has been taken for
I didn't
granted.
hear that.
So
I didn't hear that. You said, say that again. You said Maxine Waters told black people to go home and they're not getting any vouchers.
yeah, you got it. I mean, I don't know if you listen to Sabby Sab. She did a whole piece on it. They were outside of the government. I'm not sure what it was, but the name of the facility. But they were outside some government building protesting because they were homeless and they were supposed to get their vouchers. And Maxine Waters was supposed to be coming down there to help them. Instead, she told them, "You need to go home."
Huh. Yeah, I'll look into that. That doesn't sound like her. So I'll, you know, yeah, you know, unless she said it for some other reason, not what we think it is. Sometimes.
Well, she said she was going to talk to them the next day, and that she was doing everything she could to try to help them. But these people, you know, they needed their money and they didn't get it. So.
Oh, okay. I'll check it too.
I mean, but if people are protesting, that's what the leaders do. The Al Sharptons, they don't come to actually support you. They come to, I don't know, to tell you to go home and let's do this another way, in a way that's less effective. So I mean, we need to stop listening to these old leaders. I mean, not to, you know, shame, you know, age shame, but I feel like older leaders, they have really let us down. I mean, the Al Sharptons, the Maxine Waters, they're not. I mean, what are their results? They don't have any provable. So I think it's really time for a younger generation, and I don't know. I don't know who that's going to be, but I mean, I think that the way that the system sort of grooms you to become a politician, it really teaches you to not really stand up or fight. Because if you do that and you do it in an aggressive way, you're going to have a very short career. So you come out and you be respectable and you know, don't really make too much noise. You can make noise that when it comes to talking shit about Republicans, and you can go back and forth, but you're not going to actually do anything to disrupt the system. They never do. So yeah, I mean, you can look at people. I guess a real example would be Cynthia McKinney. Cynthia McKinney was making all kind of noise, and they got rid of her. They got rid of her. They were trying to kick her out of Congress, and then she lost when she tried to run for re-election. She lost. She ran as a Green Party candidate, and she didn't win that. So she's been speaking about her time as a member of the House of Representatives. So yeah, you really can't. I mean, you can only do so much working within the system. They're going to let you do certain things, but you're not going to come in there and be in a mover and a shaker. You're not. You really have to fight it from the outside. If you look at back in the day, the way like the Black Panthers, they were feeding their own communities, and that disrupted the system because instead of actually, I wish I had the resources because that's the kind of stuff I would like to do. Um, you're out there helping people directly. Anarchists believe in direct action. So if you go out there and you start helping people, then they're going to see you as being a legitimate authority more than the government. And if you do that, they're going to come and dismantle that real quick. When the Black Panthers had their little food school lunch program, they did not like that. That is a real. I mean, I don't. I want y'all to understand how much of a threat to the system that is. You're basically telling people, don't go to the government, come to me. And then you can even look at people like these gangs. I think y'all were talking about this earlier, or was that maybe that was on Bub's channel? He was talking about I've been on conscious channels. I've been on Bub's channel. Somebody was
You
talking
said it on
about these.
both. I heard you saying it on both. I had watched both. I had watched both of their channels when you were on there, and I didn't comment, but I was back there listening. So, but yeah, I heard.
So a lot of those.
Both of their channels.
A lot of those gangs were created to protect the community when the government wasn't doing it, and then they became terrorists. But I mean, I don't understand why we can't do that again.
Yeah, that's what you mean when you say you gotta attack it from the outside.
Right, because the government is not doing anything for us, so we really have to start doing it for ourselves. We need to stop pulling our resources. I mean, we need to start pulling our resources, and a lot of people won't do it unless there's money in it for them, and that's fine. If you want to make money off of helping your community, I would rather you make money helping your community than make money destroying your community. So if you want to make money starting, I don't know, cooperatives and I don't know, improving community, security in your community, then do all of those things. But I just feel like people always want to make money the wrong way.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to say before we get out of here?
Yeah, yeah, people need, yeah, it's best to have your own, like I said, community and all that other stuff that's going on because, yeah, we really need that. Yeah, we definitely need to make our own, like, make our own laws, make our own businesses, and make our own. I think we should have our own government. What do you think? Like, have our own, maybe? What do you think about that? I'm not sure. That might help to connect to the black community. We have our own, just a black government, maybe. I don't know, but
I
it
don't think
depends.
I don't think the white elites is going to allow that to happen. That's what
Oh
they're trying to prevent
well, we
stuff
can
like that.
always we can always secretly do it. You know what I mean? Underground. It's called the underground government. You know what I mean? We can have our own underground government and stuff like that. They will never know. You know what I mean? And then we can have a network. You know, we can have a network, and we can also have money to actually come into the community and stuff like that to make a chain. You know, to actually come together and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can actually
Yeah,
make our own businesses.
I actually want sovereignty more than I want reparations. I think we should have our own land and we should have autonomy over our own communities as opposed to getting money from the government. Because even if we get money, it's going to go right back into the system of white supremacy. So
Mm.
I think a lot of them would actually prefer that because a lot of them are racial separatists and they would rather just make a one-time payment, give us some land, and let us go do our own thing because they don't want us here. They don't want to have to be reminded of all the stuff that they did, and they don't want to, you know what I mean? They don't want to feel guilty about it. So nobody's really presenting that because I guarantee if you were to present sovereignty over reparations, a lot of even the most racist, virulent racist white people would support that over reparations. Give us some land, give us some money to get started, and let us go do our own thing. A lot of them would support that. But what they don't want is for us to sit up in their country. I mean, and that's how they see it. They don't see it as our country. They see it as their country. They don't want us to sit in their country under their laws and their institutions and still get money. So it's going to have to be either or. We either have to leave and take the money or stay here and not get the money. They're not going to give us the money as long as we're still under their system.
Mm.
So, Black Anarchists, before we leave, I want your take on this other subject we were talking about a little bit earlier, because I was over there in Conscious. I was in his live. It was from a few days ago, but I was actually watching it yesterday, listening to it. I was watching it and listening to it yesterday. And I saw you in there for a brief period on this, the lady who came in and was talking about the trans issue. Do you remember? You remember all of that?
Yeah. I had a conversation with her towards the end.
You did?
Yes.
So, can you go over a little bit what your take is on that again for my channel?
Well, she's not the only one. A lot of black women feel like there's this whole erasure of black women, and I explained it to her. I explained why she's so concerned. It's because she's fighting for male validation. She wants her womanhood to be protected, and then to have a transgender woman come in and erase her, deprives her of validation from men. And she was trying to say, no, I'm not doing that. I'm like, that's exactly what it is. You know that these men are attracted to trans women just as much as they are attracted to you. And so you feel that your womanhood is being compromised. I mean, if you go back and listen, I don't know where the mark is where I started talking to her, but I don't think that anything was getting through because I think what it was is that she felt that it was a panel of gay men and she was like everybody was ganging up on her.
She thought
I
they
was like,
were attacking her and they weren't. She was doing a
Right.
lot of the attacking also. She just was doing it in a softer, she was doing it in a soft voice, but just because you're talking softly, or saying you're talking respectfully, that doesn't mean that you are not being disrespectful and not causing harm.
Right, but the point that I was talking to her about was she was saying she would never have sex with a man who's ever had sex with another man. And she was trying to say, oh, I can tell. I'm like, no, you can't. You don't
No,
know
you
what these
can't.
men are doing. And she was so adamant that she was right. And I'm like, no, they tell us what they're doing. They tell us about their other life. They don't tell these women. So they'll tell us that they got a girlfriend and they got a wife, but you don't know what the hell is going on. She's like, oh well, um, yeah. She just everything she was saying was just emotional. It wasn't making a whole lot of sense. And I'm trying to tell her as a gay man that this is what goes on, and she's not believing me. I'm like, okay, so what's the point of me even trying to warn you? Like, I'm giving you the heads up because I've already been on the other side. I know what goes on, and you don't want to hear it. So you're just going to be left out in the dark. When it does happen, you can't say that I didn't tell you or somebody didn't tell you, because they want to get mad at us for it. They want to talk about how we did this and we did that. It's like, no, we're not the ones who are, we're not in a relationship
Right.
with you. That's that man.
And also, I'm gonna tell you this: the man, she doesn't realize she's thinking that the man is heterosexual and it's all about me, 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 me. He's doing things for me. He ain't doing things for you and all that other stuff. This man can actually sleep with you and be attracted to a gay man or a trans woman, and you wouldn't even know it because you're so asphyxiated by this man. You don't even understand that this man is actually attracted hiddenly to this gay man, and by the time he's done with the gay man, go right back with you. See, that's the problem that these women have, and they don't want to accept that there's men that are like that. And the thing is, this woman should understand that there's women that actually had experiences with men that sleeping on the low and stuff like that. That's on YouTube. There's a whole list of women talking about, oh, my boyfriend was sleeping around in high school with some dude and I didn't know, or oh, he should have told me. My husband, he should have told me after 3 years of what he was doing. Well, because of society and because of men and women frowning upon the LGBT like that, of course they're going to sleep with you, because the thing is, you don't understand that there's a big issue. And when it is an issue, then you want to say, why didn't you come out? Because they can't come out because you told them to go back into the closet. But when they come out of the closet, then you want to complain about it. And when they live their truth, it's like, oh, you need to go back in the closet. We don't like you. You need to go back straight and all that other stuff. It's like, it's all this narcissism, sociopathic confusion, and that's the reason why there's so much crazy karmic, crazy ass energy that always comes back at them, because the thing is, they don't want to accept people to be who they are or what they love, because they want to police people who they love. They want to police people of what they like. They want to police people of what they are, which is trans. They want to police people of controlling them because they think that they're dominant and want to control them, because they have the magic pussy, the magic dick to make you straight and all that other shit, knowing that that's some dumb ass shit that was mentally wrong with them, but that is not even true. That's the reason why they always get their heart broken every single time, saying, oh my God, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, they don't want to know, because even
Or
when you
they
do
knew,
tell them, they don't.
or they do know, but they just want to, some women do know, because there's some women that do that, but they don't want to be embarrassed, but they do know of that man, but it probably low key turns them on, but they don't want the public to know that he's doing that too, because there's women that's out there that say they secretly want to date gay men. I looked on the comments on Facebook. They're so narcissistic, it's pathetic.
Well, I mean, they have these deep relationship with gay men, and they know that gay men are emotionally available. A lot of gay men treat them better than straight men. They'll take them out to eat, pay for everything, and they're getting everything from the gay man except for sex. And so they feel, I already have this bond with this gay man. Why can't I just be with him? And it's like, no, I don't like you like that.
And that's where the issue resides. And then they'll say, well, you had sex with me, you might as well be with me. Because the thing is, you want me because that was a lie of what you were doing with the other dude. So they'll say that too.
This is so crazy because you can't win. It's like we're actually doing everything that they want us to do. Like they talk about how these men are not there for them and stuff. And it's like they confide in us more than they confide in straight men. And the only thing that we're not doing is dogging them out and exploiting them sexually. But it's like unless we're doing that, then we're not. I guess we're not living up to the mantle of manhood. Like you need to impregnate me and stick me with some kids that I got to raise by
Wait,
myself, or you're just not a good man. It's like so
wait,
we need to dog them out in order for them to respect us.
wait, Miss Stevie, tens in the air. Wait a minute, Miss Stevie. Wait a minute.
Yeah, one foot on the seat and the other on the night.
Stevie. Where's Conscious TV when you need them? But that's what it is. And also, once this is all said and done, what if you be the man for her? But the thing is, you can't do what you used to do with the men or be who you are because she wants you to be like those men over there being narcissistic too. Because that's what she wants you to be, even though you liked her or had sex with her. She's like, well, you're too feminine. You got to change that up. Because after that, once you're in the relationship, that's what's going to happen because it's going to embarrass her.
Right, it's internalized misogyny. They believe that their only leverage is their vagina, and the way they can get men and control men is through their vagina. And so when it comes to a gay man, they don't know what kind of leverage they have. Like, it's like, okay, we're friends. That should be leverage enough. Like, it's quid pro quo. I'm there for you. You're there for me. It's not, you don't have to trap me with your damn vagina. I mean, I had my friend try to do that, try to hop in bed with me naked to get me to impregnate her. So I would have to pay her child support. And I'm just like, you don't even have to do all that. So yeah, a lot of them want the gay man because they already know that the gay man is more reliable. And they just have a deeper connection with gay men than they do with straight men. But I mean, write about that in my book. I forget, I believe maybe it's chapter 5. The whole dynamics between gay men and black women. They're not really mad at us. They're really mad at straight men because the straight men aren't reliable, and they feel why is this gay man going to waste? Like they feel entitled to it.
Yeah.
Like you need to come over here and spend your money on me, and you need to pay me some attention.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm telling you. That's what I've been noticing that. Like, I'm like, what is going on here? What is really going on here? You're saying all this shit and then you flip flop over a community that you never liked. Or you're talking shit behind them, behind their back, knowing that you like them secretly. Don't even make any sense. But this is both sides. It's not just just the man and the woman of the gay man. It's the man and the lesbian woman too. On even the studs that they be trying to get after. Not even just the opposite, but y'all You heterosexual people be talking all this shit about the LGBT. Why don't you stay with each other, but you want to sleep around with the LGBT, but you don't even like the LGBT? That's the saddest, weirdest shit about that. I've been noticing in that on these freaking pranks that they be doing, knowing that this nigga like this girl. This nigga want that girl really bad because she has that masculine energy. Because she is a hood stud.
Yeah, a lot of them
Like,
want to
all of this
exploit.
is smoke and mirrors. All of this is bullshit. And the thing is, I just wish that LGBT was just like straight people where they can just whoop their freaking ass just like everybody else, where everyone is in a thin line so that no one messes with nobody and stop this bullshit. Because I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It's pissing me off. It really is. We're all freaking human here.
Well, that's why I wrote my book, because a lot of this, it doesn't make any sense. But when you look at the historical roots behind it, it's really from slavery, that black men have their masculinity stripped from them. And so now they have to overcompensate with this performative role, and everything is so fake. It's like everybody's gatekeeping about the masculine image. It's more so about the masculine image than it is the feminine image. They don't even give a shit about protecting femininity. It says you need to act like you're tough. That when I was on Conscious TV, I don't know if you heard me, but that guy was trying to tell me that I was soft. I'm like, is that supposed to be an insult? Like that shit doesn't work for
Yeah, I
me. You
heard
can call
that.
me soft.
Yeah. That was just stupid because the thing is, you don't know what a gay person does. You don't even know the thing is, they're using that as a insult to affect you. The thing is, that's what they always do. This is what these niggas in the hoods does. They do that shit, and they do that shit to each other. That's the reason why there's so much gang violence and so much killing and shit like that, because they don't know when to consult. They don't know how to rationalate, agree to disagree, or move this way or move this way, because they have to prove something. They actually have to prove something of their manhood, knowing that that's not a manhood, it's fucking savagery. Because the thing is, that's what it's called. It's called savagery. If you are talking mad points of something that's going on and everyone is following you, the man will find a way to do synonyms or whatever you call it, so that he doesn't want to hear it or try to be a goofball about it, so that he can have his own way. Because the thing is, he's very ignorant. People like that are very ignorant.
Right. This was a bisexual man who was socialized as a
And
heterosexual, and then he
yeah.
came into a gay space trying to dominate black women and gay men. And I took that whole feminine energy and dominated the fuck out of him, and he couldn't handle it. Because the problem is they see femininity as a weakness, and it's like, no, I'm not just feminine. I'm feminine and masculine. I have a balance. So you don't have a balance. And you think that you're masculine just because you have a deep voice. You're not masculine. What's coming out of you is toxic femininity. And I called them, they were in the comment section just clowning him, saying, oh, he got clocked. Because nobody ever told him that he was feminine.
No one. I mean, who cares? Who cares about that? The thing is because he's been, and he sounds like he's from New York. Let me tell you something about New York. New York is, everything is a pause. I'm gonna tell you, you eat a sausage or anything like that, pause. You say anything that's anything slightly gay, pause. You gotta say pause in everything in New York City. I mean, that's how bad it is in New York City. You say anything like, oh, I'm gonna have this meatball, pause. Anything like that in New York City, you got to say pause. That's how bad it is in New York City. It's absolutely bad. I don't know if it was the South that's telling them all this bullshit because the South is loud because they hate gay people down there, even though they be sleeping with gay people down there in the South because they just narcissistic like that. The North listens to it very well, and they listen accordingly, and then they do what they do.
Yeah, I do the opposite. Instead of saying no homo, I say no hetero. So if I do some fuck shit, I'm not going to say no homo. I'm going to say no hetero.
Yep, everything is a pause now. Everything is a pause now. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's bad. And it's very high in New York City because I know he's from New York.
It's like everything that came out of his mouth was just stupid, and he was insulting everybody else's intelligent. Like literally, nobody thought he was intelligent. But because he had a deep voice, he was the masculine one in the room who was just going to dominate everybody. And all these women were trying to be respectful, and he wasn't trying to hear it. He was
Nah,
just
he
going to
didn't
talk over
care.
everybody.
He
I
didn't
was like, you
care.
ain't gonna do that shit with me.
He
He
don't
was even
care.
trying to talk over Conscious TV on his own platform.
That, hey, he don't care. Listen, no, listen. Conscious TV also had another New Yorker dude. I forgot his name. He has a platform now. He was another one that did that to Conscious TV. This was way back. This was when he was talking about the Aruba, and he was talking about how men had long hair and how it was like everyone had locks and everything else, and they trying to judge men with their long hair and stuff like that. And so he was trying to read about how the your genitals is the feminine while the vajayjay is the masculine, which I didn't know that, and all that other stuff. And African men wearing makeup because they represent the femininity of some kind of goddess or woman that they got. So and the Native Americans, all this other stuff that was going on. And he was there talking about whatever he was talking about. He was trying to overtalk him too. So it was like,
They don't want to be educated. They don't want to learn about our history. There were transgenders in Africa way before colonization, and they want to act like this is a Western influence. It's not.
no, it's this. I'm gonna tell you this. Listen, did you know that there was Mexicans that were trans women, but they were not called trans. They were called something else. It's a Spanish word down in Mexico. They back in the day, before I was born, before my mom was born, everyone else was born, they were called something. The Native
Okay,
Americans was called something that was
tribes.
two spirit. Like this
Twi-
is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's actually a
there's
superpower. If you can balance the masculine and the feminine, that's considered a superpower. But they act like it's a weakness.
an
Because
Eskimo
we were
tribe
conditioned.
that worships trans.
Yeah, the thing
They
is,
worship the trans.
the saddest part is we was conditioned because the thing is we was born in this white society. So when white people came in and beat us up and beat us down and then put us in this freaking religion of their Bible, knowing that they're the ones that are that are savages because they're the ones that actually did you know that the Europeans was even gay? There was gay kings, but the thing is they couldn't be gay because the thing is they had to actually put on a persona of a wife. But the thing is they had male concubines. Why do you think they put this Bible over here and did everything to the slaves and shit like that? Even though that's not all true of everything, there was more to it. I mean, like, and then they were savages towards us, putting this Bible like, you can't do this, you can't do that. Meanwhile, y'all motherfuckers are doing the same thing. You're doing homosexual sex. You did all that shit to us too. And because you couldn't be who you are. Because the thing is, you had to put on a certain standard to impress everyone else because you couldn't be who you was. That's the most dangerous thing that you could ever do. And then we was conditioned to it because it was actually demasculine and all this other shit and all this other shit. And that's how it was spread it about. But it wasn't just that. Did you know that homosexuality wasn't until 1945 when they wrote that in there? When you go way back before that, when Sodom and Gomorrah did what they did, it was pedophilia. It got nothing to do with it in bestiality and then having sex with the angels. It was never mentioned of homosexuality. I mean, they were together. Don't get me wrong,
It was
because
about
again, they're whore. Don't
individuality.
get me wrong, they're whores. They were whoring. I'm not lying. They're whoring because they
It
should have
wasn't about
stayed together.
homosexuality. It wasn't
They
about
should have stayed.
homosexuality.
Now I'm gonna agree. They should have stayed together.
It
because
was about in
that place should have
hospitality.
never been
It was
destroyed.
about
Then
in his mortality they showed to the visitors of the of the land. If you believe in the Sodom and Gomorrah story, if you actually
Because they
believe that and take it literally, or whatever, but it was a story.
it was a story. It was a
according
story.
to
The
the
thing,
story, they were going to rape the
Yeah,
men, and that's what made it
yeah.
inhospitable.
hospitable. Yeah, the thing is, they used the what you were your preference. They use your preference and then they compare it to Sodom and Gomorrah. No, that's not true, because the thing is, what about all these dudes that's in prison raping, or the dudes that's raping men and women and children and all that shit, and y'all don't say shit about it? You'll say it's terrible, but then you won't say that it's a sin or anything like that. You'll say it's terrible and all that anger stuff. But the thing is, if you are LGBT, then you want to show your anger and everything else, like they did something to everyone else and killed your mama and father and shit like that. That's what I don't understand about that. That's some weird shit. Because if you read the text on that, the thing is like that all they did was rape by force. They forced them to sleep with them.
Right, and if you look at the story, what Lot said was, "Don't rape my sons. You can have my daughter." So Lot
You
was
can have
about to give up his own. What kind of shit
my
is that?
virgin daughter, my virgin daughter.
My
Right,
virgin
isn't that
daughter.
The
fucked up?
virgins
So
were valuable property.
women
Yeah,
again
virgin.
are victims even back then, because the thing is, women, you can rape women because they are women. They are the weaker species, because you can rape a woman and a woman have no say. They can be raped and that's it, based on that Bible,
But you got
because
you
the
got to
man
take
is higher.
you have to take that into context, because to be a virgin back in that time was a valuable commodity. It was a valuable property. So really, if you go by their standards, Lot would not have he wouldn't be offering up his virgin daughter, because he would be giving away his assets. He would be giving away his property that he needed to barter with to, to marry her off for sheep or goats or camels or money, whatever they were bartering for back then. So it doesn't really jive. But if you believe if you believe that story, then you just believe that story. But why
No,
would
there's so
Lot
many
offer
holes in it.
his daughter, over
I don't
with
believe there's
over men
there
who,
is
over strangers?
so
So
many
it doesn't make
holes in that
sense.
story.
Yeah,
It doesn't make any
it
sense,
doesn't make
because
sense. And then the whole
big,
city was burned. If you really wanted
yeah,
to get
because
rid
the
of gay
thing is
people,
what I yeah, but the
if you
thing
really
is what I wanted to know is, if that was the case, how come God didn't destroy that city by the time they were kissing? So it wasn't all bad, because the thing
it
is,
doesn't
they probably had a
it's
faithful
a
government.
fable.
They probably was going to be faithful under God, and I guess they wasn't, because they were whoring around with someone else, or they were sleeping with this, and then he started to say, "Oh my God," because he thought that Sodom and Gomorrah, because you never know, they would probably be Trojan, and then the city would have been saved, because the thing is, they would have been together, married together under God, without sleeping with everyone else up in there. That it would have been a different story. But the thing is, that city should have been it would have been destroyed already by the time they was kissing. How come it wasn't destroyed by the time they was kissing? How
But
long
look
did
at
it last?
That's if you believe that it basically was even though it basically was a long parable. It didn't happen.
but
You know,
okay, but
it,
even
it was
even if that
wrong.
story is even if that story is allegorical, look at the lesson from it. The lesson is men have needs. It's better to take a woman and destroy her than to destroy a man. So you can
Right,
sleep with as many women you want. You can dog them out. Look at Diddy, right? That's
right.
fine. Just don't have sex with a man. So you can piss on them. You can do whatever you want to them. Dog, you can gang bang. It doesn't matter as long as you're having sex with women. That's okay.
But the thing is, they
Anything
still get
goes.
sexual transmitted diseases, even though if it's heterosexual sex, you're still getting transmitted diseases by gang banging a woman. It don't matter. So I
They
don't
don't care
understand
about
this
that.
problem.
They don't care about that though. As long as it's with the woman, they're okay with it.
So if you go by that, if God so hated the queers, the gay, the queers, if God so hated the gays, and so why not destroy all the gays in every city, in every country, in every
See,
society back
that's the
then, that
thing.
it does
See, the
cause
thing
the
is,
war? Because we're
this
still
is the
here. So
this is the
it doesn't
weirdest
make
thing.
any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't jive.
Wait a minute. This is the weirdest thing. I will tell you this. There was eunuchs back in the day when there was wars that was going on back in the days where the king, where the warriors was fighting and shit like that, and they couldn't find a wife, so they had sex with the ones that that they love and stuff with the boys and stuff like that. Back in the day, in the biblical time, how come they wasn't destroyed? Because the thing is, before Sodom and Gomorrah, there was eunuchs at the time. There was eunuchs at the time.
There's been gay, you can say what you want. You lump us all into one big label, and say queer. It's been queer since the dawn of time, from the time we were monkey type gorilla people. From that time, all the animals, it's more like a fluid bisexual type thing. Most of us are kind of more fluid and bisexual anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't
Just
understand why
like the
people
animals.
aren't angry at the kings that was sleeping with the female queens that was sleeping with their own sons at the time, and then it was like, oh my God, off for their heads, because the thing is, they had children that was fucked up.
Yeah, all that
I
inbreeding.
don't understand, but their Bible that they gave us when they came over here, oh, we can't do this, all this other shit. But they're doing the worst things over there. But when it comes to sexuality, that's the only thing that is the worst thing in the world. Meanwhile, you're sleeping with your own son. The freaking uncles are sleeping with the daughters, all that other stuff. The kings and the queens, when they came over here, these messed up motherfucking white people that had slaves and shit, sleeping with the slaves and shit, all that. You don't like them, but you're sleeping with them. Coming over here, having them on trees, choking them to death with the noose, raping them, but yet you're not sleeping with your wife, though. This is so much confusion, because you said that you're all supposed to be Christian. This is so Satanism and narcissism and stupidnism and barbaric and weirdnism.
I mean, it's rank hypocrisy. It's like it's moral relativism. They get to be morally superior in relationship to somebody else. So I'm doing this, but at least I'm not doing that. And then, so yeah, they're not good in and of themselves, but they get to compare themselves to somebody else. So at least I'm not like those savages over there. So that means that I'm morally a good person.
Brett's over here tripping me out.
I mean, I wouldn't say I would do a threesome with two hot blondies. All right. So, are they very, very big that eats a lot of chicken? Those big girls? I mean, hey. I mean, if you're into big blondes, that eat a lot of chicken,
Bleach blondes.
hey, you know what I mean? You should try it. All you can eat buffet.
I done had a threesome once or twice, maybe twice. I'll say, but actually 3 times. So, but that was in my young years. I'm more of a skinny lover. He's funny.
Oh, wow.
All right, guys.
So you had.
Oh, sorry.
I had to go over here. Hold on. So you had wait a minute. Let's rewind that. So you had a threesome with someone?
That was years ago. That was before my first relationship I got into. I haven't had any since then. I don't think.
Okay.
Let me think back. No, I haven't. Well, no, yeah, I have. No, yeah.
Was there any oil involved? Never mind.
Is that text you sent me when you were talking about I need to get some oil? I was like, what is this time for? Is he talking about that oil he rubs on himself when he's in the shower thinking about bums? When you sent me that text in my text message talking about, well, you need to get some oil. I was like, what oil?
Oh my god. I mean, it all starts from there, and then the rest is history. The rest is history. It goes a long way. What is it called? Those essential oils with it's like made of a mushroom or something. Yeah, but it makes you. I don't know. It's like a turn on thing because it's got something in it. I think it's the mushroom. Yeah, there's a certain mushroom. I don't know. It's called marzetek or something. Medicinal oils.
You said medicinal?
Masakai essential oil or something.
I don't know.
Something like that. But it smells pretty good though.
Well, I'm supposed to be doing a collaboration with Conscious TV, so I need to check my email and see what that's about. Hopefully, it'll be something good.
Okay, you getting ready to do it now? Because I'm gonna end the stream and I'm gonna pop.
I'm definitely going. Yeah, I'm
I
definitely
don't know
going
when
with
it's
you.
going to be. I hope it's going to be soon.
Oh, you mean
But I'm going to
mean
check my
tonight or
email.
you talking about tonight or another day?
No, he told me he was going to email me, and I didn't check it, so I'm going to see when he wants to do it.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. All right, yeah, I'm getting ready to end the stream right here now too, and then I appreciate all of y'all for popping in here today. Tell them where they can find guys. Tell them where they can find you, Black Anarchist. Tell them your channel, and then Deshaun and Brett, if you have one, put it in the chat.
My channel is a Black Anarchist podcast. I also have the book called Blaming on Dress, the Manufacturing of Black Homophobia and Performative Masculinity.
Okay. And you, all right. And then you can actually subscribe to my channel if you want to, but it's a hobby of mine, you know what I mean? It's just music and stuff like that in a different way. But I mean, you shouldn't care about it, but if you want to subscribe to it, I mean, it's basically hidden messages of what, I'm going to give you a hint, but yeah, you can subscribe to mine as Deshaun Stalling. So yeah.
Alrighty, and thank everybody else for popping in. Bubs the God was in here today. Miss Stevie, Harold Cordova. That's Miss Stevie with Style by Stevie Daytime. Spicy was in here, and Boy Crazy was in here. We got Sean, Black Anarchist. Thank everybody for popping, and Brett. Thank everybody for popping up in here today. I appreciate everybody.
All right.
All right.
Y'all have a good night, and I'm gonna pop in on I'll pop in on y'all streams when y'all are doing them.
Okay.
And check y'all out. Everybody puts out good stuff. Black Anarchist, he over there putting out good stuff too.
Mm-hmm. He does.
So
I'll be up there.
I heard him the other day. Actually, I heard a lot of it yesterday too. I was catching up on stuff yesterday where I missed some of it from the past few days, but it was fire, and I saw Bug, I saw Bug's live. I saw his little shorts, and then I saw his lives, and Yeah, you know, people
I love this.
the people who've been popping in the streams lately, you know, in our streams, you know, they've been setting us on fire. So, so I appreciate it. But anyway, guys, thank you. And world, thank you for watching, and comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. And Dallas, thank you. And everybody have a good night.
Okay.
You too.
All righty. Bye, guys.
Bye.